Chapter 1. The little swordsmith upon the summit of Qingfeng Peak. A gentle breeze wafts through, rendering the landscape an endless tapestry of wind and moonlight. Silver light cascades from the heavens, illuminating the snow-clad peak, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. That a young man stands before the mountain gate, cradling an ancient sword in his hands, lost in contemplation that he has stood in the snow for 7 days and nights. Yet the master of the manor remains elusive. Should there be no news by nightfall, he would have no choice but to depart. After a moment's reflection, he resolves to wait for one more night. Just as he is engrossed in thought, the gate creaks open and a servant emerges. The man gazes at him in surprise and queries, "So, you are still here?" The young man nods, his face alight with joy as he exclaims, "I possess a celestial sword, forged with great effort. I beseech the master to appraise it." The servant furrows his brow, glances at the young man, and replies with evident impatience, "Very well, hand it over." The young man hastily presents the long sword. "Do not return here again. If there is news, you will be informed that if not, it simply means your sword did not catch my master's eye." The servant carelessly stows the sword behind him, striding back inside and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang, echoing in the young man's heart. As the servant strides into the courtyard, he scoffs. What a deluded young fool, daring to present his wares to the master without any claim to fame. Truly, he overestimates his worth. Lost in a foolish dream, having uttered these words, he does not even glance at the sword in hand, tossing it aside amidst a pile of discarded metal and scrap. The master of Qingfeng Peak, known as Zhuxian, is a woman of unparalleled prowess, both a master swordswoman and the foremost sword appraiser, lauded as the heavenly sword deity, with the title of the unparalleled sword empress. Each day, throngs of seekers come to pay their respects, their numbers unceasing. Typically, those who present swords for appraisal are renowned swordsmiths, sending their creations through intermediaries, with designated personnel accepting them, never lingering outside. It is rare to encounter someone who has waited for 7 days and nights as this young man has. What is there to be proud of? When I make my mark, I shall have you all kneeling and singing my praises." The young man, displaying a disdainful demeanor, draws a long sword from his waist and swiftly ascends upon it, soaring away. His true name is Zhuxian, a fine young man from the 21st century who, by a twist of fate, has traversed into this realm, becoming one among many who have crossed over. The body he inhabits now is named Wei Gong, a humble swordsmith. Orphaned, he inherited only a modest blacksmith shop and a meager savings. For 3 generations, his family has been swordsmiths, yet they remained obscure. By the time it reached his generation, they were nearly destitute. Upon his arrival in this world, he understood little, save for one fortunate inheritance, a family swordsmithing manual, which serves as a golden finger system. Once activated, it can guide him, imparting various sword techniques and evaluating the abilities of both people and swords. Initially, Wei Gong believed this would catapult him to success, with the system's assistance ensuring he would become a revered swordsmith, celebrated and surrounded by wealth and beauties awaiting his arrival. Yet in reality, he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Having forged iron for 3 years, he has made some progress, but alas, this era, much like modern society, places immense value on reputation. A nobody like him typically meets an unremarkable fate. Swordsmithing is a labor of physical toil, often synonymous with poverty. Wei Gong feels ensnared in a vicious cycle, perpetually in need of funds. Materials require money. Without money, he cannot procure quality materials, rendering him incapable of crafting fine swords. Without exceptional swords, no one is inclined to recommend him, leading to a lack of clientele. With no customers, he remains broke. Appraisal necessitates funds, and appraisers depend on this for their livelihood. Without money to grease the wheels, why would anyone heed his claims, regardless of how grandly he boasts? Life itself demands money. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, essentials that are indispensable in any era. Thus, over 3 years, Wei Gong has nearly depleted the savings left by his father, finding himself in dire straits that he seeks others to appraise his swords. Yet none show the least interest in him. Regardless, today I have at least managed to send one out. Though he can only surmise the outcome will likely be met with indifference, he comforts himself with a semblance of progress. Embodying the spirit of AQ, Wei Gong raises his head, gazing at the cold moonlight, feeling the future is shrouded in uncertainty. This is a world of celestial swords, where sword flight has become commonplace. And sword immortals abound. It is a realm where swords reign supreme, divided into 13 nations. Many sword immortals rely not only on their own cultivation, but also on the quality of the sword they wield. To possess an unparalleled sword is the aspiration of every sword immortal, while crafting such a sword is the dream of every swordsmith. Wei Gong, however, has yet to contemplate such lofty ambitions. He merely wishes to resolve the pressing matter of his livelihood. In a month, he may find himself without even the means to purchase groceries. Sighing beneath the cold moonlight, Wei Gong heaves a lament, but by the time he returns home, it is already midnight. Regardless of the day's outcome, it has been in vain, and tomorrow he must labor diligently at the forge. As he reclines onto his bed, the system commences its daily routine scan. Swordsmith level. LV31 experienced to next level. 1265 42 reputation points. 0 current title. None detailed attributes. Sword body forging ability. 111. 2. 3.1. Sword power forging ability. 113.8 2.9. Sword heart forging ability. 118.6 3.3. Sword soul forging ability. 117.4 3.2. Sword courage forging ability. 99.4 2.7. Sword essence forging ability. 128.3. 5. Sword spirit forging ability. 126.8 3.4. Sword blood forging ability. 100.2 2.6. Sword chi forging ability. 97 2.5. Special abilities. None. The values in parentheses indicate growth potential, with each level up granting corresponding growth points. After summarizing, the system adds, with a genius level growth potential, given time, you will undoubtedly become a master swordsman of the ages. Please continue to strive. Ugh, it's always the same line. Wei Gong glances over, noting that nothing has changed since reaching level 31. He has stagnated for quite some time, lacking higher quality materials to hone his skills, rendering him unable to progress. While stagnation is bearable, the inability to sell his creations poses an insurmountable challenge. At dawn the following day, the monotonous cycle of selling resumes. Although Wei Gong is aware no one is likely to patronize him, this remains the sole endeavor he can undertake in this world. Moreover, his father entrusted him with this blacksmith shop before passing, hoping he could carry on the legacy. With filial piety in mind, Wei Gong intends to persevere for several more years. Chapter 2. The sale of the first sword. Wei Gong could never have imagined that this world would be as it is. Originally, he thought that those soaring through the skies were mere figments of stories, games, or human imagination. Even after traversing here, he believed the celestial sword immortals would be renowned figures from prestigious sects. Extraordinary individuals. Yet, look at that woman carrying a basket of groceries, gliding down on her sword. What a sight! And over there, a lad of merely 11 or 12, capable of soaring through the skies on a sword. This world exceeds his wildest expectations. Everyone traverses the skies on swords as if it were the most ordinary of activities, akin to the prevalence of vehicles in modern society. The only distinction lies in the quality of their swords. Just as cars vary in prestige, swords are categorized from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Furthermore, swordsmiths typically engrave their names upon their creations, ultimately forming distinctive emblems. For instance, the enchanting beauty, soaring overhead, is undoubtedly supported by a lavishly adorned sword. Its hilt encrusted with 7-star gemstones, the blade etched with a dragon motif. A clear work of the celebrated swordsmith, Lord Wang of the Imperial East. Meanwhile, the dashing young man nearby, resplendent in his attire, wields a sword of remarkable stature, dazzlingly adorned, with a beautiful woman draped over his shoulder. Evidently a tool for seduction, its blade embellished with a magnificent floral design, unmistakably crafted by the renowned sword empress. Shui Weilon. Sighing, Wei Gong reflects on his own plight, and no wonder he is deemed a nobody, who would come to purchase his swords. Even more daunting, the nation in which he resides is one that reveres swords above all else. The world of celestial swords is divided into 13 nations, and over a century ago, the central heavenly sword nation conquered the other 12 through might, resulting in a silent unification. Wei Gong recalls the incredulity of the situation. It resembles the former warring states period. Although the heavenly sword nation subdued the others, they lacked sufficient manpower for governance, thus employing a vassal system while maintaining the sovereignty of individual nations. However, such matters concern only the powerful. For the likes of him, the common folk, they are irrelevant. His nation, known as the Chengying kingdom, is famed for its swordsmithing, attracting numerous skilled practitioners. Aside from the central heavenly sword nation, it stands as one of the foremost regions for sword immortals and sword production. To rise in prominence among a plethora of swordsmiths in such a place is indeed a formidable challenge that in this world, the presence of malevolent forces has significantly diminished. The demons are gone, and wars have ceased. The sword has transformed into a mere emblem of power and status, a mode of transportation, and a luxury item. What Amiya has fashioned, he glanced down at the short sword in his hand, was entirely devoid of embellishment. Its surface as dark as coal. According to the system, this battered sword is a remarkable creation among the ordinary iron artifacts. Were it not for material constraints, its attributes could nearly rival those of superior gold and jade weapons. The disparity of two grades suffices to attest to Amiya's prowess in sword forging. Regrettably, this sword is exceedingly unattractive, with a short handle and a serpentine form, its inky hue rendering it unremarkable. Maneuvering it requires considerable effort, and it offers no ostentation, failing to signify any status. Gifting it would likely result in embarrassment. Who would wish to wield such a sword? Turning back, he observed the dilapidated blacksmith shop, overflowing with an array of swords. Yet every single one was equally unsightly that he couldn't help but lament the system's evidently flawed aesthetic judgment. How could it provide blueprints of such poor design? Sensing his frustration, the system promptly echoed in his mind. The essence of a sword lies in its practicality. A good sword imbued with spirit far surpasses those that are merely ostentatious. Amiya frowned in silence. Taken aback that this wretched system would dare to retort that as noon approached, the deserted shack remained untouched, a fact Amiya had anticipated. Thus he paid it little heed. He turned to assess the dwindling stock of forging materials. He needed to devise a way to generate some income. At that moment, a rotund figure ambled over, peering into the shop. "Oh, young man, you spend your days watching the sunset here. Why not join me in pursuing some young ladies? Zhao Annie, you should refrain from wandering about. Your husband will surely worry if he can't find you," Amiya replied with a bitter smile. What with this senile old man? Pursuing young ladies indeed. He glanced skyward, noting the sun was high, casting a golden glow upon the ground. Very well, it seemed he would have to revert to his old tactics. Closing the shop, he donned the aforementioned short sword and wielded a long, pitch-black sword, preparing to seek clients. Acquiring clients is an essential rite of passage for every newcomer. Yet without parental guidance, he only came to this realization after 2 years. The connections his father had built had largely dissipated. Leaving him with no one to turn to, it wasn't until he encountered a fellow newcomer who claimed to have sold 3 swords that he understood the importance of continuously pursuing clients to build a reputation. Sometimes, after frequent visits, people would remember you, and once they do, you're finished. Get lost. Why are you back again? Wang Dadu, the butcher, sneered, shooing him away. Master, just look at this short sword. It slices through meat as easily as cutting tofu. And it's incredibly affordable. Scram, can't you see how hideous that sword is? Using it to chop meat might lead someone to think my meat is poison. Go away, I don't need it here. Master, you often prune your flowers. You must need a sword like mine. That will surely save you time and effort. Leave me be. I have no work to do. After trimming, do you think I simply sit around for no reason? Get lost. Do you even know this is Jiuyuan sect? The foremost sword immortal sect of the Sword Kingdom. Your pitiful sword has no place here. Senior brother, you don't understand. Get out. Who are you calling senior brother? You're new and don't know. But the one who previously met with me was another senior brother, Jiuyuan. Amiya replied shyly. I find myself missing him. No wonder. I wondered why he sent me today. Now leave. Amiya, feeling dejected, trudged outside the mountain gate, once again empty-handed. Exceptional horses are plentiful, but good trainers are rare indeed. What horse? Just then, a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, burst forth from the flower bushes, her round face and large, twinkling eyes captivating. She blinked at him and cheerfully exclaimed, "I want to ride a big horse." Raising her hand, she beckoned to Mia to kneel down. "Where does such a thing happen?" "Don't be silly. I'm all ready." "Oh." Amia's eyes brightened as he noticed the vibrant paper she held. "Is that a Tiandao coin in your hand?" He recognized the denomination instantly. It was 1,000 yuan, enough to purchase materials and indulge in a hearty meal. "How about this? I'll be your horse, and you buy me a sword, all right?" The little girl eyed him skeptically before bursting into a radiant smile. A brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the sky as Amiya stood in a daze. Clutching the 1,000 Tiandao coins, enduring humiliation and hardship, he had finally accomplished his first transaction in life. That a bittersweet smile crossed his face, tears of joy threatening to fall. Chapter 3. Do not die at my doorstep, Xiao Xiao. Where are you? A middle-aged man searched along the mountain path for what felt like an eternity, finally locating his daughter amidst the flowers. "Oh, look at you riding." The little girl, with her round face, held a hideous, serpentine short sword entirely black in color. "Xiao Xiao, where did you get that thing? Quickly throw it away." The man approached, his impatience evident. Had he known his daughter exchanged 1,000 Tiandao coins for such an item, he might have fainted from shock. Thankfully, he had not yet discovered the missing money. Seeing the short sword in her hands, he felt a twinge of unease. His daughter, not yet 4, could wield it with such agility. How light must it be? Indeed, when he took it into his grasp, he found it feather light, but he gasped. The craftsmanship of this sword. Could it be a celestial sword from Jiuyuan's sect? Across the sky, several bright figures streaked like shooting stars. Trailing long tails behind them, that a fierce wind whipped up, causing the garments of several individuals to flutter. The foremost figure, bloodied and battered, struggled to maintain balance while flying on his sword. Hot on his heels were 3 pursuers. Relentless as shadows, closing in on him. One of them, incredibly swift, was already within 10 zhang of him, his eyes gleaming with intent as he pointed a finger, forming a sword gesture. "Yi Zhao, you cannot escape." The moment his words fell, a wind blade, imbued with unmatched ferocity, sliced through the AI. Yi Zhao emitted a muffled grunt, unable to evade. A long gash opened on his back from the wind blade. He plummeted from the clouds, sword and all, as the 3 behind exchanged glances, a smirk of triumph passing between them. They swiftly descended, diving into the forest below. Amidst the dense woods, the ground bore witness to a pool of blood. Yet Yi Zhao was nowhere to be seen. The leader, scanning the surroundings, called out, "Yi Zhao, your theft of my sect's shadowless sword technique is an unforgivable crime. Surrender it, and I may spare your life." The forest, alive with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, remained eerily silent. "Let us see how long you can hide." Yet as soon as they landed, they sensed something amiss. At a flicker of movement in the woods. And suddenly, one of them fell, cleaved in 2, a narrow sword mark visible on his neck, revealing the assailant's unparalleled swordsmanship. The leader gasped, "Not good. It's a trap." He recalled the exquisite nature of the shadowless sword technique. Its stealth and speed were formidable, especially in such a dense forest. Akin to walking into the palm of the enemy's hand, he exchanged glances with another, and they quickly took to the skies. But it was already too late. Without a glimmer of sword light, 2 dull thuds echoed through the air as 2 figures fell lifelessly to the ground, severed in 2. Having successfully sold a sword, Amiya experienced a euphoric breakthrough from nothing to something. After visiting the remaining clients, he soared back home on his sword. Upon arrival, he was startled to find a body lying at his doorstep. In this era, unlike the modern world, societal security was notably lacking, and dueling with swords was a common occurrence. Disputes were often settled with lethal force, leading to a higher mortality rate than birth rate. A rigid hierarchy stifled the populace, making life suffocating. Yet, this age offered the thrill of being a hero, allowing one to exact vengeance and settle scores. Alas, Amiya was no hero. He yearned for a peaceful and happy life. Approaching cautiously, he intended to move the body away, with a look of disgust. He examined the man on the ground, his face marred with blood and a pool of congealed gore beneath him. Given the volume of blood lost, it would be miraculous if he survived. "Brother, could you refrain from dying at my doorstep?" He crossed his hands and summoned a gust of wind, lifting the man into the in this era. A lack of knowledge regarding sword techniques or martial arts was not only unsafe but also impractical, often leading to ridicule. Amiya's body had retained many sword techniques from before his arrival in this world. According to the system's assessment, he was a master at the 9th level of the Forgetting Tao realm. For a time, he even contemplated becoming a sword immortal rather than languishing in a decrepit blacksmith shop. As the man floated in the air, on the verge of being cast away, he suddenly raised his hand and uttered a muffled plea. "No, save me." Amiya paused, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. "Brother, do you wish for me to save you or not? Help me. All right, let's get you to the hospital." What? Find a doctor. The suturing of this individual's wound took some time, only to later discover that no vital organs were damaged. It was merely a case of excessive blood loss. After a blood transfusion, the person began to show slight improvement. Amiya glanced at the doctor, who emerged from within and cautiously inquired, "Doctor, how about I forge a surgical knife for you?" "What? It must be quite inconvenient to cut into a human body. Wouldn't it be more efficient to craft a handy little knife?" You do have a point." The doctor raised his head, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, "It seems I shall have to apply for a grant tomorrow," and asked Tsubaki why to forge us a batch of surgical instruments. Oh, and do not forget to pay the medical fees. Damn it, why is it me? Indeed, even the benevolent do not escape unscathed. After settling the bill, Amiya felt a pang of anguish in his heart. The 1,000 he had earned today was gone, and he had even lost an additional 500. He turned to glance at the patient, thinking that having done a good deed, it was time to return home for some rest. However, just as he was about to leave, he was seized by the individual that moment. The doctor approached and cast a glance at them, stating, "I cannot accommodate him here unless you pay for his lodging." Was this not an outright attempt at extortion? Amiya inwardly lamented, feeling more distressed than a bitter melon. Had he known, it would have been better to put an end to this situation, thus avoiding a great deal of trouble. Utilizing a wind manipulation technique, Amiya transported both individuals back to his home. "When you're able to walk, remember to make your own way home. I will repay you. That is a must. How about I work for you?" "What?" Amiya sat up abruptly. "I can barely support myself. Please do not complicate matters further." 3 days later, selling swords, exceptional swords, come and buy. A brawny man, clad only in his skin, was vociferously advertising at the blacksmith shop entrance, his muscles glistening under the sunlight. Amiya regarded this fool with a twinge of sorrow. No, he had to put an end to this tonight. Otherwise, this brute would surely impoverish him. Moreover, how could this rascal possibly sell swords? "Amiya, I see you did not go into trade." Just as he was lost in thought, a youth appeared outside. This boy, of similar age and also a struggling swordsmith, could be considered his equal, hence they often crossed paths. "Luohua, are you not in the same predicament? Why have you not gone into trade? Have you resigned yourself to this fate?" Whenever Amiya called his name, he inexplicably felt an urge to sing. He could not fathom what his father had been thinking when he bestowed such a catchy and rhythmic name. He approached with a sly smile, waving at Amiya. "Let me tell you, I struck a significant deal." "What on earth?" "I sold 2 swords and made over 1,000. Is that true?" Amiya jumped to his feet, feeling a pang of imbalance. Had they not agreed to fail together? "Shoo." Luohua leaned closer and whispered, "Do not speak so loudly. I was just about to share this secret with you." Chapter 4. The Ascension List of New Talents in the Divine Realm. It turns out that what Luohua referred to was his entry into a ranking of swordsmiths. There are numerous rankings for swordsmiths, and after the cessation of national conflicts, competitions began to flourish. Among those recognized by the 13 nations, there are 10 major lists, each country also having its own smaller lists. The most renowned is the Divine Swordsmith Grand List of the 13 nations, which has a remarkably high entry threshold. One must not only receive a recommendation from a nation, but also gain the acknowledgement of top-tier sword immortals. Each year, there is a grand sword competition among the 13 nations, with the winning blades ultimately enshrined in the supreme sanctuary of the Heavenly Sword Kingdom for a month before being auctioned off. Alternatively, they may be awarded to the victors of the annual pinnacle duels among sword immortals. In any case, the renowned swords of the divine realm are not only coveted treasures but also symbols of status. Initially, there was only this one list. However, many emerging swordsmiths, overshadowed by these great masters, found no opportunity to shine, prompting a collective protest and the proposal for tiered rankings to ensure that swordsmiths of different levels could have their moment in the spotlight and receive the best possible promotion. Several distinct rankings were established: the Grand Master List, the Champion List, the Popularity List, the Glory List, the National Craft List, and the Newcomer List. In truth, it is not only swordsmiths who have rankings. Various other fields also possess their own lists. For instance, there are dozens of rankings for sword immortals, as well as many for blade evaluators. Other categories, such as cuisine, architecture, painting, and art, have rankings springing forth endlessly. Regardless, being included in a ranking and gaining recognition is undoubtedly a matter of considerable pride. Once one enters a list, the benefits are evident, particularly for those ranked higher. The demand for their swordsmithing services increases, resulting in a continuous influx of income. Generally speaking, the top-ranked swordsmiths are also immensely wealthy individuals. How is this possible? You are extraordinarily fortunate. Amiya looked at him with a mix of envy and suspicion. You did not happen to receive a recommendation from that renowned blade master, did you? Let me tell you. Quack, quack. This cannot be right. Amiya was taken aback by what he heard, and aside from questioning when this ascension list of new talents had emerged, one he had never heard of, he found Luo Ditting's claim that a black market dealer could aid swordsmiths in entering the list particularly dubious. No. If you are unwilling to invest, how can you expect to earn a profit? You do not understand, cough cough. There is a profound saying: to forge iron, one must be hard as well. And another saying goes, gold will shine regardless. Engaging in such underhanded methods feels problematic. Nonsense. Setting aside whether your sword is indeed gold, even if it is buried too deep, no one will discover it. It is not enough to merely possess great quality. You must first make it known to the world. Amiya fell silent, unable to refute the logic. Reflecting on modern times, it was indeed necessary to promote one's work. Otherwise, how would one know that Lu Yifei is more beautiful than Wang Mei in the same class? Moreover, the cost was not exorbitant. If it was merely for listing, costing only 100 for a spot within the top 100. This fee is not too steep for an ordinary vegetable vendor, as they often earn around 2,000 a month. Encouraged by his words, Amiya felt a stirring within. After closing shop, he found himself lacking the desire to forge swords or pursue clients. He quickly logged onto the internet, or rather, fetched out the Chengying mirror. That in this era, aside from the feudal system, other elements cannot be definitively labeled as good or bad, and are often more convenient than modern society. Flying with a sword is swifter than driving a car, requiring no flight paths, achieving a state of universal aviation. Although there are no televisions or mobile phones, the Chengying mirror exists. The Chengying mirror can transmit and receive messages. Its underlying principles remain unknown, but its 3D imaging technology surpasses that of contemporary smartphones, and communication is more advanced than today's internet. Transactions, transfers, gaming, and real-time conversations, along with hot news updates, are all encompassed. Occasionally, it can even serve as a shopping bag for storing small items. Overall, if not for his lack of funds, Amiya would find life here quite pleasant, despite being a destitute citizen. Searching through the Chengying mirror, he found some dubious links related to swordsmiths. Indeed, in a corner, he discovered information regarding the Ascension list of new talents. The comments below were all positive. Last time I bought a sword from the Ascension list, it was not only affordable but also superior to many crafted by masters. Exactly. Especially the newly added merchant named Luo Family Sword. Their swords are exceptionally exquisite. There was even an attached image. Damn it. It seems Luo Ditting is quite impressive, Amiya exclaimed after viewing the image. However, this list seemed suspicious. He clicked on the Chengying mirror and specifically searched within the national grand lists. The findings were astonishing. It turned out that the Ascension list of new talents was a legitimate ranking officially issued by the Sword Quality Supervision Bureau of the 13 nations, aimed at selecting outstanding, yet overlooked newcomers. Damn it. Is this not referring to me? Amiya chuckled to himself, instantly shedding all concerns. He lifted his head, cautiously surveying his surroundings before retrieving the small note that Luohua had given him. It contained the name of the black market dealer who could supposedly assist with entry into the list. That he swallowed hard, his heart racing. Carefully inputting the name into the Chengying mirror, a name immediately appeared. Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl has emerged. Amiya spat out a mouthful of old blood, turning to glare resentfully. There, the nameless brute was engrossed in his Chengying mirror, thoroughly enjoying what he saw. Amiya glanced over and saw a scene of sword heroes battling, recognizing it as a top-tier event among the 13 nations, akin to the UEFA Champions League of today. The ultimate victors would receive the hospitality of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Kingdom and could select a divine sword from the national treasury as a reward. Damn it, can't you watch quietly? Amiya frowned, letting out a low grunt. The man raised his head, lowering his voice slightly as he squatted down to the side with his Chengying mirror. This behavior aroused Amiya's suspicion. Hey, you can't be pretending to be broke, can you? I want to see the balance in your Chengying mirror account. No, repay me. The man, with a sorrowful expression, handed over the Chengying mirror. Wei Gong took a glance, and a surge of murderous intent rose within him. Damn it. There were only 3.5 coins in the account. He looked at the name associated with the account, Luohua, and his murderous intent intensified. Just then, a beeping sound emitted from his own Chengying mirror, reminding him that he had added an important contact earlier. Wei Gong rushed over, cradling the mirror to take a look. That a message appeared within. Hello, how may I assist you? The little fox fairy appeared as a charming young girl, her demeanor slightly shy, causing Wei Gong's heart to flutter. Hello, I was referred by a friend that I'm a novice swordsmith, and I wish to, she smiled gently, exuding an irresistible charm that made his heart race. You wish to enter the Rising Stars of Zhuxian list, don't you? This girl was quite perceptive, and Wei Gong nodded, blushing. The Rising Stars of Zhuxian list is an official ranking certified by the Bureau of National Masterpieces from the 13 Kingdoms, perfectly suited for someone like you. The little fox fairy's smile was enchanting. We have dedicated internal personnel who can help you achieve your dreams. Well, having internal personnel certainly added a layer of complexity. No wonder Luo Dongson managed to get listed. However, the fees vary according to the ranks. Currently, there are several positions available. The 98th rank requires a weekly payment of 100 coins. The 53rd rank demands 1,000 coins weekly. The 25th rank, 10,000 coins, and the 6th rank. All right, I get it. Wei Gong dared not listen to the astronomical numbers any further, as he couldn't afford them anyway. So, which position do you wish to purchase? Supplies are limited, and it's first come, first served. Many aspiring swordsmiths are vying for these spots. Such blatant sales tactics were clearly those of a second-rate marketer. Wei Gong would not fall for it. He was not concerned about competitors, but rather contemplating what position he could afford with the meager amount of money he had left. In truth, he had only 1,300 coins remaining. And with living expenses looming for the next few months, his investment options were extremely limited. Thus, his choices were rather fewit. Seemed the little fox fairy noticed his impoverished state, as her expression turned slightly displeased. Yet she remained diligent, exerting herself to suggest, why not consider the 53rd rank? It is a moderate position with considerable returns. Selling just 2 fine swords would recoup your costs. The suggestion sounded appealing. If he could indeed sell them, it would be, as she said, a straightforward way to break even. Wei Gong felt a flicker of temptation. However, if he purchased that position, he would be left with nothing for the following week. He hesitated to respond immediately and instead checked Luo Dongson's position. Damn it, he was actually ranked 78. Gritting his teeth, Wei Gong told the little fox fairy, I'll take the 53rd rank. What is this possible? In the city of Lingyuan, within the Flowing Sword Manor, a group of people gathered around a plain black iron sword, murmuring in astonishment. Flowing Sword Manor was the residence of Gong Jiuyuan, the foremost swordsmith in the kingdom of Chengying, who was also the first to earn the title of Heavenly Forge Master. This sword was found by my youngest daughter, coincidentally, while she was at Jiuyuan's sect as swordsmiths, we should understand that the quality of materials is paramount. Without good materials, no matter how skilled one is, breakthroughs are difficult. However, the materials of this sword are evidently ordinary iron, yet it possesses the quality of superior craftsmanship. Everyone here should comprehend what this signifies, right? The speaker, Chui Lianxing, was in his 40s, a seasoned swordsmith, yet of mediocre talent, only considered a mid-tier figure in the national ranking of swordsmiths. One could be classified into categories such as the Divine Master List, the Renowned Immortal List, the Imperial Master List, the Craftsman List, the Cloudy Wilderness List, and the Newcomer List. Chui Lianxing ranked 67th on the Cloudy Wilderness List. Nevertheless, since 80% of swordsmiths rank below the Craftsman List, no one belittled him. Chui Lianxing raised a significant question. Everyone understood its implications. The one who forged this short sword must be an exceptionally concealed master. After he spoke, all eyes turned to Gong Jiyu, the most authoritative figure present. Moreover, only someone of his caliber could create a sword that transcended 2 ranks using inferior materials. Gong Jiyu laughed heartily, saying, "Everyone, I believe you have been misled. In my view, this sword must harbor secrets within, or else how could it? It's over. It turns out that cross-rank forging is merely a legend. Even the heavenly forge cannot achieve it." "Who says I cannot?" Gong Jiyu, blushing slightly, retorted, "For people of our level, forging across 2 or 3 ranks is quite commonplace." "Wow, indeed. I knew that the swordsmith masters could not be incapable of such feats." In truth, the inner thoughts of the master swordsmith were, who truly possesses such abilities? Cross-rank forging is but a legend. Even the top swordsmith in the Heavenly Sword Kingdom employs high-grade materials that resemble lower-tier materials to fabricate illusions. Yet, even if it is a fabrication, it suffices to deceive, and those at their level seldom expose others, each enjoying certain conveniences. Thus, the tales of cross-rank forging exist solely among these masters. Gong Jiyu did not genuinely believe that this sword was a true cross-rank product. Rather, to protect the dignity of these masters, he had to maintain an air of profundity. After all, one could not shatter the myth of cross-rank forging, or the reputations and fortunes of these masters would suffer immeasurably. Gong Jiyu scrutinized the sword for a long time, concluding that it was not the work of any master, revealing a slight, triumphant smile. "This sword bears only a small character Wei. I have never heard of a swordsmith named Wei, so it ought not to be the handiwork of any master. Look, while this sword appears to be forged from black iron, it must internally utilize high-grade, demonic beast bones for support, which is what grants it its lightweight and sharp characteristics," Gong Jiyu proclaimed, with a beaming expression. His words incited a wave of astonishment among the audience, followed by resounding applause and expressions of admiration. No wonder he is the Heavenly Forge Master. He sees through its essence at a glance. Master Gong is indeed formidable. We mere mortals could spend a lifetime without comprehending such truths. Chui Lianxing's face shifted from red to pale as Gong Jiyu's comments rendered the sword he had brought worthless, not only labeling the sword as a facade but also casting him in the light of a charlatan. His face flushed, defiance etched in his expression. He made a final effort, saying, "Master Gong, let's put your theory to the test. Words alone are insufficient. Let's cut it open and see. Then we can all be convinced." "Very well, bring forth my Changtian sword." The Changtian sword was considered Gong Jiyu's masterpiece. At the tender age of 14, he forged the Jade Dragon Imperial Sword, which was the first of its kind and caused a nationwide sensation, making him an overnight swordsmith master. As the Changtian sword emerged, it radiated brilliance, its name symbolizing the myriad stars in the sky. Adorned with 49 gemstones embedded from the hilt to the blade, shimmering magnificently in the sunlight. The crowd could not help but gasp in a deli. It wasn't that his craftsmanship was exceptionally skilled, but rather that without a prestigious lineage like his, one could never afford such materials in a lifetime. 2 servants had already secured the black iron short sword, waiting for his next move. "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe closely." Gong Jiyu smiled, raising his long sword and bringing it down decisively. Clang! The black iron short sword shattered under the blow. Yet instead of applause, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The core of the black iron sword remained iron, Devoid of the so-called demonic beast bones. Chapter 6. Gong and Guardian. Gong Jiu stood dumbfounded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and pain. The shock he experienced far exceeded that of the others, born into a family of swordsmiths. He had witnessed countless divine swords. How could there possibly be a true cross-rank sword in this world? It must be a fabrication, undoubtedly a fabrication. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. Gong Jiu feigned calmness. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It must be the material. There is certainly something wrong with it. Some swords may appear to be made from low-tier materials, such as this iron source product. But they could actually be composed of heavenly source blue iron, which looks similar yet possesses significant differences in quality. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. As expected of the heavenly forge master, he has unraveled the truth at a glance. With eyes of fire, we hold you in the highest regard. The Gong family has been a century-old lineage, so their understanding of these tricks is indeed profound. So, does this mean that the cross-rank treasure sword forged by the heavenly smith Li Tianfeng, the Wanqing immortal sword, is actually— Hush, do not speak of it. A murmur of hushed discussions arose around them. Gong Jiu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, awkwardly forcing a smile. I haven't said anything at all. Indeed, esteemed Gong, we have heard nothing. Though they claimed ignorance, they had overheard everything. Gong Jiu pondered, if this were to leak out, the elaborate lies that the deities had meticulously crafted over the years would be utterly destroyed. Furthermore, if it were to be discovered that the information had originated from him, the Gong family would likely face dire consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment while I fetch something for verification. Gong Jiu smiled. This Tianyuan Qingtai, though it appears similar to wrought iron, is unaffected by magnets. That I shall procure a magnet, and we will know the truth. Everyone waited with bated breath, their understanding deepening. The moment Gong Jiu stepped outside, chaos erupted within the room. So it turns out the deities have been deceiving us all along. I have spent over 40 years in research, dedicating my life to cross-grade forging, only to find it was in vain. Damn it. I spent 10 million to acquire that divine eye sword from the Gong family, said to be a cross-grade treasure. Originally a royal artifact, yet comparable to a primordial divine item. That am I to conclude that I have squandered so much money? Oh, old Li, you haven't wasted it entirely. After all, the price of a primordial divine item stands tall. Consider it as having spent an additional 5 million for a primordial divine item. Upon hearing this, old Li's vision darkened, and he promptly fainted. The crowd exchanged glances, now that the truth was laid bare. They surmised that the black iron sword was likely no different from what Gong Jiu had described, rendering further verification unnecessary. That it would be wiser to leave sooner. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they yearned to return home and share the news with their families. I just remembered. I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. I must also depart. The Chengying sect is awaiting my goods, and I must return to oversee the matter. Oh, by the way, it seems my wife is about to give birth. I need to hurry back. After exchanging pleasantries, they briefed the Gong family steward and prepared to exit. At that moment, a heavy thud resonated from the front door, and the room was plunged into darkness. That it was as if the surroundings had been sealed tightly, impenetrable. That a chill ran down everyone's spine. Gong! Esteemed Gong, what does this mean? They quivered, raising their heads. Outside, a sinister laugh echoed, reminiscent of a hellish specter, emanating from Gong Jiu himself. Do you take me for a fool? Now that you are privy to the secret, you should understand what comes next. Esteemed Gong, please do not act rashly. We are all prominent figures. Gong, please, we assure you, we will not speak a word once we leave. Gong, The room was filled with blinding flashes of cold light, accompanied by chilling cries of despair. Gong Jiu stood outside, listening intently, his brow furrowed, a strange, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. About an hour later, the room fell into utter silence. Gong Jiu activated a mechanism, slowly raising the iron cage outside. Although the room appeared ordinary, it had consumed considerable effort from the Gong family. Over 50 years ago, Gong Jiu's grandfather had utilized this very space to eliminate rivals for the Lord of the Sword Kingdom. thereby solidifying their reign. That if one were to speak of the Gong family's greatest forging achievement, it would undoubtedly be this room, as even a deity-level sword immortal at the 12th realm would find it impossible to breach. This room bore a unique name, the Box Guardian Chamber. It was this box-like, indestructible chamber that safeguarded countless sensitive secrets that as the door creaked open. Light illuminated a corner, that a pungent stench of blood assaulted the senses. And the floor was littered with corpses, most of which had decayed, blood pooling thickly, reaching to their toes that he stepped carefully, verifying the identities and fates of those present. Gong Zhiyu's greatest virtue was his meticulousness, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Master, master. A broken body emitted a faint voice. It was his subordinate Lu Xiang. Gong Zhiyu frowned and approached him, drawing his sword from his waist. You beast, indeed. I am a beast, having slain even my own. Gong Zhiyu granted him no opportunity to speak further, thrusting the blade into his chest. Lu Xiang struggled briefly before succumbing. Just then, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. Gong Zhiyu quickly raised his head, spotting a shadow flit past the door. Damn it, who was that scoundrel? He hurriedly pursued, only to find a pool of blood left behind. Ugh! Gong Zhiyu called out into the void. Immediately, a figure appeared before him, clad in darkness, resembling a shadow upon the ground. It knelt and clasped its hands in salute. What are your orders, master? Locate the individual who just fled and eliminate them, as well as anyone who has had contact with them. Understood. Li bowed in acknowledgement and vanished from sight, as though he had never been there. An elite assassin, an exceptional sword immortal, would never disappoint. Gong Zhiyu nodded, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and slowly returned to the interior. In the center of the hall lay the previously delivered black sword, now broken into two pieces, yet still exuding a faint azure glow in the darkness. A testament to its sharpness, he approached, retrieving a magnet from behind. With a clack, the two severed pieces of the sword adhered to it. Gong Zhiyu's heart raced, his expression one of disbelief. How could this be? Is it possible that the legendary cross-grade forging technique truly exists? He glanced down, his hand meticulously tracing the sword's surface, landing on an unsightly engraving. A small, somewhat grotesque character. Wei! Achoo! Wei Gong sneezed vigorously, wondering which accursed soul was cursing him. He looked dejected, clutching his chest, groaning in discomfort. Having concluded this transaction, he inexplicably felt a pang of regret. The blood loss was substantial. It pained him deeply. He was so distressed that he lost all interest in forging swords. Nevertheless, when Wei Gong activated the Chengying mirror, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. There, emblazoned in the rankings, was his name at the 53rd position of the ascending list. The accompanying description read, Wei Gong, heir to a renowned sword forging lineage, a newly emerged talent, possessing exceptional forging skills, most adept at crafting ordinary iron items. Upon reading this, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Excellent. My clients are on their way. Chapter 7. I may have entered a false ranking list. Although he had ascended the rankings, he was uncertain when clients would arrive. Currently, the Chengying mirror held only a meager amount of currency, and he worried whether it could sustain him through the week. Ever since the Sword Kingdom unified the 13 realms, currency had also been standardized into the Sword Kingdom's exclusive currency, Tian Dao coins. In terms of purchasing power, Tian Dao coins are roughly equivalent to renminbi in modern society. Presently, he had around 300 coins left, and without a source of income, he feared he would soon be left to fend for himself. Moreover, there was a parasite at home. Wei Gong's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting like blades. Jiuyuan, engrossed in watching the Dragon Ball tournament, instinctively felt a chill run down his spine and unconsciously shifted to the side, attempting to slip out the door. Hey, Hua! The burly man turned to look at him. You better return my money quickly, or get out of my sight. I can no longer afford to buy food. Wei Gong's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent rising within him. System, display Hua's data for me. Understood. As his eyes scanned, the system promptly uploaded a segment of data into his mind. The following is the sword immortal data. Name: Hua affiliation, Dark System Realm. 5-fold Enlightenment Realm level. LV 53 combat power, 87. 6 intelligence, 68 life value, 238 soul value, 89 life and soul are attributes. If either is 0, it signifies death, though few can master techniques that directly target the soul. Command. Special skills, unknown divine abilities, unknown essence, 156 chi, 178 divinity, 91. Quite underwhelming. It seems he isn't as weak as I thought. Although Wei Gong's words were audacious, they were not without merit. His own sword immortal data was as follows. Name: Wei Gong affiliation, all systems realm, 9-fold oblivion realm level, LV97 combat power, 487.6 intelligence, 568 life value, 2638 soul value, 3389 command. Not yet activated special skills. Not yet activated divine abilities. Not yet activated essence. 970 chi, 1078 divinity, 916. Every attribute was a perfect domination. Wei Gong had never engaged in combat, nor had he encountered true sword immortals, leaving him unaware of the genuine nature of this world. After all, this era boasted sword immortals in abundance. However, the pursuit of immortality, much like Tai Chi, is easy to begin but difficult to master. Nationwide, fewer than 100 individuals have reached the 9-fold oblivion realm, and those who attain the 10-fold realm are but a handful. As for the Sword Kingdom's foremost sword immortal, they remain at only the 12th realm. Historically, only one individual has truly mastered the 16-fold realm, and that person has long since ascended, no longer residing within the 3 realms. Now one with the light. Thus, it is not that Luohua is utterly worthless. Rather, Wei Gong is simply too formidable, or perhaps the former Wei Gong was simply too exceptional, having achieved the 8-fold enlightenment realm long before his transmigration. Aimi remained completely oblivious to the capabilities of these sword saints. His sole focus fixated on the art of sword forging. As he scrutinized Luohua's data with a cold gaze, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Regardless of the circumstances, this scoundrel had squandered a considerable sum of money, and it would be a disservice to himself not to take action. That a strange smile crept upon Aimi's lips as he slowly rose, preparing to make a move. That moment, Luohua happened to turn around. Here, I'm returning you 1,500. Luohua extracted a stack of bills from the Chengying mirror. Oh, Aimi sheathed his dagger and chuckled. As long as you're repaying me. He extended his hand, accepting the money and counting it. Indeed, it was 1,500, not a cent less. Cold sweat trickled down Luohua's back, yet he finally breathed a sigh of relief as the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Aimi, having received the money, felt a sense of relief as the burdens of life eased, rendering him less irritable. He grinned, satisfied. But where did you get this money? Weren't you short on cash before? Luohua felt the pressure mounting again. His heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I took a break to help someone move bricks. Moving bricks? Aimi regarded him with skepticism, thinking it improbable. Perhaps he had won a duel. Considering he had previously collapsed at Aimi's doorstep, did I end the world of swordsmanship? Clandestine duels often involved wagers, with many brawlers using this to earn a living. However, Aimi eyed him doubtfully. Anyone defeated by Luohua? Well, Aimi chuckled, wondering just how incompetent they must be. All right, I won't pry further, as long as it's not ill-gotten gains. This matter is settled. However, let me make it clear. If you wish to stay here, I shall require a monthly rent of 600, that if you desire meals, add 400 to make it a neat 1,000 for the month. Otherwise, get out. Aimi smiled coldly, his hand resting on his waist. The chill emanating from the dagger was quite comforting. The financial crisis was slightly alleviated, though Aimi remained curious about how Luohua had acquired the funds. Nevertheless, he indeed paid the rent on time the following day. Though Aimi was not accustomed to sharing his living space, this arrangement provided a source of income, so he temporarily acquiesced. About 3 days passed, and while Aimi remained on the leaderboard, he had yet to receive a single order, which made him somewhat anxious. The little fox spirit consoled him, saying, "Don't be disheartened by the lack of customers. Your popularity has increased, hasn't it?" This statement held some truth. His ranking had risen from 0 to 83, accompanied by a few friends' comments. Sounds promising, but alas, I have no need at the moment. Otherwise, I would certainly commission a fruit knife. Aimi winced, letting out a slight grunt. A fruit knife. Selling 1,000 of those would barely break even. The surname of the blacksmith is rather unique. It reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. Forget that. I'm a man, for goodness sake. The blacksmith should provide some physical images. Without pictures, how can one know what to expect? Imi pondered this, finding some merit in the suggestion that he seized Luohua and used the Chengying mirror to capture some images, which he then uploaded to the leaderboard. To be honest, even though Luohua was not particularly skilled, he appeared robust and imposing. After taking the photos, oh dear, the subsequent reviews were a deluge of negativity. Good heavens, is this a sword? It looks more like a spatula, so dark, and that distorted shape. Are you trying to dig out an ant nest? Oh my, I think I just saw a hairpin. Imi grimaced as he removed the images, painstakingly deleting over 9,000 negative reviews. Damn it. Can't you purchase and then review later? Imi felt an unprecedented weight upon him. He had never experienced such turmoil while pursuing clients or seeking the attention of swordsmiths. Furthermore, the little fox spirit began to remind him that his subscription was due. Reluctantly, Imi renewed for another week, yet still no inquiries came. Damn it! He suddenly sat up in bed, a mix of anger and confusion coursing through him as he muttered, I might have entered a fraudulent leaderboard. Chapter 8. A moonless night of murder. No, Imi felt a pang in his heart, having confirmed multiple times that this leaderboard was indeed authorized by the 13 nations. It could not be a fabrication. So why was no one patronizing him? Was it truly his swords that were lacking? This blow felt far more severe than the previous 3 years of neglect, yet Imi possessed a resilient heart, aside from a slight hunger. He could still bear the burden. Regardless, he could not afford to renew again and needed to seek clarification from the little fox spirit. Rising from his bed, he retrieved his Chengying mirror. The little fox spirit was offline. Yet he raised his gaze to the cool moonlight outside. That it was late at night. Who wouldn't he be asleep? Only someone like Imi, tossing and turning, would be up at such an hour, lost in thought. He stood by the window, taking a deep breath. The thick fog hung in the air, its chill biting. A puff of white mist escaped his lips. This world, in many ways, remained a material realm. Not unlike Earth, that it had its winds and mists, the sun rising and setting, and the moon hanging high in the night sky, that if given the chance, Imi would love to explore the moon of this sword realm. Yet, many things remained inexplicable, that he had initially believed that crafting a sword merely required the perfect alloy of carbon steel and exquisite polishing techniques. However, if forged solely in this manner, the end result would be a sharp, lifeless object. What truly captivated one's admiration was the so-called spirit inherent in the sword, that a phenomenon that transcended the physical realm, something beyond Imi's current understanding that a sword required spirit. Through the blacksmith's unique crafting process, it could attain life, resonating with human intent and becoming driven by it. Moreover, this world had developed an entire system of manipulating nature through intent, referred to as immortal techniques, which aligned with the swordsmanship known as sword mastery. Lacking a mentor's guidance, Imi could only rely on the system as assistance, gradually exploring this art, that if he could uncover the fundamental principles behind spirit, perhaps he could unlock an entirely new realm. However, for now, it remained a solitary fantasy. Just as no one before Newton could have fathomed the existence of gravity, presently, in the sword realm, everyone had grown accustomed to the existence of immortal techniques, never contemplating the reasons behind their existence. If scientists in the sword realm, Imi scoffed, almost sighing, I fear I'm overthinking it. I'm merely a humble swordsmith in this world. Just as he was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly darted past outside. Imi recognized him. It was Luohua. Yet, he was perplexed as to where he was headed at such a late hour. The figure whisked by like the wind, a fleeting moment, above the treetops, a soft sound echoed, that in the moonlight, a blade gleamed coldly. On the ground, amidst the underbrush, a flicker of red light appeared. Jiuyuan noticed it, and immediately descended on his sword. Below, a figure had long been waiting for him. Young master, you have arrived? The figure exclaimed upon seeing Luohua. Young master? Imi concealed himself in the shadows, pondering what exactly Luohua was involved in. Jiuyuan smiled, revealing a few crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Imi had never perceived him as so unsavory before. An ominous sense of conspiracy wafted through the air. Meeting at such an hour could only mean one of two things: an undercover agent or a thief. However, judging by Huhua's demeanor, the latter seemed more likely. That Huhua glanced at the man, coldly stating, "You hastily summoned me. Have you found the corpse core?" The man chuckled, a smug expression crossing his face. "I have toiled tirelessly and finally fulfilled my mission, retrieving it from the Master's underground repository." After speaking, he removed a large bundle from his back and placed it on the ground. The package was roughly the size of a person, and as it swayed, the surrounding air turned frigid. Moreover, a faint stench wafted through the air. Imi looked down in silence, his heart filled with confusion. Shitbox, what in the world was that? The system in Imi's mind rolled its eyes dramatically. Corpse core is a grade of sword forging material, but according to records, due to the excessively bloody methods of its refinement, it has long since been classified as forbidden and abolished. Furthermore, swords forged from it carry an overwhelming malice, resulting in significant blood loss with each use. Thus, all existing swords forged from corpse cores have been destroyed, with only 3 cores remaining in the world. One stored in the Radiant Temple of the Heavenly Sword Kingdom, while the whereabouts of the other 2 remain unknown. Upon hearing this, Imi's jaw dropped. If that were the case, this item was indeed a rare treasure. Huhua kicked him in the backside. "You spent a month searching in my father's warehouse, and you still have the audacity to complain? Young master, you have no idea. The matriarch hindered me at every turn. Had I not endured with humility, I may have been killed by her long ago." Huhua turned back, snorting lightly. "Indeed, my stepmother is young and beautiful, yet crafty. Fortunately, we found the corpse core first. Otherwise, if she got her hands on it, the consequences would be dire." The man nodded, recalling the events of the past few days, his heart heavy with sorrow, unable to hold back his tears. "It is of no consequence. Once we have mastered the unparalleled demon sword, we shall return to exact our revenge." The individual nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Have you found the sword forging manual?" "Young master?" Huhua furrowed his brow, sorrow evident in his shake of the head. "It seems he has begun to harbor suspicions about me. We must act swiftly." The other person looked momentarily taken aback. Bewildered. "Have you infiltrated for so long without obtaining the Wei family's sword forging manual?" Upon hearing this, Wei Gong finally comprehended the situation. No wonder the man had fallen right at his doorstep. Refusing to leave, it was all part of a scheme. Jiuyuan nodded. "The Wei family sword forging manual is exquisite. My father, while alive, implored me to locate it. Regrettably, despite my extensive search, I have yet to find this manual. It likely remains in Wei Gong's possession. However, his sudden suspicion of me today has rendered me quite anxious that I fear my identity may be exposed. What shall we do now? If stealing is not an option, we shall have to resort to force." Huhua's eyes gleamed with determination, an aura of intense killing intent radiating from him. And no sooner had he spoken than a palpable wave of murderous energy surged around them. "Who goes there?" A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and a servant beside him collapsed, his body cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Huhua immediately sensed something was amiss. His servant had been loyal to his father for many years, a formidable master of the 7th realm of cultivation. The fact that he was slain with a single blow revealed the adversary's formidable prowess, likely at the late stage of the 9th realm of forgetfulness. As a mere practitioner of the 5th realm, Huhua realized he stood no chance against such a foe. Could it be that the vixen had arrived? His heart raced, and he suddenly felt a rush of wind behind him. Huhua fearfully lifted his gaze, only to see a dark long sword, initially appearing as a mere point, rapidly enlarging. Chapter 9. The corpse core in Wei Gong's memory. This was his first experience with murder. Yet paradoxically, it was not that it was termed the first because it was the first act of killing since his transmigration. However, it was not the first in total, as he had taken many lives prior to his arrival in this world. Those memories were hazy, like a fog lingering in his mind, indistinct and elusive. This familiarity with killing was not foreign to him. Rather, it stirred a hint of excitement. Wei Gong found himself questioning whether he had once been a cold-blooded killer. Yet rather than succumb to inaction, he resolved to take the initiative. With Luohua now dead, a trail of blood remained on the ground. Additionally, a half-human-sized bundle lay nearby, emitting a faint, ghastly green glow under the moonlight. A nauseating odor assaulted his senses as Wei Gong glanced toward the source of this grotesque thing, his heart racing, not from exhilaration, but from fear, laced with a tinge of revulsion. So, this is the corpse core? Wei Gong frowned. Gazing at the hardened mass before him, it resembled a substantial chunk of flesh, or more accurately, a colossal heart, encircled by layers of sinew, pulsating rhythmically. Upon its exposure, the nearby cats had long since fled. If anyone were to witness the scene, they would find Wei Gong seated at the table, grinning foolishly at this bizarre carcass. Such a sight would be more horrifying than any supernatural film. Is this so-called corpse core truly a material for sword forging? Wei Gong pouted, expressing deep skepticism. Indeed, there are 3 sword forging manuals recorded within this system that utilize the corpse core. Show them to me. Following his command, the system promptly retrieved all relevant information. 1. Extermination of the 9 nether sword. Grade, unranked, required materials. Corpse core, celestial grade. Heart of the celestial demon, divine grade. Stone of return, divine grade. Blood of the golden feather, divine grade. Dragon bone, divine grade. Essence of darkness, divine grade. Celestial steel of the sun, divine grade. 2. The unmatched demon sword, grade. Primal divine grade, required materials. Corpse core, celestial grade. Songming iron, celestial grade. Firestone, celestial grade. Blood of the cloud falcon, imperial grade. Dragon yang heavenly chrysanthemum, imperial grade. 3. Soul command sword, grade. Luo Tian, celestial grade. Required materials. Corpse core, celestial grade. Cloud steel, imperial grade. Glass amber, imperial grade. Mysterious cloudwood, supreme grade. Human blood, common grade. Upon seeing the mention of unranked return, Wei Gong's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had encountered a forging manual of such distinction, which was said to exist only once in the entire realm of celestial swords and had since vanished without a trace. It was termed unranked return because at this level, there were no words adequate to describe its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the Great Way originated from the void and would ultimately return to nothingness. Hence the name. However, upon seeing the plethora of divine-grade materials listed below, he quickly dismissed that thought and shifted his focus to the latter 2 options. Glancing once more, he felt a chill surge through him. Very well. It seemed the unmatched demon sword would also be unattainable. The materials he possessed did not exceed the quality of gold and jade, but he examined the 3rd manual, and his eyes brightened. He already had 2 of the 5 required materials, achieving half the necessary components. The system cast him a sidelong glance, rolling its eyes in exasperation. The corpse core and human blood indeed account for half. But what difference does that make? Wei Gong's lips quivered. If you had a body, I could defeat you in an instant. In this day and age, even the system had taken to mocking its master. Unbelievable. Nevertheless, as he scrutinized the remaining materials on the forging manual, his brow knitted tightly. These items were prevalent in the market, yet their prices were exorbitant. For instance, mysterious cloud would cost 800 per pound, and it was common to require several hundred pounds for sword forging. The other 2 materials were similarly exorbitant. Wei Gong pondered for a long while, pursing his lips. It appears I must resort to my last resort. What? What do you intend to do? The system's voice trembled. I shall seek substitutes, as I have done before. If the system had a face, it would surely contort with disbelief. This host was utterly unpredictable previously. His sword forging had also deviated from conventional methods, often resulting in disastrous outcomes. Yet there was one silver lining. His blacksmithing skills had indeed seen a considerable rise, and he had even stumbled upon some cross-grade forging formulas. After much effort, Wei Gong finally gathered 3 items before dawn: black martial steel, glass, and peachwood. Together, these materials weighed over 10 tons, typically stored separately, and a single forging session would nearly deplete them. Explaining the high cost of sword forging. What are you doing? The system quivered, almost ready to howl in despair. If it had the choice, it would likely prefer to eliminate him and find a new host. Black martial steel has sufficient hardness to replace cloud steel. Glass is primarily composed of silicon, similar to the main component of glass amber, thus can serve as a partial substitute for mysterious cloud wood. I suspect its primary purpose is to be reduced to ash for its carbon content. Rather than indulge in such extravagance, peachwood serves as a more economical and practical alternative. What are you saying? The system could tell without scanning that these materials were all of inferior quality. How could they possibly substitute the higher-grade components? It had followed numerous hosts over the years, but had never encountered one as reckless as Wei Gong. However, Wei Gong was not jesting. He began to earnestly proceed with the forging process. The system's mouth twitched. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Wei Gong replied, simultaneously tossing materials into the furnace. Just pouring in the materials consumed a full day of his time. That was indeed a labor-intensive task. But fortunately, he possessed the wind control technique, which eased the burden somewhat, though it drained considerable energy. The furnace was partially buried underground, its interior shaped like a dragon's spine with fire bricks, and it stood about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. Divided into inner and outer sections, prior to refining, the blacksmith would stack materials inside, while fuel was piled outside to generate heat. The outer wall featured numerous openings for temperature control. There were several methods to increase or decrease the heat. Sealing the openings would raise the temperature, while opening them would lower it. At a row of air intakes or blowers was located on one side of the outer wall. Once the refining commenced, the furnace had to be sealed, and air was blown in to ensure ample oxygen, facilitating a rapid increase in temperature. Under the burning charcoal, the flames within the furnace quickly turned a bright yellow. Relying on his experience, Wei Gong estimated that the temperature was suitable before ceasing the airflow. Black martial steel had a relatively high melting point, necessitating the closure of several heat dissipation openings. Approximately an hour later, the impurities in the black martial steel settled at the bottom of the furnace. And when Wei Gong deemed the moment right, he gradually added glass and charcoal. During this period, the blacksmith could not see the actual reactions occurring inside. Wei Gong relied solely on his experience for judgment. After 3 days and nights of refining, he finally removed the furnace, allowing it to cool, revealing a red glowing substance resembling volcanic rock that he expertly selected the portion suitable for sword forging and extracted it. Casting a glance back at the corpse core on the table, he thought it was time to incorporate it in the spirit of experimentation. He hesitated to exhaust it all at once, opting to slice off a piece with a knife. Wei Gong carefully placed the cut piece into an iron box. Then, turning back to the substantial chunk of raw stone weighing several hundred pounds, he grinned maniacally, akin to a mad scientist engrossed in his experiments. Chapter 10. What on earth is X067? Before proceeding with the forging of the corpse core, Amiya had already conducted a thorough study of its casting characteristics through the system. The comparison revealed that the 3 types of sword forging methods indicated that the corpse core could not be smelted with other materials. Instead, it required the new sword to undergo a pleating process, allowing the temperature to decrease before injecting it into the sword through absorption. This signifies that the melting point of the corpse core is considerably lower than that of the other materials. After conducting a small-scale heating test on the corpse core, Amiya could roughly ascertain that its melting point hovers around 150 to 200 degrees Celsius. Over the course of 3 years of idle time and forging, Amiya had crafted a rudimentary yet relatively precise set of testing instruments for his research. One aspect he was particularly concerned about was the biological nature of this so-called corpse core. It pulsates as if it were a conglomeration of muscle cells, merely devoid of metabolic processes. Strangely, upon reaching 100 degrees Celsius, it emits peculiar sounds and gradually transforms into a milky white hue, exuding a bizarre, fishy aroma that tantalizes the senses. Indeed, this odd fragrance provoked Amiya's appetite, reminiscent of simmering ribs. Damn. As this peculiar thought of simmering ribs invaded Amiya's mind, he felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Yet he could not help but lick his lips. Damn it. I am such a pervert. You previously mentioned that the forging of the corpse core is a forbidden technique. How exactly is it crafted? The system paused momentarily before responding. The specific method has yet to be recorded, but it is said to involve immersing numerous corpses in a special solution over many years, allowing them to slowly erode and crystallize. That by continuously adding new corpses, the final crystallization is augmented. Thus, the substantial piece of corpse core you possess would require at least 1,000 human bodies to achieve such an effect. Upon hearing this, Amiya felt an inexplicable twinge in his stomach. Merely envisioning that scene was enough to unsettle him. It seems Hua's father is not a virtuous individual either. Regardless of the source of the corpses, engaging in such a process is undoubtedly immoral. That it is no wonder that in this world, where murder is commonplace, the authorities have deemed this method forbidden. Nonetheless, when it comes to the corpse core, Amiya found himself quite intrigued by the special solution. That he pondered what chemical components could yield such effects. He clicked his tongue at the thought, wishing he could someday visit its origin. However, Amiya had an inkling that this extraordinary substance was likely linked to mental energy spirituality. Many phenomena in this world can no longer be explained by simple physics or chemistry. Otherwise, the notion of flying swords would be inconceivable. Amiya had previously entertained the idea that these celestial swords might contain anti-gravity devices. However, he soon discovered that many of them bore no significant difference from ordinary steel-carbon mixtures shaped in specific forms, the only distinction being that during the forging process, Amiya had to rely on his innate talent to imbue them with spirituality. Yet another exceedingly idealistic forging process. Throughout numerous forging sessions, he often found himself recalling the legend of Ganjiang and Moxie, which required a blood sacrifice to bring forth a divine sword. As the jade steel had been sufficiently hammered and was taking shape, Amiya refocused his mind, preparing to follow the system's instructions to absorb the corpse core. With only one corpse core in hand, he was determined not to ruin a fine sword due to his curiosity, so he adhered to the prescribed amount and absorbed the entire core. The term absorption sounded somewhat peculiar, yet it was indeed the case. Once again, the notion that swords possess life flickered through Amiya's mind. Forge the sword, connect the spectral hand, initiate. Infuse spiritual energy. The system emitted a series of cold, mechanical sounds. That a green luminescence gradually emanated from Amiya's hands, cascading like flowing water and enveloping them. He grasped the corpse core in one hand and the jade steel in the other, bringing them together. The corpse core slowly dissolved, releasing a plume of black mist that was swiftly ensnared by the green light emanating from Amiya's hand, subsequently absorbed into the jade steel. With each absorption, the corpse core diminished slightly. Amiya furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After approximately an hour, the corpse core was finally completely absorbed. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Amiya grinned wickedly, gripping the hammer and beginning to strike rapidly. Forge the sword, shape the superpower, initiate, infuse spiritual energy. The hammer flew through the air as he wielded a heavy hammer in each hand, striking the base steel with such speed that it left behind a flurry of afterimages. In no time, he had shaped it into the preliminary form he desired. After annealing it to a fiery red, Amiya plunged the glowing sword into a water trough for rapid cooling. This process, known as quenching, ultimately determines the quality of a sword. A third of swords perish at this stage. However, after years of training, Amiya had become quite adept. Waves of heat surged from the trough as the sword's blade swiftly transformed into a cool, gleaming surface. That moment, a ding echoed in Amiya's mind. New sword blueprint acquired, yet to be named, designated X067. Grade. Iron source common item. Category, dark. Base attack power. 23. Additional attack power. 43. Defense power. 12. Flight speed. 98. Flight consumption. 1. 2. Durability. 100. Additional skill. Summon zombie 3. Range skill. None. Upon reading this, Amiya felt a chill wash over him. Indeed, forging with low-tier materials resulted in a mere iron source common item, and the dismal attack power was disheartening to behold. Even after polishing, it likely wouldn't improve much. That it seemed he had squandered a fine material. Regrets surged within him, a consequence of impulsiveness. If he had sold the corpse core, it would have fetched a handsome sum. How could this be? He felt a surge of exasperation. Continuing to read, he reached the section on additional skills. Amiya's lips twitched. What in the world is this? Before he could finish, another ding resonated in his mind. System rewards an additional skill. Soul Search. 3-3. Very well. Yet another incomprehensible skill. Congratulations. You have gained 15 experience points. Current blacksmith level. LV31. Experience for next level. 276542. Amiya waited for a moment, but the system remained silent. Is that it? What on earth is Summon Zombie? And what's this soul search along with those accompanying numbers? Summon Zombie is quite literally what it implies. It allows you to transform corpses into zombies to command. Each summon will reduce the number of uses by 1. And after 3 uses, this skill will become unavailable. As for Soul Search, it grants you the ability to search for souls within a radius of 100 kilometers 3 times through mental focus. But it is limited to searching only and cannot interfere with the souls of others. Amiya's eyes nearly bulged from his head, his expression a mixture of despair and incredulity. What do I need a zombie sword for? At that moment, a ding sounded in his mind. X067 has officially been named Zombie Sword. The system has recorded it. Chapter 11. Crossing paths with a young girl amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos. A colossal spaceship lingered within a kaleidoscope of colors. Among the starlight, a vast, bottomless black hole lay concealed, its immense gravitational pull palpable even from over 40 light-years away. Jiuyuan stood in the outer chamber, donning sunglasses, gazing vacantly at the world outside. The brilliance of the stars radiated heat and immense energy, while elsewhere, darkness reigned. She couldn't help but recall the classic Olber's paradox. Why is the night sky on Earth black? This question seemed both naive and profound. It was so commonplace that people had taken the existence of night for granted, forgetting to inquire why if the universe were in a steady state, infinitely vast, and space-time were flat, uniformly populated with luminous bodies, then regardless of where one gazed, the night sky should be infinitely bright due to the light from various stars. Yet, this is not the case. This conundrum led later scientists to recognize several truths. One, that the universe is finite. If its lifespan were sufficiently long, one would witness a bright night. 2, that light travels at a finite speed. 3, that the universe is continuously expanding. Perhaps the universe is not uniform, containing vast amounts of invisible phenomena, such as black holes, dark energy, and dark matter. Perhaps another universe could even be discovered. The team that Jiuyuan belonged to was dedicated to the pursuit of multidimensional parallel universes. When 2 black holes collide, they generate a powerful gravitational field, and scientists believe it is possible to traverse to another spacetime through black holes. Moreover, they theorize that when multiple universes overlap and collide, it triggers a formidable gravitational field, giving rise to entities known as exotic particles. This theory had been posited over 200 years ago in the 21st century, yet due to technological limitations, only now was it feasible to attempt verification. Jiuyuan gazed at the distant black hole, an unmistakable thrill bubbling within her heart. Perhaps she was destined to be the first individual capable of validating the phenomenon of time-space travel. At that very moment, the surrounding space suddenly warped. Strong gravitational fluctuations detected. Target expected to appear ahead of schedule, shouted a middle-aged man aboard the spacecraft. The leader of this mission, Professor Ma Bohai, Zhai's mentor, immediately rushed to the computer, comparing various data sets. Fear not. Computational errors are indeed possible, that if multiple dimensions overlap simultaneously, it may induce temporal disturbances, he reassured the crew. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, their faces betraying their barely contained excitement. Although Ma Bohai shared their tension, he maintained his composure and continued to direct operations. Prepare the warp engine. Await orders for evacuation. Warp engine ready. Standing by for ignition. Experimental target prepared for deployment. Experimental target is now in position. Open the hatch. A precision instrument, enveloped in a sealed pod, was launched into the vastness of space. That if the theory held true, this device could potentially relay information back from another universe by generating gravitational field signals, thus allowing humanity to gain insight into alternate realms. The caveat was that the apparatus must successfully traverse time and space and accurately transmit signals without interference. Our universe has existed for less than 15 billion years, while others may be older or younger, waiting for humanity to explore. Within that distorted space, A tremendous gravitational pull emerged, causing the spacecraft to tremble slightly. Everyone watched as the sealed pod drifted away. Just before it entered the designated trajectory, it abruptly warped and exploded with a massive blast. Damn it! Jiuyuan pounded her fist against the window, aware that this was the culmination of her efforts, her mentors, and the entire team's lifelong work. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance in her lifetime. A plethora of exotic particles detected. Spatial instability suggests a potential collision of major dimensions. Safety is paramount. Prepare for evacuation. Understood? Initiate warp engine and commence ignition. The spacecraft shook violently. Emitting a deafening roar, Bohai cast a sorrowful glance out the window, feeling utterly despondent at that moment. A small escape pod appeared outside the spacecraft, racing towards the distorted space at incredible speed. A collective anxiety gripped the crew. Unsure of what was unfolding, Bohai was the first to react, seizing the communicator and shouting, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" A melodious voice echoed back. "I'm going to validate the dream of my life. Come back. You will die." The escape pod plunged into the warp space and vanished without a trace. "Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao." Jiuyuan heard someone calling her name, a voice that felt both familiar and foreign. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself staring at the face of a middle-aged man. He was clad in Taoist robes reminiscent of those seen only in fantasy games or films, a long sword strapped to his back. "What is happening? Xiao Xiao, listen to me, that I've landed in a grave predicament and am being pursued by Gongjiu. Father will do everything in his power to protect you and ensure your escape. After you flee, seek out the blacksmith named Wei and master his skills. You must bring glory to our family." The Chui clan. The man speaking was none other than Chui Lianxing, who had escaped from the Gong family. He had narrowly evaded death, only to be pursued by assassins dispatched by Gongjiu. Chui Lianxing was merely at the 5th level of enlightenment. While he was a formidable adversary at the 8th level, he clearly stood no chance, but prioritized his daughter's safety above all else. Returning against all odds, he gazed down at his young daughter. A wave of affection washed over him. "Xiao Xiao, your father loves you dearly." Having spoken these words, he performed a technique of wind manipulation. Jiuyuan was immediately lifted into the air, soaring into the distance. This defies logic, she instinctively thought, bewildered by the absence of any tangible support beneath her, and yet finding herself in motion along a fixed trajectory. Where did this force originate? Where did the energy come from? Overwhelmed with confusion, she attempted to stand, only to discover her perspective had drastically lowered. "Have I traversed dimensions?" She looked down at her pudgy little hands, which were not at all as she had envisioned that moment. A sharp pain surged through her mind as memories flooded back. The past inscribed within this body, Chui Xiao Xiao, age 4, began to unfold. Merging with her original experiences and knowledge, panic-stricken, she turned her head to glimpse her father, one last time, but her flight was so rapid that he soon faded from view. I raised his head. Inhaling the faint scent of blood in the air, feeling an inexplicable sense of elation. The courtyard was strewn with lifeless bodies. As per Gongjiu's orders, he had eradicated the entire Chui family. All 13 members, alas. One remained unaccounted for. Furrowing her brow, she withdrew the sword from Chui Lianxing's chest, then, with her left hand, grasped the cloth to wipe away the bloodstains. "No matter where you go, I will find you." She extended her tongue to taste the metallic tang of blood on the blade, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. Parting her rosy lips, she whispered 2 chilling words. "Eliminate them." Chapter 12. Betrayed. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. Zombie sword. This curse system. I merely intended to make a casual remark, yet it was dubbed with such a ghastly name. At least provide me with some forewarning. I could have conjured a name that would take the world by storm. Not to mention the sheer frightfulness of the title. He glanced down at the long sword in his hand, a chill creeping up his spine, his stomach churning. The air was thick with the scent of blood. This sword was not the typical pitch-black hue, but instead glimmered with a cold light, a faint greenish glow flowing within that if one did not scrutinize it closely, one might mistake it for a fine weapon. At least not an ordinary iron product. Yet could such a sinister object find a buyer? However, to keep it for personal use, contemplating its accompanying skill, Wei Gong felt a twinge of dread. Why must it be an ordinary iron product? He bellowed, but alas, the system paid him no heed. Once a corpse core has been refined, returning it to its original state is exceedingly difficult. Its inherent traits cannot be guaranteed to persist. Indeed, it would be fair to say they certainly would not persist, that he had learned from the system that there was not a single sword forged from a corpse core in the entire realm of fantasy. Many high-grade materials are one-time use, which is why swords of a celestial grade and above are so rare and command exorbitant prices. Wei Gong furrowed his brow. Having never sold a sword before, he possessed no capability to deal with this one, that he opened the Chengying mirror to examine it, and snapped a picture to list it in the Source of Swords. The Source of Swords functions similarly to platforms like Taobao or JD.com. Its backend is operated by the top financial conglomerates of the 13 nations, ensuring credibility and transaction volume. Unfortunately, someone like Wei Gong, who could go a millennium without any inquiries, faced a rather grim fate. Most individuals first check the rankings. Even for products of similar price and quality, they would choose the one listed higher. Wei Gong surmised that this zombie sword would likely remain unsold, arbitrarily listing it at cost price before setting it aside for now. Wei Gong had a more pressing matter at hand. He needed to consult the Little Fox Spirit to clarify why he had ascended the newcomer Rising Stars list without any benefit. After searching, he found that the Little Fox Spirit was still online. Little Fox Spirit. The other party paused, glancing at him with a smile. Are you looking to renew your subscription, dear? Your 53rd position will expire this week. No. I have a question to ask. Upon hearing Wei Gong's refusal to renew, the Little Fox Spirit's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting to one of displeasure. Adhering to her professional spirit, she maintained her composure and asked, if the 53rd position is too costly, why not consider the 81st position? It might better suit users with lesser purchasing power and align more closely with your selling price. Wei Gong frowned, quickly cutting her off. I merely wish to inquire why I have been on the list for 2 weeks without a single user showing interest in purchasing my swords. The Little Fox Spirit's smile faltered, her expression awkward yet impatient. She retracted her smile, adopting an air of superiority as she disdainfully replied, Master, how can you be like this? Why not first reflect on your own shortcomings instead of blaming others? Wei Gong's brow twitched. If not for the fact that he couldn't crawl through the internet cable, he might have knocked her out in a heartbeat, in truth. The swords Wei Gong crafted were largely constrained by the materials and sword patterns, lacking in aesthetics compared to similar products, but their practicality far surpassed them. That fellow next door, Luo Dihong, who ranks behind me, has already sold 2 swords, and his swords are even uglier than mine. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, there must be at least a couple of clients on the leaderboard who would be interested in learning more, right? The Little Fox Fairy's lips twitched slightly, her entire countenance radiating displeasure. She abruptly abandoned her previously charming and amiable demeanor, turning as swiftly as one would flip a page in a book. Do you truly believe that Luohua can sell his wares? He merely spent his own money to purchase his own swords, clinging to his pride. You 2 fools are simply wasting my time. Before she could finish her tirade, a man's voice resonated from within the Chengying mirror. Emilia, though not paying close attention, could sense the anger emanating from the speaker. Clearly, this individual was her superior, fearing that the Little Fox Fairy might divulge secrets, hence their intervention. Startled, the Little Fox Fairy recognized her misstep and quickly adjusted her demeanor. Offering a forced smile, I apologize, but the matter you inquired about falls outside my purview, that if you lack the intent to purchase a position on the leaderboard, I must regrettably take my leave. Her silhouette flickered and gradually vanished from the Chengying mirror. Just before the connection severed, Emilia caught a glimpse of her mouthing a silent phrase directed to the side. Ultimately, he could vaguely discern from her lip movements that she uttered, "Garbage blacksmith." Scoundrel. Emilia clenched his fists, delivering a forceful blow to the wall. Yet in the midst of his fury, he grasped a fundamental truth. Anger would not resolve anything. He needed to regain his composure. Upon noticing that the Little Fox Fairy's name had vanished from the Chengying mirror, he surmised that he had likely been blocked. Nevertheless, she spoke a truth. A down-and-out blacksmith like Emilia, bereft of power, wealth, or reputation, posed no threat to her. Furthermore, the likelihood of him locating her was non-existent. Any thoughts of revenge were futile. In this era, finding an individual in a short span of time was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unlike the present day, where one could engage in human flesh searches. Even if Emiya were to attempt such a search, he would require a broad base of public support. Emiya resolved to consult with Luohua first, for they could not allow themselves to be swindled out of so much money without consequence. The mere thought of having invested nearly all his possessions into this venture caused a pang of anguish to surge within him. Upon locating Luohua, Emiya found him sitting disheveled on the stone steps outside his home. Observing the man's despondent demeanor inexplicably lifted Emiya's spirits. After all, misery loves company. As long as someone else was suffering more, the world seemed a tad brighter. Emiya? Luohua lifted his head, his face a portrait of despair. Emiya, my dear, I am utterly miserable. Emiya's lips twitched. If you call me dear one more time, I swear I will end you. However, adhering to the spirit of camaraderie, he consoled him. Fear not, for your misfortunes are not a new occurrence. One grows accustomed to hardship. Today's troubles are inconsequential, for greater calamities await in the future. Having spent considerable time with Emiya, Luohua had grown accustomed to his peculiar phrases that he understood the meaning behind down and out. Aye, Luohua's face flushed with a mix of anger and sadness. Ultimately, he bowed his head, choosing sorrow. You heartless wretch, I extended my goodwill to assist you, and you come here to mock me. Emiya inwardly mused. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude for your misguided kindness. Without it, I would not have fallen into this trap. Now, thousands of coins have vanished, and I shall be left to face the bitter winds of the northwest. Luohua sighed. You cannot fathom the depths of my misfortune. Recently, I acquired a batch of illicit goods, and just as they flowed from the black market, they were seized and I invested my entire fortune in purchasing this cargo, and now it is all gone. Emiya clasped his hands behind his back, refraining from further comment. Guilt and fear surged within him that he felt remorse for this fool who was on the brink of financial ruin, and he recognized that reveling in his misfortune was rather inhumane. The fear stemmed from the thought that if he were to engage in the illicit trade of corpses, would he meet a similar fate? Chapter 13, Soul Search. Activate. As Emiya pondered this, he suddenly recalled that he had hung the zombie sword on display upon his arrival. Alarmed, he quickly retrieved the Qian mirror to check. Thankfully, as an inept failure, there were no buyers clamoring for it. He hastily took the zombie sword down that a sigh of relief escaped Emiya, observing Luohua's peculiar expression. He could not help but inquire. What brings you here? I came to see your downfall. No, I came to discuss the leaderboard issue with you. Oh! Luohua nodded, his spirits notably low. I'm sorry. I brought you trouble. Emiya's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Luohua wore a penitent expression, exhaling a heavy sigh. To speak plainly, this leaderboard is merely a scheme devised by certain low-end tycoons from the 13 nations to swindle blacksmiths out of their money. If one had any real talent, they would not need to appear on this sham leaderboard. In truth, this platform has virtually no genuine users. At most, there are a few gullible individuals who have been lured into it. Thus, although we find ourselves on the list, it is unlikely that we can sell any swords. The comments left by users are from hired hands to inflate popularity that I only learned of this insidious truth later. It was an unintentional mistake to drag you into this. A profane exclamation arose within Emiya. His expression darkened as he realized that Luohua had been aware all along. So, the individuals who paid to be listed have ironically become victims? Luohua nodded. But what can we do? I sought to confront them previously. Yet the little fox fairy claimed that if one were not greedy, they would not fall for such tricks that we are left to endure our misfortune in silence. Greedy? Emiya erupted, rising to his feet in fury. This is nothing more than a blatant deception of consumers. No! We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Luohua was taken aback by Emiya's furious expression. But, amidst this vast sea of people, how can you possibly track them down? Emiya contemplated for a moment before asking, how did you first come to know the little fox fairy? Emiya recalled the zombie sword he had forged the previous day and decided to utilize it himself, that he remembered that it possessed an additional skill, aptly named Soul search, though its search radius was limited to 100 kilometers. Confirming the city where the little fox fairy resided should suffice to locate her. Luohua provided a crucial piece of information regarding her whereabouts, the capital of the Chengying kingdom, Feiji. Although Luohua had merely heard it from others, it seemed plausible. The capital, Feiji, was one of the largest cultural and commercial centers among the 13 nations, making the dissemination of information more convenient. Moreover, judging by the leaderboard, it was indeed true that there were more blacksmiths from the Chengying kingdom. Aligning with the principle of information propagation, the city that first promoted the idea would naturally attract the most audience. The long wind howled, lifting the hems of their robes above the clouds. Two rays of sword light swiftly streaked across the sky, resembling twin meteors. Emiya stood upon the sword's edge, his expression dark and brooding, as if he might weep that a cold iron longsword hung at his waist. A strange green light subtly emanating from its sheath. Even confined within the scabbard, the malevolent aura radiating from the sword was enough to send chills down one's spine. After flying for a while, Luohua, trembling with trepidation, spoke, "Emiya, we cannot contend with them. Perhaps we should just let it go. Let it go." Emiya shot him a fierce glare. "We cannot allow them to escape so easily." Meanwhile, within a secluded building in Feiji, the little fox fairy was engaged in a conversation with her superior, who had just reprimanded her. Opposite her sat a man clad in a long green robe, lounging in a chair with his legs crossed. Observing her intently, the little fox fairy offered an awkward smile, waving her hand dismissively as she chuckled. "Rest assured, they won't be able to find us. It is wise to exercise caution. Should the higher-ups discover that due to your words they have lost their source of income, you can imagine the consequences." The little fox fairy trembled at the thought, unable to fathom such a scenario. "Do you really think this so-called Emiya, the pathetic blacksmith, possesses the capability to stir up trouble? I could crush him with a mere finger without needing higher-ups to intervene." The man cast a glance at her, his ire diminishing slightly. Rising from his seat, he summoned a sword from the corner, which immediately soared into his grasp. "Very well, I shall take my leave. The remaining matters are yours to handle. Han Shang, aren't you joining me for dinner?" The little fox fairy stood, pressing her fair thighs against him. The man glanced down, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Yet he quickly shook his head, pushing her away. "No, I prefer dining with women, that if you have time to spare, perhaps you should attend to your grooming to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities." "How rude," the little fox fairy pouted, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze after he departed. Just before closing the door, he turned back. "Oh, and keep a close watch here. If anything arises, inform me immediately." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving the room enveloped in silence, vacant save for the little fox fairy. She confidently seated herself in the chair, picking up a file to meticulously groom her nails, that a cold huff escaped her lips as she glanced at the Qianquan mirror. Han Shang is being overly cautious. There is no need for such paranoia. Just as she uttered these words, an inexplicable sensation coursed through her, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. Soul search, activate. Emiya stood atop the dragon-shaped mountain behind the royal city of Ruler, wielding the zombie sword in his hand, with a flick of his wrist against the wind. A myriad of blue lights suddenly converged. The territory of Feiji spans approximately 9,000 square kilometers, with the royal city of Ruler at its heart. From this vantage point, it nearly encompasses the entirety of Feiji. Emiya, perhaps we should retreat sooner rather than later. If we are discovered by the guards of the royal city, it won't be a trivial matter, Luohua stammered, glancing nervously around. Although this dragon-shaped mountain is not as secure as within the royal city, patrolling guards are still a concern. However, Emiya paid him no mind, focusing intently on the task at hand. As the skills of the zombie sword activated, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged along the length of the sword he held. With a resonating hum, a colossal chessboard materialized within Emiya's mind, illuminating the entire capital city in his consciousness. Creatures within a 100-kilometer radius transformed into twinkling starlights, vividly displayed in his mind. This scene was unprecedented for him, akin to the 3D imagery seen in science fiction films. Yet he had no time to ponder, as the essence within him was depleting rapidly. Soul Search consumes essence at a rate of 50 points per second. Remaining essence, 959-1025. The exorbitant consumption of this broken sword skills was entirely unexpected for Amiya, that he dared not be careless and swiftly closed his eyes to concentrate. Target search, Little Fox Fairy. Amiya's intent spread like a vast net, enveloping every soul figure on the chessboard, that a cerulean radiance emanated from the blade of his sword, expanding to over 3 meters in length, leaving Luo Dido Agape unable to utter a word. What kind of trick is this? After about 10 seconds, Amiya suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them, retracting inward. I found her. A peculiar smile crept across Amiya's lips. Luo Dido, frightened, stepped back, gazing at him as if he were a monstrous apparition rising from the depths of hell. Chapter 14. I have a zombie fan. The sensation was eerily strange. Just as Little Fox Fairy was about to change her attire, the lights in the room flickered ominously. Who? Her piercing voice echoed through the night. Yet there was no one around. Perhaps the exhaustion from her recent endeavors had rendered her body weak, leading to this hallucination. Little Fox Fairy chuckled softly, shaking her head, thinking she ought to find a hot spring to relax in tonight. As her heart settled slightly, she extended her hand. Voice change technique, scatter. She cleared her throat, and her previously delicate feminine voice transformed into that of a crisp young boy. Little Fox Fairy's fair and tender hands grazed her chest as she slowly began to remove her clothing. In the darkness, a sound of swallowing echoed ominously. Who? Little Fox Fairy raised her head cautiously. Luo Dido hurriedly concealed himself. Shoo! Amiya shot him a sideways glance and delivered a sharp rap to his head. Do you want to expose us? His face flushed red. He awkwardly chuckled. Apologies, seeing my goddess undress has me a bit too excited. Amiya remained silent, pondering whether Little Fox Fairy was truly female based on her voice alone, that he feared that when Luo Dido learned the truth, tears would surely fall. System, scan the data of Little Fox Fairy's sword fairy attributes for me. Yes, master. Name, Little Fox Fairy. Default name, true name unknown. Affiliation, Fire Element Realm. 5th stage of Enlightenment level. LV 51 combat power, 85. 4 intelligence, 78 health. 240 soul value, 199 special skills. Unknown divine powers, unknown essence, 156 chi, 168 divinity. 87. She appears rather weak. Should I rush out to confront her, making her kneel and pleading for mercy before I reclaim my funds? Or should I eliminate her first, and then seize back the money she has swindled? Just then, a smile crept across Amiya's lips as another thought emerged in his mind, that he produced the Chengying mirror, adjusting the zoom to focus on Little Fox Fairy's location. What are you planning to do? Luo Dido exclaimed, swallowing hard. Capturing evidence. Invasion of privacy is unethical. Luo Dido's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. However, considering our aim to unveil the grotesque facade of this nefarious organization, go ahead and film. Amiya internally scorned him for his self-righteousness, as if he were a paragon of virtue, when in truth he merely desired to watch another undress. Little Fox Fairy's expression shifted to one of confusion, her heart racing furiously. They were in a location adjacent to the graveyard. It was plausible that something unclean might lurk nearby. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the window to emit a terrifying creaking sound, akin to a ghostly wail. Little Fox Fairy froze momentarily before hastily reaching to shut the window. Amiya and Luo Dido tensed, quickly crouching down. Fortunately, Little Fox Fairy did not notice them. She struggled to close the window, which stubbornly resisted her efforts, creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse. This window had been broken for quite some time. Otherwise, she would not have risked being seen while changing here. However, given that the back mountain was a cemetery, there were seldom any passers-by, so she had previously paid it little mind. Yet today, the eerie sounds heightened her sense of dread. Little Fox Fairy feared that if she exerted too much force, the window might indeed fall apart, exacerbating her predicament. Reluctantly, she had to abandon the effort. Eager to leave this place, she quickened her movements. Discarding her garments, the pink dress fell to the ground, followed by her sheer, flimsy undergarments. Oh no! Luo Dido felt his world crumble as he beheld little fox fairy's flat chest and the protruding features of her lower body. It was truly a sight for sore eyes. Amiya sighed. How could this be? Luo Dido, despairing, covered his forehead with his hand. Heavens, how could this happen? Never mind. Once we return, we will expose her masquerade. No, I must eliminate her. Luo Dido sprang to his feet, preparing to charge through the window. Amiya promptly restrained him. Your impulsiveness will ruin my plans. Did we not come here to exact revenge? Luo Dido declared fiercely. She deceived my feelings. There is no way I can forgive her. Oh! So swindling your money is inconsequential. Amiya could not fathom his thoughts. After all, it was merely a matter of an idol changing gender, and yet he was so agitated he chuckled. Rest assured, I will not let her enjoy herself. Two beams of sword light sliced through the air, leaving behind slender trails of wind. Amiya stood upon his sword, glancing with satisfaction at the reflection in the Chengying mirror, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Luo Dido regarded him as though he were a fool. Did you not come here to demand money? Why the sudden change of heart? Amiya turned back to him. You do not understand. I intend to ruin their reputations. Do you believe that merely exposing little fox fairy's disguise will suffice to ruin their reputations? Luo Dido was skeptical. You do not comprehend the power of public opinion. 3 people can create a tiger. In modern society, when news reports an event, if one is unaware of the truth, they may easily accept the narrative presented. Then why did you not directly confront them earlier about the false rankings? Amiya regarded him as one with a simpleton, gliding closer on his sword before delivering a firm knock to his head. Are you foolish? Before, we had no evidence. Just the 2 of us being dismissed. Why would anyone believe us? Then why is it acceptable for you to film little fox fairies? That is known as reductio ad absurdum. Amiya chuckled slyly. A theory as solid as iron is not easily shattered. However, if even a minor flaw appears, others will doubt the entire matter's authenticity. Known as the amplification effect, the ancients often said, from the small, one can discern the great, which is precisely this principle. Moreover, we are merely using it to establish a fact. Luo Dido was left utterly bewildered, staring wide-eyed, unable to grasp his words. You will not understand. You need not understand. Amiya grinned mischievously. You will know in due time. Upon returning, Amiya meticulously pondered the entire plan repeatedly. After considerable thought, he realized he needed an alias to protect himself in case of pursuit. Additionally, there was another matter he was eager to verify. Zombies as the soil and stones crumbled outward. A decayed hand emerged from the grave. The stench of the corpse wafted through the air, prompting Amiya to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve. In the next moment, the creature sprang forth that a dark figure landed lightly on the ground, clad in vibrant clothing, with white hair cascading down their back, though other parts of their body were already beginning to rot. A zombie it turned to face Amiya directly. What commands does my master have? Chapter 15. The majesty of kings, unrivaled among the 5 mountains. Upon seeing it, Amiya felt no fear. Rather, a faint excitement bubbled within him. This matter is utterly unfathomable. A form suspended between life and death stands vividly before you. However, one must first clearly define what constitutes life and what constitutes death. That in the eyes of Amiya, a person is deemed dead when the vital signs of the body are lost and permanently cease to exist, transforming into an entity devoid of life characteristics. Conversely, survival defines the state of being alive. Yet, when it comes to zombies, it is exceedingly challenging to delineate whether they are alive or dead. After all, they are a transformation from a state of death. This individual, regardless of their past, has experienced death. Nonetheless, to assert that they are truly dead seems contradictory, for this body, aside from lacking metabolic processes, can walk, jump, and engage in rudimentary speech, resembling a living being. Conversely, if one were to argue that they are still alive, the emanating stench of decay, the cessation of the heartbeat, and the loss of sensory perception all serve to classify them as lifeless. Amiya finds himself enveloped in confusion, unable to articulate the nature of this existence. Perhaps the most fitting definition for zombies is that they embody a state of neither life nor death. I wish to know your name. Emiya stated coldly. Wang Yu, came the response, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Simultaneously, a bear man jolted awake from his slumber, sitting upright, his muscular torso exposed to the air. Glistening with sweat, did a soft, tinkling sound emerge from beside him, and a delicate, smooth hand glided up his back that a stunning woman clung to him, pressing her skin against his. What is it? He glanced back at the alluring woman, a sense of bewilderment clouding his mind. I believe I dreamt of my deceased father. Oh, silly Sikong, you are always so paranoid, she chided playfully, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a smile. Do not worry, since he has already passed. He poses no threat to us. The woman wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, preparing to bestow a tender kiss. Sikong lowered his head and lightly brushed his lips against hers. I cannot. I still feel somewhat anxious that I need to find something to look at. After speaking, he retrieved the Chengying mirror from the bedside table and activated the screen. With a flick of his mind, relevant information gradually materialized within the mirror. Just then, Sitsong's body trembled violently. The woman lying beside him sensed something amiss and climbed out of bed. What is it, my dear? She asked, leaning down. Sikong's body was slick with cold sweat. His skin covered in goosebumps, and he trembled, causing the entire bed to shake. Sikong turned his pale face back, his voice trembling. He seemed to have suddenly appeared in the family information column. Oh, the woman frowned. It's the middle of the night. Please do not frighten me, darling. I mean my father. Wang Yu. What? Now it was her turn to be utterly terrified. Emiya regarded the Chengying mirror held by the zombie before him, his face alight with astonishment. The Chengying mirror could be considered one of the greatest inventions within this realm of sword immortals, simple yet powerful, and easily portable. More importantly, its account security is top-notch, since it operates via mental control. Even if your Chengying mirror is lost or you encounter a robber, personal harm would not lead to financial loss. Moreover, any Chengying mirror can automatically identify the consciousness of the current user for account login. Just moments ago, Emiya had facilitated Wang Yu's login to his account, and indeed, it was so. Emiya felt a sense of admiration swell within him, prompting him to reevaluate a profoundly intricate philosophical question. Does a human truly possess a soul? And is the soul bound to the body? Before acquiring the zombie sword, he had never believed in the existence of souls, regardless of how peculiar this world might be. Death was death. And ghosts were mere fabrications that he had always interpreted the operational principle of the Chengying mirror as a means of recognizing brainwaves, akin to identifying fingerprints. However, after obtaining the zombie sword, his perspective was irrevocably altered. The skill of soul search allowed him to perceive the golden light within each sentient being. They were astonishingly remarkable, leaving him in awe, much like a humble ant gazing into the vast cosmos. It could no longer be simply explained through thermal radiation or brainwaves. The term soul, utilized by the system, seemed a more fitting descriptor. Yet Emiya still pondered whether the soul dissipates upon the death of the body. When Wang Yu was able to log into his account, Emiya felt an overwhelming shock. He was nearly convinced that the soul was indeed bound to the body, as Wang Yu's existence confirmed this notion. Yet, when he employed the soul search to probe Wang Yu, he was met with a staggering revelation. Within the body of this zombie was only a faint, drifting light, which, according to the system, could only be described as a shattered remnant. This indicated that the soul perishes alongside the decay of the corpse. That this body had likely died not long ago. It retained a vestige of its essence. Emiya could not help but feel a twinge of relief. Had he summoned this being a moment later, would it have been reduced to a mere shell? Moreover, current indications suggested that its soul was gradually fading. That if energy is conserved, and the soul is a form of energy, one wonders what it might transform into and where it might go. Emiya shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. There was another pressing matter to attend to. That he maneuvered behind Wang Yu, examining the account information, his expression tinged with disappointment. Name: Wang Yu. Former patriarch of the Wantong family, Tianya Nation. Assets: 0. The name Wantong family from Tianya Nation struck a familiar chord. Had Emiya known that he was the former patriarch of the world's leading financial conglomerate, he would have been utterly astonished. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that Wang Yu might possess some wealth, but reality proved otherwise. Nonetheless, that was of little concern. What Emiya needed was merely his account. The peculiar individuals from the 13 Nations Spirit Power Supervisory Council were relentless in their pursuit of accounts. Lacking this disguise, he would surely find himself pursued in no time. Emiya commanded Wang Yu, through the Chengying mirror, to disseminate a message. The newcomer ascension list of the Zhuxian is the grandest of lies. He eloquently described how the puppeteers behind this list exploited false identities to swindle novice swordsmiths out of their fortunes, according to his investigation. Over 1,000 individuals had fallen victim to this scheme, with losses amounting to millions. The daily price for the top spot had already skyrocketed to 200,000. Lastly, and most importantly, he attached a video of the little fox fairy disrobing. The annotation read, "All personnel connected are fraudulent. Does this world still hold any credibility?" Emiya reviewed the message several times, correcting a few typographical errors, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his eloquence was commendable. No wonder he was a youth from another world. Having completed this task, Emiya leisurely returned to his room. Everything was in place. All that remained was for time to take its course. There would be a fermentation process. Emiya glanced at the zombie in his home before collapsing onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Bad news travels far. During the time Emiya succumbed to sleep, the video he had placed in the Chengying mirror began its ascent from an initial view count of 0, gradually fluctuating to 1, then steadily increasing. 3 hours later, the number surged to 112, 312. Over 1,000 years ago, the world adopted a decimal system thanks to a super mathematician named Yuchang, whose efforts propelled advancements in astronomy, calendrical systems, and mathematics. Yuchang came to be revered as the emperor of calculation, honored in the temples of the 13 nations. However, his accomplishments in swordsmanship were dismal. He never surpassed the 8th level of enlightenment and passed away prematurely at the age of 50. Before his demise, his final contribution to the world was the establishment of 2 significant institutions in the Tianya nation: the Spirit Power Supervisory Council and the Soul Research and Manufacturing Bureau, which paved the way for the Chengying mirror, the most remarkable invention. 3 centuries later, the IT was Yuchang's outstanding contributions that laid the foundation for the Tianya nation's conquest of the other 12 nations, rendering them vassal states and ushering in a new era of peace. Regarding this great man, Emiya had long harbored suspicions. Was it not blatantly obvious? Yuchang, when reversed, reads as "I have traversed." The inhabitants of the sword immortal world may not perceive it, but Emiya sees clearly. The influx of English letters, Arabic numerals, codes, and various modern terminologies all indicate that this Yuchang, like him, hailed from the modern era. Alas, this scoundrel died too early. Otherwise, he would not have been so lonely. Emiya felt a sense of regret that although Yuchang could bring forth so much scientific knowledge, he ultimately could not escape the path of the soul system. The changes that transpired are truly unfathomable. There are moments when Emiya even doubts whether the system he possesses was also created by Yuchang, that if possible, he would dearly love to explore the Soul Research and Manufacturing Bureau. Emiya was immersed in his dreams, tossing and turning. The viewership of the video fluctuated, reaching 167,934. If Emiya were to initiate a soul search, he would hear various voices from this world, as many individuals engage in discussions about a common topic. What is this? The rising stars of Zhuxian? What is it? It must be a scam. Of course, it's a scam. The person behind it is just a man disguised as a woman. How could it possibly be real? So, is the original a man or a woman? Originally a man, pretending to be a woman to swindle money. How disgusting. Such people deserve to be exposed. Indeed, deceiving others for money. Thankfully, I found out early. Otherwise, I would have considered purchasing a ranking for fun. Save me 500,000. There are too many fakes nowadays. Spending money has become perilous. Yes, even the leaderboard certified by the 13 nations is unreliable now. In every era, malicious acts spread the fastest, perhaps due to humanity's inherent schadenfreude. However, all of this remained unknown to Emiya. Meanwhile, within a prestigious sword-forging family in the kingdom of Chengying. My heavens! Jiuyuan suddenly sat up in bed, startling his brother beside him. Jiuyuan, what are you making such a racket about so late? Elder brother, come quickly and take a look. What is it? Jiuyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, puzzled, and then climbed onto his brother's bed. Half believing, he took the Chengying mirror from Jiuyuan's hands. What the hell? The Rising Stars of Zhuxian, a grand deception that he read through it step by step, and when he reached the segment displaying the undressing footage, he was utterly taken aback. Jiuyuan rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. Yet the footage lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Elder brother, isn't this the little fox spirit you adore? It turns out, Jiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. What else is there to say? Jiuyuan looked up, glaring at him with a heavy heart. By the way, how much did we spend to enter this ranking? Upon uttering this, Jiuyuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Although he was not infatuated with the little fox spirit, the two brothers had indeed invested a considerable amount to restore their family's reputation, dreaming of a day when they would rise again. Now, with their dreams shattered, they felt as if their hearts were being torn apart. Jiuyuan's lips twitched as he muttered, I think we spent at least 100,000, right? What? Jiuyuan gasped in horror. He clenched his fists and struck the wall with a punch. Damn little fox spirit. No, damn the rising stars of Zhuxian. We must seek justice. Before dawn, in the imperial city of the kingdom of Chengying, within the luxurious estate of Biqui Mountain, a middle-aged man was roused from his slumber by someone calling for him. Standing before the bed was a tall, dark figure. This person was the one who had shared a room with the little fox spirit on that fateful day, responsible for the daily operations of the rising stars of Zhuxian. The middle-aged man shot him a furious glance and coldly remarked, Do you have any idea that if you enter my room without knocking again, I will have you pierced to death? The man flashed a slight smile and bowed respectfully. My apologies, I did knock, but you were in such a deep sleep that I entered. After saying this, he raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, by the way, I must remind you that the reason you woke is due to the awakening spell I cast upon you. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback, quickly touching his forehead. Indeed, he felt a damp purple mark there that moment. He felt a scorching sensation on his face, akin to receiving a slap, but he never expected this person to possess such high capabilities. If it came to a confrontation, he feared he might not be his opponent. However, being a man of the world, he recognized that since he was unharmed, it was unwise to pursue the matter. Given that this person had come to his room at such a late hour, it must be of great importance. Glancing at the clock beside him, he exclaimed, It's only 4 a.m. The middle-aged man, with a grim expression, sat up, leaning against the wall, and coldly stared at the shadow. Jiuyuan, what on earth has happened that compelled you to disturb me at such an hour? Jiuyuan smiled and bowed again. Forgive me, but there is a matter that must be communicated at once. Otherwise, when others arrive, it will not be me, but the heads of the other 12 nations. What? Please, master, take a look at this, and you will understand. Jiuyuan handed over the Chengying mirror. The middle-aged man glanced at it, his expression turning grim. Who is the scoundrel behind this? Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes caught sight of the view count, nearly causing him to faint. 200,000. The entire kingdom of Chengying has only about 20 million people, and combined with the 13 nations, barely over 100 million. Where did 200,000 viewers come from in one night? Indeed, master, if this trend continues, by noon tomorrow, the viewership will likely exceed 500,000. The middle-aged man was engulfed in a cloud of despair, feeling his temples throb painfully. But the entire group of new swordsmiths on the list consists of barely 3,000 individuals. Many are simply here for the spectacle. Jiuyuan hesitated, as if he wanted to say more. Moreover, the individual spreading this news, the middle-aged man's face turned crimson with anger. Rubbing his forehead, he exploded. Who cares who it is? Just tell them to shut up. Jiuyuan grimaced, his expression turning bitter, furrowing his brow in disbelief. That person is Wang Yu, the former patriarch of the Wantong family from the kingdom of Tianya. What? The middle-aged man's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. Chapter 17. A bloodbath triggered by a zombie this night was fraught with odd occurrences, especially this last piece of news. Had it not been witnessed with his own eyes, it would have been utterly ridiculous. A dead person. How could they possibly rise from the grave and upload a video using the Chengying mirror? The middle-aged man found it hard to believe, taking a long time to regain his composure. You must be mistaken? It's absolutely true. I have already contacted the Spirit Energy Supervisory Committee to investigate and discovered that the individual who uploaded the message is indeed Wang Yu. Surely the Wanong family wouldn't stoop so low. The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy as he cursed under his breath. That newly appointed brat has a wicked mind. He has a penchant for stabbing people in the back. Jiuyuan paused for a moment, then interjected, but what benefit would he gain from such actions? After all, the Wanong family is also involved in this leaderboard endeavor. Who knows, his father wouldn't resurrect just to oppose us, would he? At that moment, the figure of his personal steward appeared at the door. Master, the bosses from the 12 nations have sent word, demanding your presence at a meeting. Damn it, how did these bastards find out so quickly? On the other side, beyond the borders of the kingdom of Jian, an elderly man with graying hair donned a robe and sat coldly in a chair. This man, Zhuxian, was one of the investors in the rising stars of Zhuxian. The Chengying mirror on the table projected the images of the remaining 11 individuals into the room. Thanks to the Chengying mirror, the world of Chengying had achieved holographic meetings, allowing these dignitaries to conduct important discussions without leaving their homes. Only exceptionally critical confidential meetings were held face-to-face, which, given the time and effort involved, were now rarely conducted. Zhuxian surveyed the room, snorting derisively. When the old man proposed this leaderboard, I foresaw this day would come. The officials from the National Supervisory Committee are also blinded by greed, agreeing to this proposal. The rising stars of Zhuxian, while touted as an authoritative ranking certified by the 13 nations, had minimal costs associated with it. To the officials of the National Supervisory Committee, it was merely a shoddy list stamped with a seal, operating quietly in obscurity as a money-making machine that as long as it remained hidden from view. This machine would not stir up any major controversy. However, now it not only emerged into the light, but stood fully exposed that it was utterly outrageous. But everyone participated, and the profits were considerable. We originally intended to make a quick profit and then remove the Zhuxian list in a couple of months. But unexpectedly, unexpectedly, can a mere unexpected turn the tide? Gentlemen, let's refrain from further discussion until the old man joins us. We can assess the situation then. Just then, the Chengying mirror flickered, projecting the figure of the middle-aged man from the kingdom of Chengying, who was also one of the key figures behind the rising stars of Zhuxian, Wang Bufan. He looked around, surprised to find that the other 12 were already waiting for him. Jiuyuan stood opposite him, waving his hand to signal that he need not be anxious. Wang Bufan steadied himself and said slowly, I know you have many questions, and I too am puzzled. His gaze sharpened, focusing on one of the younger men. The instigator of this incident is Wang Yu, the former patriarch of the Wanong family from the kingdom of Tianya. I wish to inquire how the current patriarch should explain this matter. All eyes were drawn together. This, Wang Xizong's face flushed with anger, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could I possibly know? That old man of mine passed away a month ago. How could I? Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Wang Bufan, cease your slander. We are also one of the investors in this newcomer ranking, having contributed at least 400 million. I advised you to develop it, to open up channels and promote it, transforming it into a legitimate ranking list. How could such issues arise? It's all to blame on. At this point, he hastily stopped himself, for continuing would lead to cursing other prominent figures as well. What he intended to convey was that if it weren't for those individuals trying to cut costs and solely focused on profiting from the newcomer swordsmiths, this disaster would not have occurred. Please, sit down. Elder Meng of Mengjian Kingdom glanced at Sikong before turning back to the others, smiling apologetically. Sikong is young and impetuous. Do not take offense. The assembly, seasoned by trials and tribulations, did not wish to quarrel with a mere youth. Yet in light of the current situation, each countenance grew somber. Wang Bufan cleared his throat and spoke slowly. I concede that young friend Sikong has a point. However, establishing a legitimate ranking does not guarantee clients. Have you all forgotten the list from Shajin Kingdom? 1 billion was spent, yet less than 20 million was recovered. The rankings have already become highly fragmented. There are only a few truly effective ones. The sword immortals will not be inclined to engage with so-called newcomer swordsmiths. Elder Meng interjected. Let us not debate the merits of this ranking. Does anyone have a solution to navigate through this crisis? Otherwise, the annulment of the list may be minor, but the reputational damage to our esteemed families would be considerable. The dispute ceased. Yet no one could propose a viable plan that IT felt as though they were aboard a precarious vessel. Destined to capsize, unanimously, their gazes turned to Wang Bufan. As he had initiated this matter, was the principal figure, and the video incident had implicated his associates, occurring within the borders of Chengying Kingdom. Thus, he bore the primary responsibility. Wang Bufan snorted coldly inwardly, thinking how these old foxes, when faced with calamity, deftly shifted the blame away from themselves. However, he had already conferred with Zihan prior to his arrival and was prepared with a plan. Now seeing the inquiring gazes upon him, he was poised to unveil his strategy. In truth, this incident is quite manageable. Wang Bufan smiled enigmatically. First, we must contain the footage, preventing further dissemination, that I have already arranged for this. The rumors circulating actually highlight 2 points. One being that our ranking lacks clients, creating a fade of deceiving swordsmiths for their money. The assembly nodded, yet their brows knitted in concern. What do you imply? We shall allocate a sum to purchase the goods from the swordsmiths listed. This way, they will not perceive our ranking as fraudulent. Upon his declaration, a collective gasp filled the room. It won't cost too much. After all, the benefits are derived from the source that we have profited from them so extensively. Using their funds for a certain level of compensation will not only enhance our reputation, but also allow them to reap rewards, encouraging them to continue purchasing from the list. This strategy bore semblance to a pyramid scheme, utilizing the funds from newcomers to subsidize the veterans on the list, thereby facilitating a steady flow of capital through intricate maneuvers. The expressions of the gathered individuals darkened as they contemplated for a while, ultimately gritting their teeth in agreement. Elder Meng remarked, "What about the other point?" Wang Bufan smirked coldly. The little fox immortal is, in fact, the focal point of this attack, due to his cross-dressing. The assembly turned their attention towards him. If it weren't for Wang Bufan's own peculiar inclinations, how could he have allowed such an androgynous being to serve as the envoy of Chengying Kingdom? In the shadows, a prominent figure observed Wang Bufan with keen interest. How shall we retaliate? Let him become a real woman. With a thunderous clap, a flash of lightning illuminated half the sky. Within the borders of Chengying Kingdom, in the imperial city, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from Baichui Manor. Chapter 18. The Fox Spirit Stepmother in the Jiangxing County of Chengying Kingdom. At the funeral home, numerous bizarre corpses lay on display. Some bodies were severed in two, some folded in half, others charred to a crisp, frozen into blocks of ice, and even more grotesquely rolled into a ball. Most of these were wild corpses that are in the realm of sword and sorcery. Death was a common occurrence. Violent confrontations or vengeful pursuits frequently resulted in fatalities. Where there are people, there exists a world of conflicts. Such circumstances rarely lead to formal investigations, unless a significant figure from the current dynasty is murdered or there is a substantial negative impact. The morticians, accustomed to the grim realities, diligently attended to the beautification of the corpses. Should anyone come forth to claim a body for burial, they would enhance its appearance. For dismembered remains, they would perform initial suturing and then use the Qian mirror to transmit images, awaiting family members to claim them, all while collecting a fee for the service. Generally, these bodies would be preserved for 7 days. If unclaimed, they would be cremated to avoid wasting space and preventing disease transmission. This loss-incurring institution was typically funded by the state, or else it could not sustain itself. Morticians had thus secured a stable livelihood. As he began to suture the next body, he shook his head in disbelief. The condition of this corpse was horrific, the body completely rotting. It was unclear what sword technique had been employed that a colleague glanced over, frowning. "You need not suture that one. The entire Chui family has been annihilated. Who knows what deity they offended? Even if we were to perfect these corpses, no one would come to claim them. It would be better to simply cremate them and be done with it, saving us the trouble." The mortician raised his head. Did they not say that the Chui family has one surviving daughter? Upon hearing this, the other man chuckled. That girl is only 4 years old. Her fate unknown. How could she possess the ability to claim bodies? The mortician opened his mouth to retort, But at that moment, the light within the funeral home suddenly dimmed. Point two, elongated shadows fell upon the ground. He looked up and was immediately captivated by the elegant figure of one of the women. For some reason, when this young woman entered the room, everything around her appeared to fade into obscurity. Her eyes seemed to contain light and conceal the moon, sparkling with a myriad of captivating glances that he had encountered many beautiful women, yet none had left him so spellbound. This woman exuded a peculiar power, akin to a potion that ensnares the soul, rendering one unable to extricate themselves while possessing a fatal allure. She smiled and then closed her umbrella. The dampness clung to her feet, and faint water stains adorned her shoes. It was only then that the mortician realized it was raining outside. I have come to claim my family member based on the images presented here. Oh! The mortician struggled to swallow, instinctively rising. May I ask which body you seek? The woman smiled alluringly, her eyes shimmering, presenting the Chengying mirror before him. Her attire was thin, and the rain-soaked fabric clung to her, revealing her fair and exquisite skin, although the mortician's gaze remained fixed on the mirror. His heart had flown elsewhere. What do you think? Her rosy lips parted slightly, and a faint fragrance enveloped her. That a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling the mortician back to reality. Behind him stood an elderly man with white hair, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Allow me to attend to the guests. You focus on your tasks. Yes, master. The woman cast a glance at the elder, her expression tinged with displeasure. Clearly, this old man possessed a composure far beyond that of the earlier youth. This body, indeed, is with us. It was received 3 days ago. May I ask your relation to the deceased? The woman feigned sorrow, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. He is my son, named Luohua. Son? The elder was taken aback by the revelation of such a young woman having a son of that age. However, the surprise was fleeting, for many enlightened beings appeared youthful despite their true ages. For instance, the enforcers of the Tianya kingdom's divine hall were over 200 years old, yet appeared to be merely 17 or 18. Noticing that the elder remained unfazed, she sighed and clarified, "Oh, he is my stepson. Please do not misunderstand." Surely, she intended for there to be a misunderstanding. Otherwise, why not simply say he was her stepson? "In your name?" "Madam, I am called Yuchang." After presenting her identification, the elder finally confirmed her relation to the deceased. After collecting the fees for the body's preservation and suturing, he led her to the morgue. He retrieved 2 refrigerated corpses to display to her. That it was at this moment that the man in black beside her suddenly spoke in a low, hoarse voice. How strange! Had he remained silent, few would remember his presence. The Yuchang did not dare to underestimate this man. Seeing his serious demeanor, she instinctively inhaled sharply. "What do you mean?" The 2 corpses were both slain by a single sword strike. The man furrowed his brows and said, "Young master who? His cultivation is not particularly high, merely at the 5th level of the enlightenment realm. His death is to be expected." However, Yuchang instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. His devoted servant, Li Xuanfeng, was a formidable expert at the 7th level of the nurturing realm. It was evident that the assailant's prowess must be extraordinarily profound. The one who struck must possess a swordsmanship that is both fierce and formidable, likely beyond the 9th level of the forgetting realm. What? Yuchang's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Do not jest. There are scarcely a few dozen experts at the 9th level of the forgetting realm within the entire Sword Nation. Yet, the enigmatic expression on the man's face suggested he was not indulging in jest. At Yuchang's gaze sharpened, and he inhaled sharply. "If we have offended such deities, I fear I may never recover that corpse core." "Not necessarily," the man replied, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, that he spoke in a voice as frigid as ice, sounding almost as though it emerged from a lifeless entity. "Ah, so you have made other discoveries?" The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he had smiled. "Before coming here, I perused the wares within the sword source using the universe mirror. Logically, if young master who had acquired the corpse core, he would undoubtedly forge an unparalleled demon sword to counter us and reclaim the Hu family's sword-forging enterprise. Therefore, there should be some demonic materials being sought after in the market, which could lead to fruitful discoveries. However, I found no pertinent information. Instead, I stumbled upon news of young master whose misfortune. Hu Lijing nodded, casting a languid glance at him. You have been quite prudent, yet this yields no leads. No, the man scoffed coldly. Although I did not find the unparalleled demon sword, I did come across a peculiar sword known as the zombie sword. This fool insists on circling around his words. Can he not speak plainly? Hu Lijing arched an eyebrow, feigning astonishment. The zombie sword? Indeed, the man nodded. The zombie sword, a dark-type sword that has never existed before. Just from its image, one can discern its malevolence, judging by my years of experience. It is likely forged from a corpse core. Oh! Hu Lijing's eyes brightened. Did you manage to procure it? No. An expletive hung on the tip of Hu Lijing's tongue, nearly prompting him to strike the man dead. I intended to purchase it, but regrettably, the shopkeeper had already removed it from sale before I could act. The man continued. Nonetheless, I have traced a crucial lead. The name of this sword forging shop is Wei Jian Shu Mo, and the proprietor's name is Wei Gong. Chapter 19. By the spirits, I can sell things too. Wei Gong awoke from slumber. Unaware that the world had shifted, he touched his somewhat numb cheek and groped his way to the water basin to wash his face. Suddenly, he heard a movement by the door. Ah! Wei Gong let out a blood-curdling scream, startled half to death by the zombie he had unearthed yesterday. Why on earth did I leave a zombie in my home? He hurriedly instructed Wang Yu to move it aside. The zombie complied and jumped outside at his command. Well, after such a fright, he was completely awake and no longer needed cold water to rouse him. Wei Gong covered half his face with his hand and chuckled. From this day forth, history shall record a great figure who rescues novice swordsmiths. Ha! His name shall be Wei Gong. Bursting with excitement, Wei Gong leaped back onto the bed and retrieved the universe mirror. He glanced back at the expressionless Wang Yu and smirked. All is in readiness. Now we await the wind to fill our sails. It's your turn. As soon as Wang Yu logged in, he received a message. Although it was an anonymous letter, Wei Gong could discern its unusual nature. Regardless of who you are, you may cease this farce. The name Wang Yu is not one to be trifled with. Wei Gong's lips twitched. This scoundrel dared to threaten him, that he swiftly replied under Wang Yu's identity. Are you a member of the Spirit Energy Supervisory Committee or a puppet master behind the Rising Stars list? Using Wang Yu's identity granted a certain uniqueness. He was merely a corpse with a fragmented soul. And Wei Gong had deliberately sent it anonymously, making it difficult for anyone to trace. However, receiving a response was within Wei Gong's expectations. After a moment of silence, the other party seemed taken aback by Wei Gong's cleverness. Does it matter who I am to you? Before this escalates any further, you should retract your hand. Otherwise, you will only bring ruin upon yourself, and no one will be able to save you. We shall see who is truly courting disaster. Wei Gong sent back. I intend to negotiate with the puppet master. You lack the qualifications to converse with me. And Yu was momentarily stunned, then turned back, unaware that beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. The forceful tone of the previous statement bore a striking resemblance to that of the former patriarch of the Wantong family. Although Yu held a position in the Spirit Energy Supervisory Committee, he had often interacted with Wang Yu. During their previous meetings, he had been overwhelmed by Wang Yu's imposing presence. What's wrong? Wang Xikong felt his face flush under Yu's gaze, a sense of foreboding swirling within him. Patriarch, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. Xikong moved beside him and glanced at the universe mirror. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he sank to the ground. A wave of shock swept through the onlookers. What has happened? The other 12 inquired with concern. I think I saw my father. Do not utter such foolishness. Wang Yu has been dead for a long time. Yet this feeling, Xizong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Several attendees gasped in astonishment. While others might mistake someone, Xikong was Wang Yu's biological son. He was most familiar with his father's presence and would never err in recognition. If he claimed this, could it possibly be true? Though some of the senior figures were surprised, they were seasoned individuals who maintained their composure. Old Ming, though startled, commanded, and Yu, release the dialogue content. Understood, and Yu nodded and deftly operated the device. A beam of light emanated from among them, displaying the previous exchange of messages. After reviewing, Old Ming nodded. No matter. Whether or not this is Wang Yu, I shall confront him myself. Wei Gong grew increasingly impatient. After a while, a new message appeared in the universe mirror. I am the organizer of the Rising Stars list. State your business. Wei Gong was puzzled. The tone of this individual was markedly different from the previous one, exhibiting a sense of gravity and authority that he partially believed in the person's identity and laid out the conditions he had prepared in advance. I can retract my statement regarding the impact released yesterday. But you must compensate all losses incurred by the buyers on the newcomer list and cease selling rankings, ensuring the proper operation of the Rising Stars list. This condition is not excessive. Is it? Old Ming, upon hearing this, finally exhaled in relief that a shrewd smile crept across his face as he surveyed the other attendees. One thing is certain. This person is not Wang Yu and is most likely one of the buyers on this newcomer list. If it were Wang Yu, he would not propose such a modest condition, nor would he act so benevolently for the benefit of those on the list. After hearing his analysis, the others found it reasonable. Then, and you may reject him. The rest we shall proceed according to Old Ming's plan. Wang Yu has lost all leverage now that we shall find a time to unearth him. As he spoke, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. We cannot agree to your terms. The same warning applies. If you continue to indulge in trickery, beware of the consequences. After the statement, silence enveloped the room. Do you not realize the repercussions of your actions? Wei Gong sent the message, but it vanished into the void, the other party having evidently blocked his communications that a sense of dread surged within Wei Gong. What confidence did they possess to disregard this? An ominous premonition washed over him, prompting him to activate the universe mirror to search for the explosive news he had posted yesterday. Moments later, cursed be it, Wei Gong scoured various platforms and major content sections, finding no trace of his earlier post, and there was scant information regarding the Rising Stars list that he attempted to post several messages under Wang Yu's identity, only to discover that the account had been stripped of all privileges. This meant that Wang Yu had now become nothing more than a mere corpse. How had I not foreseen this, given their ability to secure the joint operational permit from the 13 nations? And with the assistance of the Spirit Energy Supervisory Committee, how could they not have swiftly blocked the news? What utter negligence! Nonetheless, the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. If the swordsmiths were to learn of this, there might still be a chance for redemption. Upon further investigation, it became apparent that many on the list had already become aware of the news. Within an underground group dedicated to the Rising Stars list, novice swordsmiths were fervently discussing the events surrounding the post from yesterday. They engage in such unscrupulous dealings. Although we are newcomers, we are not so easily bullied. Indeed, they must learn their lesson. A glimmer of solace began to take root within Wei Gong's heart. There is a saying, a paper cannot cover a fire, and these individuals are destined to reap the bitter fruits of their actions. As Amiya pondered this, a sudden chime resonated from the Chengying mirror. The sound was melodious, typically associated with gold coins, that he immediately reacted, holding the Chengying mirror up to see. What the hell, you sold 2 swords? Amiya stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Within a mere instant, the 2 swords he had displayed on the source of swords had been purchased, and there were even comments left by buyers below. I discovered this blacksmith on the Rising Stars list of Zhuxian, and I am quite fond of him. The swords are all excellent. I adore the owner's swords. I shall leave a glowing review upon receipt. Amiya sat on his bed, bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. What in the world? I can actually sell things. Chapter 20. Clearing inventory. Amiya gaped, watching as the Chengying mirror slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, it landed on the soft mattress, bouncing slightly before resting beside his feet. This is it. The world is truly changing. The Chengying mirror displayed a message, broadcasting live from the 13 nations. The title read, The Gender Mystery of the Popular-Made Little Fox Fairy. After extensive examination by several experts, it was confirmed that the little fox fairy possessed both primary and secondary female characteristics. Although specific details were deemed too sensitive to disclose, general measurements were provided. 34C, 25, 35. That could this be real? Amiya's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Are you kidding me? We clearly saw that bulge below, along with her exquisite figure. Amiya could only lament the prowess of the wealthy in public relations. Stunned, he remained frozen in place, his mind a chaotic blur. After a lengthy pause, Amiya finally regained his senses. Have I angered some powerful figure? Images of modern spy films flashed through his mind. Having offended a mysterious puppet master, only to be hunted down by agents and met with a swift demise that he recalled the betrayal in Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy, where a Na'vi character faced treachery from his own agency, single-handedly confronting an entire American intelligence community. Amiya believed he wasn't as formidable as that character, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. However, he quickly composed himself. Thankfully, he had prepared his zombie disguise. Otherwise, if traced, would he now be nothing but bones? With this thought, Amiya hastily asked Wang Yu to log in again, both to erase his online traces and to thoroughly delete any remnants of the Little Fox Fairy from local files. Amiya meticulously reviewed everything, ensuring there were no vulnerabilities, before finally feeling at ease. Just then, his Chengying mirror began to beep incessantly that a quick glance revealed 3 new transaction records. This meant that within less than 3 hours since this morning, he had sold 5 swords, 5 times the number he had sold in the past 3 years. How could this be? His mind raced, a sudden epiphany striking him. Amiya dove onto his bed, cradling the Chengying mirror. Indeed, after inquiring with several blacksmiths on the Rising Stars list, his suspicions were confirmed. The Rising Stars list was utilizing bulk purchases to dispel public skepticism. Moreover, Amiya glanced again, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The attention on the Rising Stars list skyrocketed from a mere 4,562 followers to 548, 623, surpassing even the 10th ranking list. Additionally, the Little Fox Fairy had become an overnight sensation, transforming from an obscure attendant into a goddess adored by thousands. After browsing for a while longer, he found nothing but positive reviews for the Rising Stars list. While some comments appeared to be from paid commenters, Amiya also noted several blacksmiths on the list confirming their sword sales. Therefore, the accusations made by Wang Yu regarding the fraudulent nature of the Rising Stars list had vanished without a trace, thoroughly discredited. Alright, the big shots are truly remarkable. Amiya decided against resisting. He had another plan brewing in his mind. He manually increased the selling prices of the remaining swords in the Source of Swords by several multiples that a glance revealed 3 swords left on the rack, all of them ordinary iron products. One was named Thunderclap Across the Heavens, another Breaking the Clouds, and the last Supreme Sovereignty. After all, he had whimsically chosen the names, and the more impressive, the better that a short while later, Luo Di Dong sent a message. Gong gong. Have you lost your mind? How could you price an ordinary iron product at 10,000? I'm telling you, today is a grand sale. If you don't seize this opportunity, it will be gone. What? Luo Di Dong was utterly confused. In the next moment, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground as Amiya sent a picture of the sale. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Luo Di Dong couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How did you manage this? This madman must have spent his own money to photograph his swords, but that couldn't be. He was barely scraping by for meals. The Chengying mirror beeped again. And the other party sent another image. 10 on 100,000. Is this buyer insane? Luo Di Dong nearly pressed his face against the Chengying mirror. Gong gong, quickly tell me, have you engaged in some shady dealings with a wealthy individual? Otherwise, how could there be a fool willing to pay such a high price for an ordinary iron product? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo Di Dong's mind, and he hurriedly asked, I remember now. Yesterday we filmed the Little Fox Fairy disrobing. Did you use that to blackmail her, which is why she was willing to pay a hefty price for your sword? My heavens, so you are this kind of person. Don't you know that extortion is worse than robbery? At least we should be open about it. Amiya's lips twitched, and he retorted coldly. Shut your mouth. Luo Di Dong was taken aback, covering his mouth with both hands. You can't possibly be. If only he could crawl through the internet cable. He would beat you to a pulp. Amiya's patience wore thin, and he explained, Do you really think I am that sort of person? Initially, I intended to use the footage of the Little Fox Fairy to attack the puppet masters behind the Zhuxian list. But when I woke up this morning, I found that all related information had been blocked, and they even hired experts to verify the little fox fairy's gender, confirming she is indeed a genuine woman. Wow! Really? Upon hearing that the little fox fairy was a woman, Luo Di Dong inexplicably felt the world had become a better place. Don't be foolish. This is clearly a fabricated act on their part. Do you really believe that? Didn't you witness the little fox fairy disrobing with your own eyes yesterday? Luo Di Dong pondered quietly, his mind entering a state of paralysis, but he swallowed back the bile that had nearly escaped his throat. He was utterly disheartened. Looking back at the Chengying mirror, Amiya sent another message. Not only did they block the news and fabricate the story that the little fox fairy is a woman, but they're also using bulk purchases to validate the effectiveness of the ranking list. Oh! Luo Di Dong nodded, silently placing the Chengying mirror down. After a moment, he suddenly turned back. What? Bulk purchases? Amiya's lips twitched again. This fool's reflexes were hopelessly slow. Meanwhile, at Wang Bufon's Emerald Mountain Villa, a group of individuals was working diligently, following his orders to conduct a buying spree that it wasn't until sunset that they concluded their tasks. The leader of this operation submitted a stack of data to Wang Bufon's Chengying mirror. Reporting, boss, as per your instructions, we've swept through the top 100 on the ranking list, purchasing between 5 to 20 swords each in order. Good, well done. Wang Bufon nodded in satisfaction. Although this incident began negatively, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had intended to create channels and enhance exposure for the Rising Stars list to attract more customers, but had to abandon the plan due to exorbitant costs. Who would have thought that after yesterday's event, the Rising Stars list garnered the attention of over 2 million people across the 13 nations without incurring any promotional expenses? It was truly astonishing. One could describe it as a delightful surprise. A blessing in disguise. If this could be sustained in the long run, when Bufon chuckled gleefully, he would likely reap substantial profits. He lifted a cup of Tiguanyan tea to his lips, savoring a sip before meticulously reviewing the data just submitted. Puffed. Wang Bufon spat tea all over the Chengying mirror. Are you out of your mind? Why accept 100,000 for an ordinary iron product? Chapter 21. Overnight wealth. The person in charge was left red-faced from Wang Bufon's scolding. Glancing at the information above, his heart sank. Mimicking the style, he turned to the others and exclaimed, "Exterminating evil. Which one of you purchased Amiya's sword?" The staff members froze, the room enveloped in a tense silence that a blushing young girl timidly raised her hand. It was me. Before she could finish, Wang Bufon sprayed tea once more. What the hell? You dared to accept 20,000 for an ordinary iron product. Did you not check the grade? Wang Bufon clutched his chest, feeling as if he might burst from anger. The girl meekly replied, but it was named Supreme Sovereignty. Supreme Sovereignty. I'll show you what it means to be supreme. Wang Bufon hurled his teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces, his heart aching with despair. One can only blame oneself for granting these individuals excessive authority, failing to adequately oversee the financial matters. The incident unfolded unexpectedly, prompting Wang Bufon to instruct them to collectively utilize a shared account of 20 million for payments that in his mind. The expenditure should not amount to much, at most. The top few would require 3 to 4 million. Overall, the total expenditure remained unchanged. However, as a businessman, he found it unbearable to part with such a sum for items that far exceeded their intrinsic value. He lifted his gaze to observe the rosy-cheeked girl below, beckoning her closer. Come here. I assure you, I shall not harm you. Wei Gong waited for a while, noticing that the remaining 100,000 sword had yet to be sold, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Perhaps the other party's threshold had been reached. The insatiable nature of greed is a timeless adage. Had he set the price at 200,000? It might have sold. After more than a week, the uproar triggered by a zombie finally subsided. However, the situation did not align with Wang Bufon's expectations of returning to normalcy. Once the fervor waned, the audience for the Zhuxian Rising Stars list remained too limited, and this swordsmith gradually fell into decline that it could barely sustain itself through the new entries, a significant portion of which had to be allocated for reputation management and clearing the inventory. Based on the annual influx and attrition of swordsmiths across the 13 nations, it was feared that losses would begin within 2 months. Consequently, the The 13 organizers convened to discuss the possibility of shutting down the list. Wang Bufan could not help but silently lament, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. If it weren't for that damned Wang Yu, how could we have arrived at this point? That cursed manipulator. If he falls into my hands, I shall ensure he is torn to shreds. He howled to the heavens, his furious roar silencing those around him. Achoo! Wei Gong sneezed loudly, his spirits lifted. Remarkably, he managed to sell 7 or 8 swords this week, accumulating a profit of 332,000. With such an unexpected windfall, he felt a rush akin to overnight wealth. Regrettably, Luo Didong, that fellow, had failed to capitalize on the opportunity by the time he attempted to raise the price. The other party had clearly become wary. Ultimately, he sold for around 10,000, yielding a mere 2 or 3,000 after deducting the cost of sword production. Luo Didong felt a pang of regret. Realizing that this profit scarcely compensated for his previous losses, and he would likely have to endure hardships ahead. Learning from past lessons, Wei Gong set aside 100,000 as savings for future living expenses. The remaining funds were partially allocated to purchase materials, after which he would assess how much remained before indulging in further expenditures. After spending considerable time searching the material trading channel within the Chengying mirror, Wei Gong still could not decide what to be in the realm of sword forging. Aside from some stable and widely used materials such as iron, sand, and charcoal, other materials were challenging to ascertain in value from images. Moreover, high-grade materials were even more difficult to evaluate. While they were marketed as extraordinary, apart from those from reputable large shops bearing national certifications, many were somewhat dubious. Numerous aliases operated with the intent of completing a single transaction before vanishing. Although the goods were not entirely fraudulent, the quality varied significantly, often resulting in a substantial portion of a high-grade material yielding less than 1% upon smelting. In such cases, one could only blame their lack of discernment. Similar to the present-day practice of stone gambling, the world of immortal swords frequently witnessed bets placed on high-grade materials, with dedicated underground markets for such activities. After some contemplation, Wei Gong resolved to first explore the legitimate market on foot, while also enjoying a leisurely stroll that if he failed to find suitable materials, he could then consider venturing into the underground black market. With the system in place, he felt confident he wouldn't fall victim to egregious scams. Within the borders of the Sword Kingdom, there existed 2 significant material trading hubs in the Imperial City, one called Lingshan City and the other, Xianshechang. These locations resembled antique streets, offering a wide variety of materials, ranging from crude products to divine-grade items. Among them, 2 prominent suppliers gained the most acclaim, Ming Baozhai and Xing Hiyu Shifang. Previously, Wei Gong had never even entertained the thought of entering. The price of even a single material there began in the thousands, attracting only renowned swordsmiths, and the quality of goods was assuredly commensurate with their cost. Given Wei Gong's modest appearance and lack of connections, he feared he would be turned away at the threshold. However, this time was different. Wei Gong traced his fingers over the cool surface of the Chengying mirror in his pocket, a sense of pride swelling within him. This feeling was worlds apart from the anxiety of previous times. He no longer felt apprehensive, but rather supported by a formidable backing. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth, capable of living for decades on mere sustenance alone. No! How can I lack such resolve? Wei Gong chastised himself, firmly slapping his cheeks. The swordsmith shop left by his father must thrive under his stewardship. With a loud smack, he struck his face with such force that both cheeks flushed crimson, causing a twinge of pain. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from an internet show in his past life, where a female teacher attempted to rouse a drowsy student by slapping her cheeks, only to inflict pain upon herself. The result was an unexpected twist as she remarked, "I have discovered a new sense of pleasure." Bystanders regarded him with bewilderment, casting curious glances. "Ma'am, I assure you I am not." Wei Gong glanced towards a burly man eyeing him oddly, and a torrent of expletives surged in his mind. Chapter 22. A day of humiliation. Wei Gong decided to first visit Ming Baozhai, as it was renowned as the foremost supplier of sword forging materials within the Sword Kingdom, boasting a history of over 300 years. Conversely, while Xing Hiyu Shifang also held considerable fame, it was a relative newcomer, having been established for less than 50 years. lacking the stature and prestige of Ming Baozhai. Ming Baozhai was easily locatable. One merely needed to find the largest building in Lingshan City. The city itself had been constructed around Ming Baozhai, which resembled a gleaming golden ingot, towering at over 20 meters high, akin to a small mountain. The architectural grandeur was a testament to the flourishing sword forging industry, which in turn had propelled advancements in construction techniques. Additionally, the contributions of the esteemed Yuchang elevated material crafting processes to unprecedented levels, enabling the construction industry to thrive and eventually flourish as an independent, prosperous sector, capable of shaping architectural forms at will. The exterior walls of Ming Baozhai were wrapped in a blend of gold materials, reflecting light based on optical principles, ensuring that passers-by could admire its resplendent form from any angle. Standing at the entrance was Chen Kai, tall and poised, diligently fulfilling his role as a gatekeeper. Though merely a doorman, serving at Ming Baozhai was a prestigious honor. Upon receiving the position, his family had rejoiced in celebration. Ming Baozhai was a place where many longed to enter, and those who worked there were esteemed figures in the sword forging community. The selection process for gatekeepers was remarkably rigorous, demanding not only a high level of swordsmanship but also physical appearance, manners, eloquence, and an eye for recognizing talent. A.S. Chen Kai reflected on this. A proud smile crept onto his face. Being a gatekeeper here was even more glorious than being a sword immortal at the Soaring Peak. A master of the seventh realm, Chen Kai had transitioned from the Soaring Peak to serve as the doorman. Golden light bathed the grand avenue, adorned with splendid figures, while the pedestrians exhibited an ethereal elegance. Clad in resplendent attire, even the sword immortals soaring above paused in admiration as they flew over Ming Baozhai. Chen Kai felt a swell of emotion. Was this truly the heart of the 13 nations? Just then, his keen eyes narrowed in on an incongruous figure approaching along the Golden Avenue. That a young boy, dressed in simple attire that appeared to have cost only a few coins, approached, his shoes caked in dust. Chen Kai's gaze fell upon the ordinary sword hanging at the boy's waist, instantly recognizing him as a youth unfamiliar with the world. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, he could almost sense the aura of poverty emanating from the boy, causing his stomach to churn. However, as a seasoned gatekeeper of Ming Baozhai, he would not be intimidated. Chen Kai maintained his composure, standing tall and unwavering, while his peripheral vision scrutinized the approaching boy. The distance closed. 90 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. No way. Could he be serious? Chen Kai thought, blinking rapidly and signaling with his eyes that the boy should not come closer. Brother, this is Ming Baozhai, that it's not the right place for you. You'd be better off at the Old Gui's ironwood materials shop down the alley. That's where you belong, he thought, incredulous. Are you really coming this way? If you step closer, you'll be entering my warning zone. Damn it. Amiya has already set foot on the steps of Ming Baozhai. This is beyond my control. Chen Kai let out a silent scream in his heart, extending his hand to block Amiya's path. I'm sorry, but this is not a place one can enter casually. Amiya paused for a moment, glancing back at the man with the square face. Oh, my apologies, sir. You see, I'm a swordsmith and I wish to enter to purchase some materials. Sir? Big sir? Chen Kai's lips twitched, and inside he was seething. How dare this little brat call me sir? I'm only 24 this year. This instantly soured his mood. He cast a disdainful glance at Amiya and snorted. Where did this penniless wretch come from? He raised his hand, pointing behind him. Do you know this is Ming Baozhai? Amiya took a step back, examined the golden characters above, confirmed it, and stepped forward again. Indeed, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have thought I was in the wrong place. I am here to buy materials from Ming Baozhai. Oh. Chen Kai scrutinized him from head to toe. How much money do you have? Do you know that the items within here start at least in the tens of thousands? What you say is rather absurd. Amiya shot him a glance. If I had no money, I wouldn't have come here. You might faint if I told you how much I have. Chen Kai couldn't help but chuckle internally. If it weren't for his duties, he might have doubled over with laughter. I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but I believe you've come to the wrong place. Chen Kai raised his hand, pointing down the alley. If you continue walking straight for about a kilometer, you will see a dark sign that reads, Old Gui's Ironwood Material Shop. You may go there. How dare you look down on me? Amiya shot him a glance, revealing the Jiuyuan mirror in front of him. Name, Amiya. Assets, 332368. Chengying cast a glance, slowly counting backwards, 10,000. 100,000. This shabby appearance actually had over 300,000? It wasn't that he hadn't seen wealthy patrons before. Some visitors to Mingbuozai were worth billions. However, the stark contrast between Amiya's attire and his fortune took Chengying by surprise. Did you sell your house, or have you exhausted your savings to buy materials? Such words. Amiya's lips twitched. If you don't let me in soon, I will have to report you to your boss. What kind of establishment bullies its customers and looks down upon them? Being blocked by this gatekeeper had dampened Amiya's shopping spirit considerably. Just then, a manager from the main hall stepped out. What is going on? Why are you blocking the entrance? What will happen to our guests? He assessed Amiya from head to toe, arriving at a conclusion similar to that of the gatekeeper. Amiya flashed the amount displayed on the Jiuyuan mirror. I am a swordsmith, here to purchase materials. The man hesitated for a moment before quickly regaining composure. Although over 300,000 wasn't much for Mingbuozai, it qualified as a medium-level customer. The man immediately donned a beaming smile. Esteemed guest, please come inside. It's quite uncomfortable standing out here. Ah, so money opens doors and changes treatment. Amiya lifted his head and cast a sidelong glance at Chengying. Just now, this gatekeeper prevented me from entering. What do you have to say about that? The manager turned to look at Chengying. Apologize to the guest immediately. Chengying was taken aback, and, upon seeing the expression on Amiya's face, reluctantly groaned inwardly. Under the manager's urging, he gritted his teeth and muttered, I apologize, it was my oversight. Please don't take offense, esteemed guest. This was indeed the most humiliating day he had experienced since becoming a gatekeeper. Chapter 23. Shopping is a delight. Chengying stood outside, feeling the sting of humiliation on his face. However, it didn't matter. Let us see how you squander these hundreds of thousands. Next time. You won't be able to enter again. No, there won't be a next time. He composed himself, preparing to maintain his post. Just then, a little girl came running from a distance, around 4 or 5 years old, with a round face and big, adorable eyes. Chengying couldn't help but feel a tug at his heart. The little girl appeared anxious, frequently glancing back before locking her gaze on him and hurrying over. Without waiting for Chengying's consent, she attempted to step into Mingbuozai this moment. Chengying was displeased, and no matter how young you are, you should at least ask me first. He reached out and pulled her back. What are you doing? The girl was startled, turning to glare at him, disdainfully saying, Do you not understand? Men and women should keep their distance. Now it was Chengying's turn to be dumbfounded. This little brat, though small, had quite the attitude, even understanding the concept of propriety. However, being magnanimous, he chose not to engage with her. He crouched down, still towering over the little girl. Little one, do you know what this place is? You can't just wander in here. The little girl looked anxious, muttering, What a troublesome security guard. Do you have any idea how much your shop stands to lose? What? Chengying's face turned dark, as if struck by lightning. Completely taken aback. Oh, the little girl snapped back to reality, cupping her adorable round face with her hands, blinking up at him, and then tugging at his clothes. Uncle, my dad just went inside. I need to find him to go home. Chengying felt a sudden pang in his chest. Utterly charmed, this little girl's demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier self, leaving him puzzled about which was the real her. Nonetheless, children should have their own childlike charm, and in this light, she appeared quite endearing. So your dad went inside? What does he look like? Do you need me to help you find him? The little girl turned her face away, feigning a gagging motion. Ugh, that wretched uncle. With such an ugly face, trying to act cute. It's unbearable. What did you say? Nothing at all. Uncle, that I can find him myself. There's no need to trouble you. Thank you, uncle. With that, the little girl stepped into the shop. Chengying watched her retreating figure, shaking his head. This child was rather polite. It seemed the manager had already instructed the staff inside about Amiya's substantial funds, so they no longer regarded him with the same disdainful gaze as before. Instead, they had assigned him a dedicated service representative to explain the materials. This young hero, would you like to take a look at our newly unearthed materials? This is the tailbone of a lion and cow, just transported from the barbarian sword country, essential for forging high-strength swords. Following her pointing finger, Amiya saw a large bone displayed in a corner of the exhibition hall. Unlike other jade and stone materials, these beast bones were not encased in glass but were showcased on a separate display rack mounted on the wall that he approached, glancing at a 3-foot-long, ethereal blue, sharp tailbone resting in a copper dish, its sheen accentuated by the base. Upon examining the price tag below, it read, Lion and Cow Tailbone, Celestial Grade Price, 210,000. A quick scan with the system confirmed that it matched the description. Indeed, Mingbuo's eyes sold authentic goods. However, the price was admittedly steep. Amiya shook his head. If all his funds were spent on celestial-grade materials, he would likely be unable to forge a single good sword. Almost simultaneously upon seeing the price, he abandoned the notion of crafting a celestial-grade sword. Perhaps he could gather 20,000 for a set of Jade Dragon Imperial-grade materials. Amiya relayed his thoughts to the service representative, who nodded and guided him to another section. We have several packages for sale. You might find something to your liking, and it will be cheaper than purchasing items individually. After speaking, she handed Amiya a thick book. He flipped through it, noting that it indeed listed numerous material combination packages, spanning about 20 to 30 pages, with reasonable prices. The book he held was titled Guide to Jade Dragon Imperial Grade Material Packages. He couldn't help but marvel at how considerate a large enterprise could be. Having never received such treatment before, Amiya felt a swell of pride that he browsed through the options and used the system to compile the relevant sword recipes. After a while, he couldn't help but frown. The packages inside were assembled based on the needs of the majority of buyers, but it seemed the system in his mind was rather peculiar, offering sword recipes that differed from those of other, renowned swordsmiths. If he were to forge a sword based on these paired materials, the best he could create would only be of inferior quality. For instance, using yellow dragon jade as the core material. Other swordsmiths would pair it with white orchid wood, wind leaf grass, along with horn pig blood and basic cloud swordstone to create a wind-type sword known as the cloud dragon sword. This formula had been refined over generations, regarded as the best sword one could forge using yellow dragon jade. Yet, according to the information provided by the system, this formula could only yield an inferior product. After observing for a while longer, Amiya decided to set aside this so-called classic material guide. He then strolled through the hall, slowly scanning with the system. The service attendant exhibited a hint of impatience, thinking to herself how difficult it was to cater to this particular customer, who seemed to disregard our classic offerings entirely. Wei Gong lingered for a moment in front of a counter, where a pitch-black, translucent crystal skull was displayed. The material was unmistakably that of a human head, its hollow eyes staring back at him, somewhat unsettling. Even from a distance, an eerie chill emanated from it. He glanced down at the tag, which read, Dark Crystal Skull, Royal Grade, Price, 88,000. Wei Gong inhaled sharply. This skull was even more expensive than some materials of celestial quality that he hesitated, contemplating whether to make the purchase. Earlier, the system had scanned and presented him with a list of formulas centered around this skull. According to the materials provided, if he spent 200,000, he could craft a set of pseudo-celestial grade Jade Dragon Royal Swords. In other words, while the materials were of royal quality, the resultant swords would transcend their rank. Such a sword might fetch a handsome price. As Wei Gong opened his mouth, preparing to make a purchase, a sudden crash echoed from a corner of the hall that a glass bottle had toppled to the ground, shattering and scattering its contents everywhere, shimmering with an unusual purple glow. The crowd gasped and turned their heads. There, amidst the broken glass, stood a small girl of about 4 or 5, her face a picture of panic. She looked up, scanning the room until her gaze landed on Wei Gong, and she timidly called out, Daddy. Chapter 24. The Employment Dad? Daddy? Wei Gong exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. Little girl, please refrain from calling out like that. I don't even have a wife, let alone a daughter. To be precise, I don't even have a girlfriend. In my previous life, I was a bachelor. I have never engaged in such matters. So how could I possibly have a daughter out of the blue? Yet the little girl looked up and cautiously darted a few steps forward, clutching the hem of his long robe. Daddy, What the hell? Wei Gong's eyes narrowed. If you keep shouting like that, I swear I'll lose my temper. He gazed down at her, finding something vaguely familiar about her features, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. Daddy, she called again, pressing her face against his thigh. The eyes of those around them turned in unison, and Wei Gong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The hall manager approached slowly, glancing from the little girl, clinging to Wei Gong's leg to Wei Gong himself. Damn it. When did you climb onto my lap? This guest, I won't hold you accountable for the exhibition bottle she just broke. But the magical flame blue essence inside is a treasure of celestial quality. Since it has been damaged, it falls upon you to purchase it. What? Wei Gong's lips twitched. But I don't even know her. He shook his leg, trying to dislodge her. Daddy. The little girl leaped back into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Daddy, don't you want Xiao Xiao anymore? Who is your father? Wei Gong's sentence trailed off as he was met with scornful looks from those nearby. Whispers rising around him. This heartless man doesn't even acknowledge his own daughter. Indeed, he must have earned his money through unscrupulous means. A man who would abandon his own child is better off dead. He tarnishes the eyes of this world. Exactly. Such a person deserves to be punished severely. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wei Gong felt as if he could never wash away this stain, let alone in a world devoid of the yellow river. Sir, please compensate us for the magical flame blue essence. Our establishment does not welcome those with such disgraceful character. Kindly pay and leave at once. What nonsense. Why am I being accused of abandoning a wife? I don't even know where my wife is or what she looks like at that moment. Wei Gong felt as small and fragile as an ant, standing in the vast emptiness of the hall, overwhelmed by the disdainful gazes and jeers of those around him. How could the world be like this? This little girl named Xiao Xiao, despite being merely 4 years old, loomed large in his eyes. Like a giant, she lowered her head, revealing a wicked smile as she trampled on Wei Gong's dignity. This weak ant could almost hear the sound of its own bones shattering. Ah! Wei Gong shuddered in fright, snapping back to reality. Sir, please compensate for the damn it. Is it just about paying? Wei Gong steeled himself, glaring harshly at the little girl. You think you're clever? Unbeknownst to him, she returned his gaze with an expression that seemed to say, just you wait. Wei Gong shot her a look. Mark my words, I'll deal with you once we're outside. She shot back. Who is afraid of whom? Sir, your total comes to 235,800 that we have already packaged the magical flame blue essence for you. What the hell? Wei Gong felt a pang in his heart, as if he were bleeding profusely, nearly collapsing under the weight of it, that he glanced outside, a surge of impulse to flee washing over him. After much contemplation, he decided to pay the fee. Moreover, he vowed never again to wander into such extravagant shops. As he stepped out of the store, Wei Gong's expression hardened, a smirk forming on his lips. You little brat. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Daddy, if you hit me here, you'll get caught. Xiao Xiao looked up, her large eyes shimmering as they locked onto his. Wei Gong glanced around, noting, as she said, that the crowd was indeed large, and the repercussions could be dire. Fine, just wait until I'm out of here. I'll find a secluded place to teach you a lesson. All right, Xiao Xiao replied with a strange smile. But then you wouldn't want to forfeit the 200,000 compensation you just paid, would you? Wei Gong pondered. Finding her reasoning compelling, he looked down at her, realizing this little girl was far too mature for her age. Her words did not sound like those of a mere 4-year-old. So, you will compensate me then? If that were the case, my dark crystal skull is still waiting for me. Xiao Xiao flashed a sly grin. Sure, as long as you can ensure my safety. Once I return home, my father will naturally compensate you. He is a renowned swordsmith. A renowned swordsmith? Compensation? Wei Gong found a flicker of joy at her words that he replayed the conversation in his mind. Ensure your safety? He regarded her with suspicion. Yes. A bad person is after me. She lifted her head, casting a glance ahead. Following her gaze, Wei Gong spotted a woman clad in black, lurking behind a shop named Ma Family Materials. How do I trust you? What a nosy man. What? Oh. I was just saying you're quite the handsome man. Oh. Wei Gong felt a swell of pride at the compliment, his ego slightly boosted. Xiao Xiao produced a jade pendant from her waist and handed it to him. This jade is worth at least 100,000 or 80,000, and you can see the family crest carved on it. It's the emblem of the prestigious Jiuyuan family. Wei Gong took a glance at it, confirming her words. He had indeed heard of Gong Zhiyu's reputation. So, you're the daughter of Gong Zhiyu? Xiao Xiao nodded. But my father's fame attracts many who wish to kidnap me, that if you help me deal with her, my father will pay you once I return home. Wei Gong's mind raced. He wasn't sure if he could handle the role of a bodyguard, but if he simply returned home, he would end up with nothing. Looking at the little girl, he felt a surge of compassion. Without my help, she could face dire consequences, and I would be left to bear the guilt. All right, I'll help you, but I will need a protection fee. What the hell? The words slipped out, feeling somehow wrong. After a moment of reflection, he realized that protection fee was a term often used by gangsters. Xiao Xiao, however, readily agreed, her smile brightening. Okay, I accept your terms. Chapter 25. The Stab and the Stably maintained a steady breath, feigning interest in the merchandise while keeping a watchful eye on Shui Xiaoxia. It had taken her several days to finally track down the whereabouts of this orphan scion of the Chui family. If she could eliminate her, the mission would be complete, and she could return. However, Li's gaze turned icy. Although the target was merely a 4-year-old girl, she was remarkably cunning, and no matter what, the most brutal means must be employed to extinguish the resentment in her heart. She had never wasted so much time pursuing anyone before, especially not a child. It was rather peculiar. This little girl, though small in stature, was quite astute, always gravitating towards crowded areas, and inexplicably vanishing at night, forcing Li to devise ways to find her anew by day. For instance, in the current situation, hiding within the prestigious Ming Baozhai, they were situated in one of the busiest districts of the Chengying kingdom, surrounded by throngs of people, making it nearly impossible to strike. All Li could do was observe and wait for the market to close or for Xiao Xiao to depart. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a little girl engaging with a young boy. I couldn't fathom why the word engaging flitted through her mind. It seemed there was something suspicious in their exchanges. After conversing for a while, the boy led Shui Xiao Xiao out of the shop. As her gaze turned icy, a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. After all, having slain so many, what was one more life to extinguish? Sometimes, fortune descends from the heavens unexpectedly. Once the youth and Shui Xiao Xiao exited Ling Mountain City, they immediately summoned their flying swords and soared toward the outskirts. Li hurriedly concealed her presence, tailing them closely. Shui Xiao Xiao, cradled effortlessly in Wei Gong's arms, cast a disdainful glance at him. I must remind you, while you may hold me, do refrain from any unwarranted touching. I'm still a maiden, after all. Wei Gong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Thank you for the reminder. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to your maidenhood. Shui Xiao Xiao's brow twitched, a surge of murderous intent swelling within her. This insufferable man. After more than 30 years, no one has ever dared to touch me. And today I find myself in such misfortune, forced to be so intimately close to him. Indeed, in her past life as an academic prodigy, she had devoted herself entirely to study and research, advancing rapidly through the ranks to become the youngest doctoral advisor in her 20s, seamlessly integrating into the world's largest cosmic physics research institution. Yet, she remained utterly ignorant of matters between men and women, and had no desire to understand them. At this moment, due to the narrowness of the flying sword and her diminutive form, she had reluctantly acquiesced to being held by Wei Gong. Her face was nearly pressed against his chest, almost able to hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. A wave of masculine scent enveloped her. Contrary to the imagined odor of sweat, it bore a unique, refreshing aroma. Yet Shui Xiao Xiao still felt a wave of nausea wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Wei Gong leaned down and whispered, "We're being approached." Shui Xiao Xiao lifted her gaze, and indeed, a beam of sword light streaked through the sky like a meteor chasing the moon, hurtling toward them. Wei Gong deliberately veered off course, allowing the system to gather more data, thereby enabling a more accurate assessment of the pursuing assassin's information. Moments later, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind. A series of data flooding his consciousness. Name, unknown. Affiliation, dark system, realm. Eightfold enlightenment, level. LV82. Combat power, 285. Intelligence, 378. Life force, 1240. Soul energy, 1199. Special skills, unknown. Divine powers, unknown. Essence, 556. Qi, 664. Spirit, 483. Wei Gong's brow furrowed slightly. The woman trailing behind appeared frail, yet she surpassed both Luohua and the little fox spirit by several realms. Fortunately, she was merely at the eightfold enlightenment stage. He should still be able to manage. Out of curiosity, he glanced downward at Chui Xiaoxiao as well. Name, Xiaoxiao. Affiliation, none. Realm, none. Level, LV1. Combat power, 5. Intelligence, 8. Life force, 12. Soul energy, 19. Special skills, unknown. Divine powers, unknown. Essence, 5. Qi, 6. Spirit, 3. Indeed, she was just a child. Wei Gong felt a wave of black humor wash over him. It was a miracle she had survived this long. That moment, he suddenly recalled that this little one was the same person to whom he had sold a sword during his visit to Jiuyuan's sect. A smirk formed in his heart as he thought, I truly possess an eye for talent. I sensed her extraordinary origins from the very beginning. She is the daughter of Gong Jiyu. They had now reached a desolate area, with Wei Gong's back exposed, an unparalleled opportunity in Li's eyes. She snorted coldly, thinking she had expected a formidable opponent, yet found her adversary utterly defenseless. This was the perfect moment to eliminate both of them and return to report. She formed a sword with her fingers, crafting a sword technique that a dark, inky glow emanated from her hand, transforming into an invisible sword energy that surged toward Wei Gong's back. He perish, just as the sword energy was about to cleave Wei Gong and his sword in half. The figure in front suddenly swayed and then vanished into thin air. How could this be? Li's mouth gaped open, her mind blank. Though she did not comprehend what had transpired, one thing was painfully clear. Her opponent was above her. She felt her legs weaken, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. That very moment, she no longer felt like the predator in pursuit, but rather a fierce tiger ensnared in the hunter's trap. Her instinct screamed, flee. However, a wave of ominous energy enveloped her from all sides that a chill crept down her spine. In terror, she turned around, her eyes widening at the sight of a youthful, handsome face. Wind cut. 1,000 petals shatter the eye. Ah! Li let out a blood-curdling scream that 64 blades of wind enveloped her, intertwining in the air to form a vortex. The cacophony echoed like a roar from the depths of hell, filled with endless terror and despair, reverberating across the skies. Children should not look. Wei Gong raised his hand to shield Chui Xiaoxiao's eyes, but he felt a warmth emanating from her. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl in his embrace had been so frightened that tears streamed down her cheeks. Do not fear, Big Brother will protect you. Although Chui Xiaoxiao longed to glare back at him, her limbs felt numb and unresponsive. She had never imagined witnessing such so-called celestial arts, such legendary sword immortals, and the act of killing in this world. Wei Gong cast a sorrowful glance at her. Had his opponent not been an eightfold realm expert, he would not have resorted to unleashing such a devastating ninth-tier wind skill that he understood that villains often perish due to their verbosity. Thus a swift strike to eliminate the threat was the way to go. After a brief moment of screams, only the sounds of slicing and shattering remained. Chapter 26. Oh, how wonderful! If one were to speak of the advantages of the sword immortal world, it would be the scarcity of its populace. The combined population of the 13 nations barely reached 200 million, a stark contrast to the modern era of the 21st century. Consequently, another benefit emerged: affordable housing. Having experienced the era where housing prices soared to over 10,000 per square meter, Wei Gong felt an overwhelming desire to acquire multiple properties upon arriving here, but he soon discovered that lacking money was advantageous, as it prevented his wealth from being depleted by property hoarding. Upon returning to Wei Gong's abode, Chui Xiaoxiao surveyed his room with evident disdain. Indeed, this was the typical dwelling of a recluse. Aside from steel, machinery, and a gaming bed, there was nothing else. Oh, what is this? Cui Xiao exclaimed in delight, for within Wei Gong's residence lay an expansive bathroom, a showerhead, a bathtub, a splendid full-length mirror. How could this be possible? Having gone over a week without a bath, Cui Xiao was positively elated. Moreover, in the Sword Immortal world, such luxuries as showerheads were virtually non-existent. One typically encountered only public baths. The faucet nearby, while inferior to the plumbing of her 23rd century, resembled relics from the 21st century. Filled with joy, Cui Xiao dashed over, twisting the knob, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The sound of water gushing forth was like the most melodious music. Water! Water is flowing! Oh my goodness! Water is actually flowing! Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly, a black line forming on his forehead as he regarded her like an imbecile. It is essential to note that in this world, due to a divergent path of celestial arts, technological development had taken an entirely different trajectory. Many conveniences relied solely on magical arts or manual methods, rendering items like faucets non-existent. Wei Gong also found it troublesome to expend essence every time he bathed, so he considered constructing his own water retrieval system as a more convenient and practical solution, complete with a hot water tank. Although lacking electricity, the use of fire manipulation would suffice for heating. Cui Xiao swallowed hard, her youthful heart racing with excitement. That moment, desire overtook her, leaving little room for contemplation about the origins of these facilities. She turned around, her big, round eyes brimming with longing as she implored Wei Gong. "Big brother, may I take a bath here?" Wei Gong hesitated for a moment, finding no reason to refuse. "Do you know how to use it? The bathing facilities here may differ somewhat from those at your home." Yes, please teach me." Such an antique relic from the 21st century. What could she possibly not know? Cui Xiao internally scoffed but patiently listened to his explanation, eager to avoid revealing her status as a time traveler. Wei Gong, still unconvinced, filled the tub with hot water and utilized fire manipulation to heat the water in the tank. Once he had thoroughly explained the operation, he furrowed his brow and looked at her. "Never mind, let me wash you instead. You're so small. How can you wash yourself properly?" Cui Xiao instinctively took a step back, forcing a bitter smile. No, I'm fine, big brother. You can leave." After uttering those words, she swiftly shut the bathroom door. Warmth enveloped her. The comforting, steamy air engulfed her. Cui Xiao shed her clothes onto the floor and sank into the tub, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "It's been so long, my beloved bath." "La la 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 la," she sang joyfully, playing with the bubbles, reveling in this moment, the happiest she had experienced since arriving in this world. After half an hour, Cui Xiao finally emerged from the tub, thoroughly satisfied. "Oh, how delightful! Indeed, women are made of water," she exclaimed, stretching her little arms and legs, then picking up a towel from the rack to sniff it curiously. There was no unpleasant odor, only a faint fragrance reminiscent of soap, leaving one uncertain about its cleanliness. At that moment, a soft sound emanated from outside the door that a hand reached in, placing a set of clean children's clothing and a towel on the ground. "I just bought these. They have been sanitized at high temperature, and I used the wind magic to dry them. You can use them when you come out," he said, glancing at her. Cui Xiao froze, instinctively covering her vital areas with the towel in her hands. The corner of his mouth twitched, and a torrent of frustration surged within him. What was she trying to imply by covering her chest? Did she subconsciously perceive him as a peculiar figure with ulterior motives? Oh no! It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him utterly despondent. He quietly closed the door. Cui Xiao stood there momentarily, then a smile crept onto her lips. She hadn't anticipated that this boy, seemingly inexperienced, would be so considerate. She picked up the towel from the floor, inhaled its fresh scent, and wrapped it around herself. Feeling its warmth as she dried her body and hair, she unconsciously moved towards the full-length mirror. Raising her head, she gazed at her reflection and felt a wave of emotion. A petite body, slender arms, and little legs, complemented by a large head and expressive eyes. How adorable! Standing naked in the bathroom, she tossed aside the towel and scrutinized her current form. A strange sensation surged within her. In truth, if one stripped away clothing and language, merely observing this youthful physique, whether in ancient or modern times. On Earth or in a foreign realm, there isn't much difference among humans. The more she looked into the mirror, the more she appreciated her appearance. She raised her chubby hand, pointing at her reflection. Do you know? You are the cutest. Ah, no. You're the cutest. She chuckled proudly, striking a pose in the mirror, playfully tossing her hair to one side, one hand resting on her hip. Wow. Zhai Xiao no, Chui Xiao Xiao, with such a graceful figure. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be a true beauty. Her laughter rang out, half covering her face with her hand. Just then, the door suddenly opened a crack, revealing half of Wei Gong's face. Xiao Xiao, his expression froze mid-sentence, and he silently closed the door. No, it's not like that, brother, you misunderstand. Chui Xiao Xiao's heart sank, wishing she could find a crevice to slip into. Chapter 27. The magic flame blue essence, Chui Xiao Xiao, emerged dressed. And before Wei Gong could utter a word, her plump form flopped onto his bed. I'm tired. I want to sleep. That won't do. When are we going to find the palace god? Hey, did you hear me? Are you really asleep? Damn it. How can a child sleep so soundly? Wei Gong felt a headache coming on, waving his hand theatrically in the air. If it weren't for the palace god, I swear I could deal with you in a heartbeat. His gaze fell upon Chui Xiao Xiao, and inexplicably, his heart softened. This chubby little girl, with her long lashes casting shadows on her rosy cheeks, was utterly adorable as she slept. Wei Gong clicked his tongue, pulled the blanket over her, and tucked her in. Checking the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. Well, let her stay the night. Tomorrow, when we meet the palace god, I must collect today as accommodation fee as well. While she slept, Wei Gong turned his attention to the exorbitantly priced materials from earlier that on his desk. A finely crafted glass vial contained a swirling essence of deep blue, almost black, resembling countless tiny gemstones flowing between liquid and solid states, reflecting an otherworldly glow. This was the so-called magic flame blue essence, an extremely rare material said to be concocted from the tears of a 1,000-year-old mermaid combined with the ghostly flames of the Ghost Sword Kingdom. Processed for 7 days and nights. Perhaps 10 liters of mermaid tears could yield less than a gram of this essence. Thus, it was indeed a substance of magical nature, imbued with considerable spiritual energy. Legend has it that the swordsmith goddess, Shui Weilan, cherished mermaid tears and favored using magic flame blue essence in her forging. She possessed a bracelet supposedly made from this essence that would emit ethereal melodies during the full moon. However, Wei Gong had reservations about such items, finding them too enchanted and eerie. With a zombie already in his home, would the haunting melodies of mermaids at night not drive one to madness? Speaking of which, where had that scoundrel Wang Yu gone while he was away? He lifted his head, scanning the room, finally locating the culprit in the wardrobe. Wang Yu opened his eyes briefly before shutting them again. The wardrobe emanated a foul odor. Wei Gong frowned, pinching his nose that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before this zombie disguise completely decayed. The system alerted him to this fact. Zombie durability, 87-100. If it reached 0, this zombie would surely escape his control. This value was continuously declining. Wei Gong took Wang Yu down to the basement and summoned the ice-binding technique to freeze him. The rate of durability loss was somewhat mitigated. From his observations, it was indeed related to the physical body. Oddly enough, in this world filled with myriad magical arts, there was no true technique for soul restoration or physical reincarnation. Otherwise, Wei Gong would be eager to test whether he could restore a soul through the physical form. Locking the basement door, he leaned against it, shaking his head. Turning back, he resumed his seat at the desk, delving into the study of the magic flame blue essence system. What can the magic flame blue essence forge? Certainly, Master. The system scanned and presented several data points. 3 related sword manuals were found. Point 1. Ice Phoenix Blue Flame Sword. Type: Ice and Fire Dual System. Rank: Primal Divine Artifact. Required materials: Magic Flame Blue Essence Immortal, Heart of the Demon Divine, Stone of the Wind God Divine, Black Featherine Essence Divine, Withered Plum River Stone Imperial. 2. Purple Blue Twin Swords. Type: Ice and Fire Dual System. Rank: Luohua Immortal Artifact. Required materials: Magic Flame Blue Essence Immortal, Fiery Blue Blood Immortal, Windstorm Stone, immortal. Lion Bull Tail, immortal. Heavenly Machine Rod, imperial. 3. Soul Connection Sword, type. Light and dark dual system. Rank, Pseudo Luo Tian immortal artifact. Transcending Grey Jade Dragon imperial. Required materials. Magic Flame Blue Essence, immortal. Dark Sacred Crystal, immortal. Iron Sand, common. Profound Cloud Wood, premium. Human Blood, common. Wei Gong quickly scanned through the information. If the dark sacred crystal in the last sword required over 200,000, then none of these swords would be within his reach to forge. Having learned from his previous experience with the zombie sword, Wei Gong was wary of recklessly using immortal materials again. Moreover, he pondered that if he safely returned Xiao Xiao to the Gong family tomorrow, he might have to return this magic flame blue essence to someone else. With that thought, he picked up a cloth and covered the vial of blue essence. Sitting down, he took out the jade pendant Xiao Xiao had given him earlier, running his fingers over it. The design felt somewhat rough. The iron head emblem, with hollow eyes, bore a resemblance to the Decepticon insignia from Transformers. Unable to recall where he had seen it before, he retrieved the Chengying mirror to investigate. Damn it, who taught her to lie? The Gong family's emblem was evidently a palace-shaped symbol, somewhat akin to an 8 trigram. Moreover, Gong Jiu was only in his 20s and had no children that a sudden realization struck Wei Gong. This girl named Xiao Xiao was not Gong Jiu's daughter at all. So who was she? Would my 200,000 be irretrievably lost? He hastily scanned the design in his hand, and the Chengying mirror displayed a message. The sword forging family of Lingyuan County in the Sword Kingdom, Chui Lixing. His family of 13 has been exterminated, leaving only a 4-year-old daughter missing. The perpetrator is heartless, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Accompanying it was an image of the missing girl. Wei Gong inhaled sharply, realizing that Chui Lixing had fallen into serious trouble. Otherwise, his entire family wouldn't have been wiped out. Taking in the last remaining orphan was akin to inviting catastrophe. Wei Gong was no saint and had no desire to court misfortune. Yet, glancing at Chui Xiao Xiao, he felt a twinge of compassion. Following the previous message, a public appeal was issued by the Sword Forging Association and the Public Security Administration of the Sword Kingdom, urging anyone with information on Chui Xiao Xiao to contact them promptly. Wei Gong continued his search and found a few missing person notices issued by supposed close friends of Chui Lixing. One of them, from someone named Zhuxian, offered a bounty of 200,000 for anyone who could return Chui Xiao Xiao. Initially, Wei Gong considered returning her directly to the Sword Forging Association. But upon seeing that bounty, his eyes lit up that it seemed like a classic bait-and-switch scheme. It was entirely possible that this bounty was a trap set by Xiao Xiao's enemies. However, after some contemplation, he decided to cling to the last shred of hope and give it a try. Chapter 28. The underground black market that night. Chui Xiao Xiao had a nightmarish dream. Suddenly, she bolted upright. What the hell was this feeling? Chui Xiao Xiao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, preparing to continue her slumber, yet a sudden chill enveloped her heart. Grasping her surroundings, she reached beneath her body, only to encounter a patch of dampness. No way! I'm only 4 years old. How could this happen? However, the moment she withdrew her fingers from the covers, her entire being crumbled. Ugh! The corners of Chui Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched. It turned out that the only things capable of dampening the sheets were 2 phenomena, one known as menstruation, and the other, bedwetting. Chui Xiao Xiao felt utterly defeated. Within her resided the soul of a 30-something individual, and yet she was told she would wet the bed. What a lifelong humiliation. She climbed out of bed, surveyed her handiwork, and glanced over at the peacefully sleeping Wei Gong. Stealthily, Chui Xiao Xiao descended from the bed and tossed the soiled sheets into the bathroom, rinsing them briefly. The labor of her 4-year-old body was still too arduous. Opting for a more drastic measure, she decided to dispose of the sheets in the wilderness. Then, rummaging through the wardrobe, she found a fresh set to lay down. Chui Xiao Xiao clapped her hands in satisfaction, nodding approvingly before changing out of her clothes and donning some freshly washed garments belonging to Wei Gong. With a huff, she climbed back into bed, casting a glance at the shivering Wei Gong beside her, and contentedly closed her eyes. What the hell, Chui Xiao Xiao, did you do this? What? Impossible. I had already destroyed the evidence. Chui Xiao Xiao resolved to maintain her charade. Wei Gong yanked the covers off her, lifting her up, Cui Xiaoxiao cast a downward glance, her heart sinking. Damn it, it was a repeat offense that on the new sheets lay a sizable patch of urine. Wei Gong shot her a glance, choosing to ignore her. Moments later, a thunderous voice erupted. Cui Xiaoxiao, this can't be the sheet I had yesterday. Where's my bedding? Cui Xiaoxiao's heart leapt, and she hastily covered her ears. If you keep this up today, you'll be sleeping on the floor. He went outside to retrieve the corpses Cui Xiaoxiao had disposed of, cleaned the sheets, and tossed them into the bathroom. Subsequently, he washed the soiled sheets along with the dirty laundry from the past 2 days, hanging them out to dry. Cui Xiaoxiao glanced up at him. The sunlight cast Wei Gong's shadow upon her face, making him appear quite imposing. This fellow seemed rather industrious. Cui Xiaoxiao reflected on the fortuitous encounter that had brought them together, recalling her father's admonition to seek him out and learn the craft. Though she held no interest in sword forging, this young man might assist her in her quest to return home, that if she had traversed here through warped space, perhaps she could return in the same manner. However, she was unsure if the current forging techniques would meet her expectations. After Wei Gong finished tidying up, he cast a sidelong glance at the magic flame blue crystal on the table. Then looked back at Cui Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of anxiety that he had anonymously contacted someone named Zhuxian. Just to be cautious, Wei Gong decided to have Wang Yu handle the rendezvous, that if the other party was merely fishing for information, losing a zombie wouldn't be a significant setback. Wei Gong began to appreciate the advantages of a zombie sword. Truly, having a disguise made things much more manageable. Next time, he would need to consider where to dig up graves. Wei Gong entertained a peculiar thought of summoning a zombie from the royal tomb, relishing the idea of enslaving the ancestors of the Sword Kingdom, an oddly satisfying notion. Yet before that, he wished to explore the black market. Hoping to procure some inexpensive sword forging materials, that he instructed Cui Xiaoxiao to lock the door at home and absolutely avoid the basement. Then, he soared into the sky on his sword, heading towards the capital. The underground black market, or rather the underground world, was indeed a complete realm unto itself that IT boasted a comprehensive supply and trading mechanism, from swords to materials, to entry qualifications for certain major sects, accessories, and daily necessities. Anything one could conceive of could be found for sale here. Even things one could not fathom might be available. The underground world even hosted events akin to the traditional Dragon Ball tournaments. It was like the entire realm of light reflected in water, a surreal yet strikingly tangible illusion. Due to the far-reaching connections of the underground world with significant leaders from the 13 nations, it had, to a certain extent, evaded much interference, becoming a widely recognized entity. The underground black market had designated entrances in multiple countries and cities, with the largest located within the imperial city of the Sword Kingdom. Many swordsmiths, seeking to save some money or acquire special contraband, chose to venture into the black market. However, according to Wei Gong, it was a paradise exclusively for the affluent, its darkness rivaling even that of reputable markets like the Mingbao Pavilion. He had considered leveraging the system to earn some money in the black market, such as through stone gambling. However, he soon discovered that gambling on stones was also a game for the wealthy. A piece of high-quality raw stone could cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, while the appreciation potential of lower-quality stones was minimal, making them hard to resell unless specifically for sword forging. Moreover, those black market merchants were all quite crafty, seldom putting genuinely high value, low-cost raw stones onto the market. Wei Gong surveyed several black shops, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The influx of incompetent swordsmiths had likely driven prices up in the black market. For instance, the ghost training stone was a premium material. Yet many vendors would substitute it with a visually similar Chengying stone to deceive inexperienced swordsmiths. Some restricted materials were even more so, particularly those related to blood refinement, as few had ever encountered them, allowing sellers to set arbitrary prices without fear of being challenged on their genuine value. Only upon attempting to forge would one discover the truth. The very essence of the black market lay in its lack of guarantees. Once purchased, whether one incurred a loss or a gain was of no concern to the seller. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, Wei Gong could accurately assess the value of materials. Otherwise, he would have been swindled countless times. These damned and scrupulous merchants think of me as a fool? Wei Gong cursed angrily, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Even finding decent goods in the black market had become so arduous. Just then, A chorus of voices erupted from not far ahead. Common goods, common goods, common goods. Although Wei Gong was reluctant to join the ruckus, curiosity compelled him to take a glance to his surprise. A crowd had gathered around a wealthy gambler who had appeared out of nowhere, that a multitude of jade stones lay scattered on the ground. And Wei Gong estimated that he had already spent at least 500,000 to 600,000 as he watched. The man was preparing to cut into another stone, his expression serious, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he fervently prayed, "Premium! Premium!" Yet amidst the surrounding cacophony, his small hope seemed drowned in the din. Chapter 29. What a coincidence. Witnessing a wealthy individual opening treasure chests was a source of amusement for many. Most were content to watch the spectacle, as it wasn't their money being spent. Wei Gong observed closely and found the individual rather intriguing. Despite spending a considerable sum, he did not exhibit the typical reckless behavior of other wealthy gamblers, haphazardly discarding stones. Instead, he meticulously arranged the stones he had opened on the ground according to their quality. This alone led Wei Gong to suspect that this person might not be a true tycoon, but merely a gambler. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much about the quality of the materials and would not have arranged them so neatly. Perhaps he was a meticulous gambler. The man, his face flushed, repeatedly exclaimed, "Premium, premium!" A stone weighing over 100 pounds was placed on the cutting table, with the shopkeeper assisting him in cutting it open from the outside in. Perhaps due to the stone's hardness, the process took considerable time, stirring the excitement of the surrounding crowd. Generally, cutting a stone of higher hardness could yield excellent materials. As for that large stone, its entire body was green, faintly shimmering with light, raising hopes that it might indeed contain the coveted premium material the buyer desired. "System, please scan and see what quality lies within," Wei Gong requested. "Certainly, Master," the system replied, scanning the large green stone with Wei Gong's gaze, presenting a set of data. 40 composition of Qing ironstone, white flower premium. 35 composition of cloud martial steel, royal grade. 25 composition of Qinxia rock, royal grade. And 5 composition of dark sacred crystal, premium. What the hell? Upon hearing the term dark sacred crystal, Wei Gong's heart leapt to his throat. That wasn't this the very material needed to forge the soul-connecting sword? Moreover, he had previously checked the sword forging configuration list, discovering that the soul-connecting sword required only a small amount of dark sacred crystal. If forged well, approximately less than half a pound would suffice. However, this material was exceedingly rare. Even when clearly priced in the major market or black market, it started at 300,000 for premium materials. The fact that this stone weighing over 100 pounds contained such a component was indeed beyond Wei Gong's expectations. While he had no idea how much the man had paid for the stone, it was evident that he had already profited. And to make matters worse, this rascal had just snatched away the very item he had longed for. What a pity, if only he had arrived a moment earlier. Wei Gong sighed and prepared to leave the crowd. Just then, laughter erupted around him. The large stone had been cut open, revealing cloud martial steel inside. "Oh, turns out it's a royal-grade material. Ha, looks like the big brother is having an off day. This stone is turned white again for 20,000. Wealthy brother, why not open another one for us to broaden our horizons?" Exactly. In the realm of stone gambling, one cannot encounter a celestial product without investing at least 1 million. Who knows, the next one might yield a divine item. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong could not help but halt his steps. Even though he had foreseen the outcome, he still wished to witness the unfolding events. This stone, though substantial, concealed within it the minuscule dark sacred crystal. Should it remain uncut, it might be mistaken for an imperial-grade stone. At that juncture, if I were to offer a handsome price, perhaps this individual might sell it to me. Wei Gong's heart brimmed with a glimmer of hope. The fate of that stone resembled Schr Dinger's cat. Its true value would ultimately depend on how the buyer proceeded with the cutting. Faced with the mocking taunts of the onlookers, the man furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The shopkeeper glanced at him and inquired, "Do you wish to continue cutting? Or, as they suggested, select another piece? I have a batch of goods that I have yet to scrutinize. There may be some divine materials among them." The man hesitated, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "What is the rush? I haven't finished cutting this stone yet." Very well, Wei Gong thought. He had hoped the man would discard this stone as a mere imperial grade. allowing him the chance to acquire it. However, seeing the man's determination, that hope seemed to dwindle. The man scrutinized the stone closely, then shifted to another angle, gesturing for the shopkeeper to cut from there. The shopkeeper, likely unaccustomed to such a foolish spender, grinned widely, adopting a most accommodating attitude. He would cut it however the man desired. Wei Gong observed intently. If the cut penetrated deeply, it would instantly reveal the concealed, dark, sacred crystal. Cut! The rhythmic chants erupted once more, resonating with even greater fervor than before. The proprietor grasped the cutting knife and began to slice along the indicated line. After about 10 centimeters, a greenish hue emerged, revealing the presence of cloud martial steel, along with colorful fragments of Qinxia rock. However, the cloud martial steel was exceedingly hard, and the cutting tool had become severely dulled. The shopkeeper bit his lip, cast aside the knife in hand, and picked up another. Enough, no more. The buyer's face turned ashen as he waved his hand to halt the shopkeeper. If a stone yielded the same material from multiple angles, it merely indicated that the primary component within was that very material. Yet, this was merely anecdotal. This particular stone was not so straightforward. The man, having evidently lost patience, refused to continue cutting that he lifted the stone and set it aside. Wei Gong felt a surge of blood rush through him, his heart racing. The location where the stone was placed distinctly resembled that of other imperial-grade stones. The man had already deemed this 100-pound green stone as cloud martial steel. In other words, no one had discerned the valuable celestial material, the dark sacred crystal. Hidden within, Wei Gong swallowed hard. My opportunity has arrived. What do you think? Shall we continue with the purchase? The shopkeeper looked up at the man, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The surrounding spectators exhibited similar expressions. Brother, cut another one, surely it will yield something. Indeed, the streak of bad luck has ended. The next one must bring good fortune. Brother, allow me to assist you in selecting. I guarantee it will yield a celestial product or better. The man raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at the speaker, grumbling, Get lost. I spent my own money. Why should I let you choose? He glanced back at the haphazardly piled materials in the shop, swallowed hard, and shook his head, suppressing his desires that it appeared this shop truly lacked quality goods. It would be better to seek another. That he took out the Qingyuan mirror, gathered the materials on the floor, and strode away from the crowd. Wait, brother, truly, cut another one. It will definitely yield something. Brother, just one more. As he prepared to leave, the onlookers expressed their disappointment. Yet, the man was resolute, walking far without a backward glance. When the spectators saw him depart, their amusement waned, and they quickly dispersed. Wei Gong, elated, hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 30. A fateful encounter. The individual regarded by all as a wealthy gambler was named Chengying. Despite being a swordsmith, he was not as affluent as presumed. In fact, he was rather destitute. The reason was simple. Chengying was a gambler, and he had been in the swordsmithing trade longer than Wei Gong and had gained some renown, earning a decent amount. Yet he spent just as much. More often than not, his earnings had been lost in stone gambling. Just when his business was in dire straits, he unexpectedly landed a significant order days prior. The buyer requested a celestial-grade sword and had already paid a deposit of 1 million, that this sum was neither excessive nor insufficient. If Chengying refrained from purchasing excessively expensive materials, he should be able to gather the necessary components for a celestial-grade sword. However, upon arriving in the imperial city of the sword-forging kingdom, he suddenly had a change of heart. With this 1 million as capital, he might win a considerable amount in the underground stone gambling market, a classic gambler's mindset. The outcome was predictable, that he had squandered 90,000 in the previous shop, leaving him with insufficient funds to purchase the materials needed for a celestial-grade sword. Resolute, Chengying decided to go all in. Having already spent so much, he might as well exhaust the remaining 10,000 that the raw stones he had just purchased could likely fetch around 20,000 if sold. Contemplating this, he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to seek another shop to test his luck before reaching the end of the street. Wei Gong seized him by the arm. Brother, may I purchase a piece of raw stone from you? What? The man turned to look at Wei Gong, momentarily taken aback. I wish to buy the last piece of raw stone you opened. I can offer you 20,000. Would that be acceptable? Chengying had spent only 20,000 on that piece. Even if it were 100% pure cloud martial steel, it would not be worth that much. Yet, why would this young man wish to spend an additional 20,000 on his stone? On one hand, Chengying found it hard to believe Wei Gong. On the other, he was in a foul mood due to his losses. Even recovering 20,000 would not alleviate his troubles. The thought of his buyer loomed ominously over him. If he failed to deliver as promised, his own survival was in jeopardy. Chengying pushed Wei Gong's hand away, irritation creeping in his voice. Why should I give it to you when I've lost today? With that, he turned to walk away. Left alone, Wei Gong stood in place for a moment. The rejection was unexpected. However, if the man left, what would happen to his dark sacred crystal? Wei Gong calculated his remaining balance, approximately 92,000, that if he reserved some for living expenses and the remaining materials, he estimated he could still spare about 50,000. Chengying lingered outside another stone gambling shop, watching others gamble, but he felt a mix of temptation and hesitation. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Turning around, he found the same young man from before. Brother, fate has brought us together. How about I offer you 25,000? Goodness, this persistent fellow. My cloud martial steel is not a treasure. Has he lost his mind? Chengying replied tersely. That piece of cloud martial steel is not worth that price. Why not buy from a regular materials market? Wei Gong paused, his mind racing. Actually, there is a small quantity of rock within that cloud martial steel, making it worthwhile that I happen to encounter you and would prefer not to run around the market. How about you let me have it for a few thousand? Oh? Hearing this, Chengying's mood inexplicably brightened. From a normal market perspective, the price of rock indeed surpassed that of cloud martial steel. Wei Gong's words carried some merit, so could it be that this last stone might still yield a profit? Of course, that hinged on the accuracy of Wei Gong's claims, that the content of rock exceeded 30% of the total. Chengying scrutinized Wei Gong from head to toe, shaking his head. This young man seemed too inexperienced to grasp such complexities. Furthermore, numerous people had been present earlier, and the shopkeeper had already cut it open. While there might be a small amount of rock, it likely was not as abundant as he claimed. Most. The stone was worth around 15,000. That Chengying shook his head, impatience evident in his tone. Just get lost. I see you're a novice. I don't want to take advantage of you. That stone isn't worth that price. Brother, how about I offer you 10,000? Chengying turned back, looking at Wei Gong as though he were an imbecile. I'm in a foul mood today. Don't provoke my anger. Very well. If he wouldn't sell for 25,000, there was no chance he would sell for 10. That if that were the case, why pretend to be a saint earlier, claiming he didn't want to deceive Wei Gong? Seeing that his efforts were in vain, Wei Gong contemplated that if he continued to raise his offer, it might arouse suspicion. Yet, he was loath to abandon the dark sacred crystal concealed within. Thus, he did not immediately depart, but he looked up and discovered that Chengying was intently observing the happenings inside the stone gambling shop. Following his gaze, he noticed a customer engaged in a game of stone betting. The stone appeared somewhat yellow and slightly coarse, resembling a mere quality piece worth at most a couple of thousand. That a quick scan with the system confirmed this. Data indicated 77 jadeite of superior quality, 12 common grade, 10 rough grade, 1 other impurities, rough grade, detailed composition available. Yet, Chengying was visibly excited, softly chanting along with the rhythm of the stone opening. Good quality, good quality, good quality. Indeed, it seemed that people in this world often do not wish for others' happiness. Wei Gong clicked his tongue and remarked softly, most of this is, it should be a jadeite of superior quality. Chengying turned to glare at Wei Gong, thinking to himself that this kid was truly audacious in making baseless guesses. And he was clearly trying to jinx himself. Just as he was about to speak, the stone was sliced open. A piece of top quality, jadeite of superior quality. Chengying was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the world of Chengying, most raw materials appeared remarkably similar in appearance. Although certain characteristics could help differentiate them, the ability to accurately judge them was quite limited. In general, experienced swordsmiths could estimate the material grade within the raw stone based on its shape, color, temperature, and tactile sensation. However, being able to discern the exact components at a glance was nearly impossible. Wei Gong's earlier behavior could only be performed by a divine-grade sword master or a top-notch material appraiser. Kid, you must have been guessing randomly just now, right? Chengying's gaze was fixed intently on Wei Gong, and he swallowed hard. Chapter 31. Today's appraiser, upon witnessing Chengying's astonished expression, Wei Gong knew he had a chance. He suppressed his excitement, his mind racing as he contemplated how to lure the other into his trap, that if this person were a gambler, perhaps he could exploit the gambler's psychology to acquire the raw stone that concealed the dark, holy crystal. Brother, I wasn't just making random guesses earlier that if you don't believe me, how about we wager a few rounds, guessing the main components within others' raw stones? If I can name the contents correctly 3 times without a single error, you will sell me that raw stone from earlier. If I am wrong even once, I will give you 20,000 coins. What do you say? Chengying raised his head in puzzlement, scrutinizing the young man seriously. This lad was young, yet spoke with considerable bravado. If he truly possessed such remarkable abilities, wouldn't he be a top material appraiser? Or perhaps he would win significantly at stone betting. So, why would he waste time with someone like himself? All right, I don't believe this nonsense. Wei Gong's eyes sparkled with a cunning light, akin to a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. Just then, the shopkeeper was assisting in cutting the next piece of raw stone. Chengying gestured for Wei Gong to guess what material was being cut. Wei Gong glanced at it and remarked casually, "This stone appears hard. Yet it is actually soft with a yellowish-green hue. It must be. Is a superior material among the ideal for assisting in the forging of fine swords or whip swords that if not for its lack of flexibility and insufficient support for the energy of the system. It might have been classified as royal grade. Besides Wei Gong and Chengying, a few others were also watching nearby. The buyer flushed red with excitement, whispering fervently, "Royal grade, royal grade, royal grade." The cutting knife sliced effortlessly into the stone, which split cleanly in two. However, instead of the emerald sheen of as Wei Gong had predicted, the cut surface unexpectedly revealed a faint red glow. A piece of medium quality, jade dragon royal grade. Haha, the buyer, like Chengying, erupted in laughter. One rejoiced in his stone betting win, while the other mocked Wei Gong for his youthful naivety. Chengying raised his hand and patted Wei Gong on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Young man, don't casually imitate others in gambling. It could ruin your life. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, and I hope you learn from it." After he finished speaking, he extended his hand toward Wei Gong. "You owe me the wager we agreed upon." This was the first time Chengying encountered such a naive fool presenting himself. "Brother, why the rush? Can a stone be judged on just one cut?" Wei Gong shook his head and moved to the center of the stage, addressing the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, could you please slice off the central layer?" He drew a line about 1 centimeter away from the stone center. What did this mean? The crowd was left bewildered. Even the buyer of the stone felt particularly displeased. "What do you mean by suddenly saying this, young brother? Are you questioning my—" Wei Gong nodded, speaking candidly. "Indeed, I am. Did you not notice the raw stone's exterior is a yellowish green? Is purely red? If that were the primary component, how could the stone appear this way?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers thought the young man, though youthful, spoke with reason. Yes, perhaps it is actually—" "Brother, why not cut it again and let us see for ourselves?" Not only was the stone green, but the buyer's face had also turned pale. If it was, that would be a rough product, and he might not even recover his investment. "Young brother, do not speak carelessly. This is clearly royal grade, as the shopkeeper has already confirmed. Right, boss?" The shopkeeper, upon being questioned, felt a bit awkward. Indeed, generally speaking, once a raw stone is cut, the central quality can generally determine the material composition and value. However, there are exceptional cases that I have been in the stone business for over 30 years and have indeed encountered instances where the center does not match the actual primary component. He turned back to persuade the buyer. "Sir, perhaps we should heed this young brother's advice and make another cut for verification." The buyer was taken aback. He never expected the shopkeeper to support the idea. Yet anyone in such a situation would inevitably feel somewhat irked. "How about this? If it turns out to be, I'll give you 10,000 for free, and if not, you won't owe me anything. How does that sound?" Wei Gong administered another dose of encouragement. Indeed, the buyer's eyes lit up at this prospect. "Are you serious?" Not just him, the onlookers were left astonished. Young man, are you out of your mind? Where can one find such a guaranteed profit deal in this world? Yeah, why haven't I encountered such a good opportunity? I say, since the young man has already made such a declaration, why not hurry and cut it to see who wins or loses? Since everyone was urging him, the buyer felt embarrassed to refuse. He raised his hand to signal the shopkeeper to cut the remaining stone as Wei Gong suggested. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes, spat into his palm, and then wielded the cutting knife, slicing through the center layer, as if it were tofu. Wow! The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe. Inside, there lay a large piece of pristine green jade. The shopkeeper was also taken aback by the result, momentarily stunned, before proceeding to identify the central composition, calling out with a prolonged voice, a piece of top quality. What? Chengying's mouth fell agape in astonishment. How could this be? It was identical to what Wei Gong had said. His mind went blank, and he struggled to regain his senses. Young brother, you are incredible. This is not about him being incredible. It's clearly the others who are foolish for not noticing such a glaring color difference. Stop talking. Aren't you just berating yourself too? The buyer, humiliated, turned crimson and hurriedly made his way out of the crowd. The next stone gambler placed a stone on the table and turned to Wei Gong. Young brother, can you guess what this one is? Wei Gong glanced at it but did not respond. Instead, he patted Chengying on the shoulder. Next stone, shall we continue? His voice pulled Chengying back from the depths of his astonishment. Chengying instinctively nodded, then shook his head. No, it had to be that he and the shopkeeper were in cahoots, conspiring to deceive him. No, we should check another shop. All right. Wei Gong nodded, gesturing for him to lead the way. Chapter 32, a great deal a piece of medium quality. As the shopkeeper unveiled the newly opened stone, Chengying could not help but widen his eyes. Goodness, how could this be possible? Chengying was once again struck with shock. They switched to another shop, and it was once again precisely as Wei Gong had described. He was beginning to suspect whether Wei Gong's mind housed some peculiar detection device. If Wei Gong were aware of his current thoughts, he would likely smile knowingly. What more than a mere detector? This system was an unparalleled multifunctional golden finger. What do you think? Shall we continue to wager on the next stone? Amiya inquired cautiously, a wave of apprehension washing over him, but he felt that if Chengying possessed a modicum of intellect and recognized his discerning ability, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding the raw stone, concealing the dark holy crystal. Fortunately, Chengying's intellect was yet to be engaged, as he remained enraptured by Amiya's apparent expertise. No need. A wager is a wager. I shall provide you with the stone you desire, Chengying declared. Promptly summoning a multitude of stones from the Jiuyuan mirror, to be frank, had it not been for the labels affixed by the shopkeeper, he would have been utterly incapable of discerning the composition of each stone. Amiya scanned the collection and located the large blue stone he sought. A smile of relief gracing his lips, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, oblivious to the perspiration accumulating on his palm and back. Brother, please provide me with your account details so that I may transfer the funds to you, Amiya said, brandishing the Jiuyuan mirror and shaking it at Chengying. Oh, right, Chengying exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he retrieved his own Jiuyuan mirror. Amiya cast a glance and noted the account name displayed, Chengying. Following the corresponding numerical account details, he proceeded to transfer 15,000 Dao coins. With a mere thought, the Jiuyuan mirror emitted a faint glow. The numbers flickered momentarily before the funds successfully transferred to Chengying's account. Wishing to conceal his identity to avoid future repercussions, Amiya utilized the anonymous transfer feature. Chengying scrutinized the account balance and nodded approvingly. Indeed. Little brother, you are truly a man of your word. Thank you, elder brother, Amiya replied with a smile before collecting the stones scattered on the ground and placing them into the Jiuyuan mirror. Eager to extricate himself before being discovered, lest he regret it later. Little brother, today I have witnessed what true discernment looks like. You surpassed those so-called top appraisers. A sense of dread enveloped Amiya as he realized he had perhaps overstated his prowess, making it difficult to avoid suspicion. Elder brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now, he said, taking a step forward only to be halted by a large hand grasping his shoulder. Chengying's face flushed with excitement. "Little brother, what is your name? I wish to propose a grand business deal." "A grand deal?" It would be prudent to tread lightly with such a gambler. This opportunity might be a one-time affair. Amiya glanced at him and shook his head. "No, thank you. I merely came to purchase some materials." "You have not yet heard what the grand deal entails," Chengying insisted. "Both of you, if you are interested in making money, you might want to consider this," a voice interjected, startling Amiya as he turned to see a flamboyantly painted face, adorned with the image of a long sword and the bold words "excessive rewards." "Goodness, from where did you spring forth?" Though Chengying's voice was not loud, it successfully drew the attention of nearby touts. Upon learning of their interest in a business deal, they approached, offering 2 flyers. The Underground Kings Combination Tournament. The Legend of the Swordsmith and the Sword Immortal. Amiya glanced at the flyer. Dismissing it as mere refuse that in the underground realm, aside from trading goods, a significant activity was the Dark Arena, where various gambling events were held, attracting many capable sword immortals seeking to earn some extra coin. The price of failure was steep. If one failed to secure winnings, their life could be forfeit. Thus, for spectators, it offered an unparalleled thrill of bloodshed. This Underground Kings Combination Tournament was likely of a similar nature. Regardless of the promised rewards, Amiya had no desire to risk his life here, as his immediate priority was to depart post-haste. Chengying was equally displeased by the interruption, yet the individual had reminded him that matters should not be conducted openly. A secluded place was necessary. He quickly pulled Amiya toward a corner. "Hey, elder brother, this is rather inappropriate. Isn't it?" Amiya remarked with a wry smile, attempting to free himself from Chengying's grasp. However, to his surprise, the man possessed considerable strength, and he found himself unable to escape. Frowning, he pondered whether it was time to employ a higher-level skill. Chengying placed a finger to his lips, lowering his voice. "Little brother, I wish to draw people in for some side bets. What do you think?" "Side bets?" Amiya did not vehemently oppose this notion. Instead, finding himself calmed, that if wagering on stones was akin to the main event, then placing bets on the outcomes of stone assessments would be considered side betting. Such external wagers on stone outcomes were reminiscent of Amiya's previous endeavors, where individuals bet on the quality of the next stone before it was revealed, with various betting methods yielding different odds. That it is crucial to note that if goods could not be promptly offloaded, they would become worthless, which is why, despite the popularity of stone betting, instances of overnight wealth were rare. It is exceedingly challenging to generate liquidity through timely resale to facilitate subsequent betting. Thus, one could argue that stone betting was primarily a game for the affluent. Amiya had long recognized this reality, which is why he had not recklessly invested all his funds into stone betting. Individuals like him would find it exceedingly difficult to establish a sales channel, even if they won. They risked becoming mired in inventory. Furthermore, he possessed no capital to engage in this venture, leading him to abandon the notion of gaining wealth through stone betting. However, external gambling differed. It involved real money and had a fast turnover, with transaction volumes often reaching millions within a single round. External betting on stones was exceedingly rare, primarily due to high barriers to entry. Typically, only swordsmiths and material appraisers participated, resulting in a limited number of players. Additionally, external stone betting bore similarities to horse racing. Knowledgeable individuals, devoid of behind-the-scenes manipulation, could potentially make informed judgments based on the condition of the horses and the abilities of the riders. This form of betting also relied on keen observation, which, lacking the essential randomness of gambling, further diminished its appeal, resulting in even fewer participants. This mysterious circle was small, usually consisting of acquaintances, with strangers rarely included. Individuals like Amiya had virtually no chance of mingling with them. Thus, he had only heard of it but had never truly encountered it. Without someone to introduce him, he would never gain entry to the outer gambling scene. Upon hearing Chengying's proposal, Amiya felt a twinge of intrigue. "So, you have connections?" he queried, gazing at Chengying and swallowing hard. The man before him, known as Chengying, appeared to be a gateway to the long-coveted unknown world he had longed to explore. Chapter 33. The Underground Casino. The underground world, fundamentally formed by the sewer systems of the Imperial City, boasts a labyrinthine network with a history spanning over 2 to 3 centuries that it grew in scale. Numerous powerful investors expanded and renovated various spaces, gradually shaping the current underground landscape. Among the many subterranean structures, the most renowned are the Underground Arena and the Dark Palace that in the Underground Arena. Blood-soaked battles occur daily, with no less than 20 sword immortals meeting their demise each day. The Dark Palace, shrouded in mystery, is said to be the venue for the ultimate battles among the 13 nations' top sword immortals. Legends even suggest that the former ruler of the Heavenly Sword Kingdom perished within its confines, to ensure adequate airflow throughout the underground world. Ventilation shafts are ubiquitous within the dome and rock walls. Each dark vent resembles a lurking beast in the shadows, whimpering under the pressure of the flowing air, akin to the cries of spirits. The wind sweeps through the vast space, stirring up dust and causing garments to flutter. A piece of paper dances in the wind, traversing the depths of the underground before finally settling near a pair of black short boots. The individual, bare-chested, displayed a robust physique, a prominent scar slicing across his face from his right eyebrow to his left jaw, lending him an intimidating appearance. His duty was to guard the imposing door behind him. Beyond that dark entrance lay a modest casino frequented by familiar patrons. The scarred man lowered his head and flicked at the paper with his toe. The paper fluttered back, revealing a corner. Squinting, he read, "Underground Kings Combination Tournament?" The scarred man extended a hand, employing a wind manipulation technique to lift the paper gently into his grasp that he clicked his tongue. Somewhat bemused. 3 million in prizes. Damn it, had it been 10 years ago, I would have definitely participated in this tournament. Scarred man, you're just boasting. A voice interrupted, causing the scarred man to twitch his brow. Turning, he beheld a lean figure emerging from the dark doorway. Dead monkey, I'm not boasting. Back in the day, when I participated in the King's Tournament in the Underground Arena, you weren't even around. The monkey raised his gaze. Come on. With your lackluster skills, how could you even enter the Underground Arena? You bastard. The scarred man bared his teeth, raising his left hand to pat his right shoulder. You don't believe me, you'd be shocked to know. I've even fought in the Dark Palace during the legendary Blood Battle Tournament. If my right hand hadn't been crippled, I'd still be a champion today. The monkey couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you've really inflated your stories. If you had truly been there, how could you possibly have returned alive? Battles among sword immortals in the underground world are fought to the death. And the monkey's skepticism is not without merit. You think so? Throughout the ages, Laozi is the only one who has emerged as a defeated victor, which attests to his exceptional prowess. Remember those days. All right. I tire of your ramblings, the monkey interjected impatiently, waving his hand. Just focus on guarding the door, that if you accidentally let in a con artist, you might not even earn your keep. The scarred man was momentarily silenced. His words caught in his throat, a wave of frustration washing over him. Pfft, with this shabby gambling den, everyone who comes here has connections. How could a con artist possibly slip through? I refuse to waste my time with you, the monkey replied, raising an eyebrow and casting his gaze forward. Oh, look, we have guests arriving. The scarred man lifted his eyes and indeed spotted 2 figures approaching from afar. One was familiar to him, a regular who often lost here. A swordsmith named Chengying. Following closely behind was a young man of delicate features whom he had not seen before. Xing, my old friend, it's been a while. The lean monkey greeted them with a beaming smile. Didn't you swear off coming here after racking up debts? Monkey, with that mouth of yours, someone will tear you apart one day. Chengying scolded him, shoving his companion forward. I brought my brother here today to broaden his horizons and show you how I'm staging my comeback. Ha ha. The monkey clutched his belly, bursting into laughter. You, a comeback? Aha, that is the funniest joke I've heard. As his laughter subsided, his eyes turned cold, scrutinizing the young man. And who might this young brother be? Chengying cast a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow with a proud expression. Didn't I just mention, this is my brother Wei Gong. Which brother? Blood-related, cousin, or just a buddy? Are you researching family trees? Chengying retorted irritably. Cousin, can't you see how much we resemble each other? Wei Gong glanced at him, taking in his ample figure, and a wave of disdain surged within him. The monkey nodded and, from the corner of his eye, cast a wary glance at Wei Gong. He wouldn't he happen to be a con artist? Would he? Chengying snapped. I'll slap you dead if you keep talking. We're here for the stone gambling. How could anyone cheat? Generally speaking, in other gambling games like Pai Gao, Mahjong, or dice, cheating might be possible. However, in stone gambling, it was impossible to deceive, as the raw stones could not be faked. One could only ascertain their contents through precise instruments or by cutting them open. That is not entirely accurate. I've heard that a batch of divine eye instruments has recently surfaced in the black market of the Tianya kingdom. If worn, they can reveal the approximate composition of raw stones. You damn monkey, do you want me to strip down for you? Seeing him getting a bit worked up, the monkey decided not to press further, quickly offering a smile. Haha, what you say, Master Xing, is absolutely true. This is a place for familiar faces. Since you were vouching for him, there is no issue. I was merely offering a word of caution. He turned to look at the scarred man, nodding at him. The scarred man understood and stepped aside, forming a sword gesture with his hand. Suddenly, a wall behind them glimmered, and a stone door swung open. The monkey gestured for them to enter. Brother, follow me, Chengying said, turning and stepping inside. Wei Gong stood at the entrance, gazing into the dark abyss, akin to staring into the gaping maw of a colossal beast, feeling a twinge of fear. If Chengying were untrustworthy, he might find himself sold out, without even a chance to cry for help, or if they indeed won money, he might not even make it back alive. Scenes of gamblers having their hands chopped off or being ambushed after winning flashed through his mind, causing him to hesitate. What is wrong? The monkey inquired, puzzled. Sensing his apprehension, the monkey realized this young man was indeed a novice. Wei Gong forced a smile, glancing back at him. I'm sorry, it's my first time here, and I feel a bit scared. The monkey chuckled. It's all right. Everyone has a first time. Soon you'll come to enjoy the experience. Wei Gong swallowed hard and then stepped inside. The monkey followed, closing the door behind them. Darkness enveloped them. Yet within Wei Gong's heart, there was a flicker of hope that he had resolved to engage solely in this endeavor, ensuring he left no room for error, and vowed never to touch gambling again. Outside, the scarred man turned his back to the dark door, curling his lips that he thought to himself, another soul ensnared. Gambling is a treacherous pit, easy to enter but hard to escape. This young brother is likely doomed. Chapter 34. The divine-eye gambler Wei Gong followed Chengying as they spiraled down the staircase, his eyes gradually adjusting to the dim light. Upon reaching the bottom, the illumination brightened. That it was a circular hall, constructed of translucent marble, exuding a royal ambience. The hall connected to various passages leading to different locations. This establishment clearly offered more than just stone gambling. Other games were likely in play as well. The monkey led the way, pushing open a grand door to invite them inside. Upon entering, Wei Gong was momentarily blinded by the dazzling white light cascading down from above, hastily raising his hand to shield his eyes. Surrounding them were numerous jade stone lamps, creating an opulent spectacle. Stone gambling necessitated bright light. Otherwise, color discrepancies could lead to misjudgments, hence the room was brilliantly lit. The hall was split into 2 levels. The lower level spanned approximately 400 to 500 square feet, featuring 2 long tables designated for stone betting. The dealers stood at the center of the tables, responsible for opening the stones and managing the bets. Additionally, each table had an opening for bringing in the raw stones. The lower level was not overly crowded, with only about 40 to 50 patrons, each exuding an air of calmness, clearly accustomed to the ups and downs of gambling. That a staircase led to the upper level, where numerous small rooms were discernible, presumably designated as VIP areas. Individuals like Wei Gong and Chengying likely lacked the qualifications to ascend. After ushering them in, the monkey flashed them a smile, bowed slightly, and took his leave, leaving them to their own devices. Chengying explained the general rules of stone gambling to Wei Gong, noting that it bore some resemblance to dice betting. That a stone had several betting categories. One was the grade, with a total of 9 levels, and correctly guessing the grade yielded odds of 9. The second was the quality, with each grade divided into high, medium, and low categories, all offering odds of 3. 1. The final category involved betting on the material name by writing the primary components of the stone on a betting slip. This category was highly volatile, depending on the stone's appearance. The materials could range anywhere from 1 to 10 types that if a bet was successful, it was termed universal win, allowing the bettor to collect all the money wagered on the table. And this rule superseded the previous two. In the event of multiple universal wins, the distribution would be based on the betting proportions. To prevent others from betting small amounts for large returns. The casino imposed a minimum bet requirement of no less than 10,000 for material names. Betting on names was exceedingly challenging. Typically, few would dare to make such bets unless the raw stone exhibited overt characteristics. The casino owner was no fool and would not permit such occurrences. To be honest, standing in this place made Wei Gong feel quite uneasy. He and Chengying were merely acquaintances, each pursuing their own interests, lacking any particularly deep bond. However, Chengying placed significant trust in Wei Gong, which eased his apprehension. Wei Gong quickly pulled him aside to discuss their strategy, emphasizing that they should not only aim to win, but also avoid being trapped below, as winning without a means to leave would be futile. Upon hearing this, Chengying felt a newfound respect for Wei Gong. It was hard to believe that this young man was visiting such a place for the first time. Their combined funds totaled around 200,000, a sum neither too great nor too small for the external gambling scene. With the system's assistance, things became considerably simpler. To avoid raising suspicion, Wei Gong instructed Chengying to place small bets while increasing the stakes on the genuine grade. This way, they could earn about 10 to 20,000 per round without drawing attention. After winning 3 to 4 rounds consecutively, Chengying's confidence grew, and he began to double his bets. The dealer glanced at him, chuckling. "Shing, my friend, seems like luck is on your side today." Prompted by his remark, others nearby recognized him as well, beginning to take notice that a quick calculation revealed that Chengying had won around 40 to 50,000. "You've got it, Shing. Aren't you usually the one losing?" Chengying beamed but felt reluctant to attribute his success to Wei Gong, simply chuckling. "What is the problem? Is it forbidden for me to have a streak of good luck? After losing so much, it's about time I won." "Just be careful. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With your luck today, don't be surprised if something bad happens." Upon hearing this, Chengying nearly exploded with rage. "Get lost! Wishing misfortune upon me. Do you want to see blood today?" "Ha ha ha, I was just joking," the other quickly retreated. Yet, someone next to him added, "Why bother with him? Winning at the start doesn't guarantee victory. True winners prevail in the end. Who knows, he might just lose it all later. Can you speak like a human?" Chengying shot back, rolling his eyes, mentally cursing the man's entire lineage. Upon witnessing this, Amiya felt a slight sense of relief, as if these individuals had not cast any suspicion upon him. However, they were indeed correct in their assertion that one cannot perpetually triumph. Thus, for the next round, Amiya deliberately sent a false signal to Chengying. That raw stone, unquestionably a rare piece of baiwa, he intentionally misrepresented as a royal grade yulo. Little did he know, Chengying's audacity knew no bounds, wagering 100,000 on the royal grade Yulong square, while placing only 10,000 on the other squares. Amiya's heart sank. He cursed inwardly. What an idiot! How could he be so reckless? The betting is open. By Feng Gangyu, one piece of baiwa, of superior quality. What? Chengying's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly collapsing onto the table. "You must be mistaken." The surrounding individuals regarded him as though he were a fool. "Dear guest, we have been in this business for quite some time. How could we dare to deceive? Take a closer look. Is this not a baiwa of exceptional quality?" Chengying turned back, shooting Amiya a fierce glare. Amiya quickly pulled him aside to offer an explanation. After the earlier lesson, Chengying no longer dared to place random bets, choosing instead to heed Amiya's guidance. Amiya, in turn, ceased providing false information, merely nudging Chengying's heel on occasions when a loss was necessary. The two developed an increasingly harmonious partnership. As time passed, they engaged in approximately 10 rounds of betting, amassing nearly 500,000 in winnings. Amiya felt a swell of joy within him and signaled to Chengying to increase his stakes, aiming to win an additional million or so within 4 or 5 more rounds before calling it a day. Just then, a sudden chill swept over Amiya's back. Turning around, he caught sight of a cold gaze fixed intently upon him. Unbeknownst to them, a man in his 40s had taken a seat behind them. In his previous life, Amiya had encountered numerous gambling films and was aware that every establishment had its sharpshooters, tasked with catching cheats, known as dark lights. The individual behind them was undoubtedly one of these dark lights. A wave of dread washed over him. He realized he was being scrutinized. Chapter 35. Contracting an assassination in a lavish chamber of this underground casino, a man reclined in a grand plush chair. He appeared to be in his 40s, draped in a blanket across his legs due to a lingering ailment from his youth that left him with cold legs. The room's temperature was meticulously maintained around 20 degrees Celsius. He sank into the chair, appearing somewhat stooped and frail, yet none dared to underestimate him, for he was the owner of the casino, Luohua. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he focused intently on the woman seated before him. Her fiery red lips and unparalleled beauty emanating a lethal allure. She sat opposite him, crossing her left leg over her right, her skirt slit high enough to reveal a segment of her porcelain thigh. Luohua's lips parted slightly, producing a voice that emerged through clenched teeth. "How did you find your way to me?" The woman smiled, her ruby lips parting slightly. "Boss Li, you were acquainted with my late husband. I accompanied him to visit during my sister-in-law's confinement. How could you forget so soon?" Luohua blinked, recollecting. "You are Beulah's widow." She nodded, confirming his suspicion. Luohua recalled their brief encounter, vaguely remembering her name as Lijing. However, her striking beauty had left an indelible impression, prompting him to wonder how he could have forgotten her. Lijing feigned a sob. "My husband passed away early, and my stepson has also perished. I am left all alone, quite pitiful indeed. That it was only while sorting through my husband's belongings that I discovered that Boss Li not only runs an underground casino, but also engages in the trade of assassins." Upon hearing this, a flicker of alarm crossed Luohua's eyes. "Madam Hu, you mustn't speak so recklessly," he exclaimed, his tone sharp. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. Sitting across from him, Lijing could distinctly sense the palpable menace, almost suffocating. After a moment, the intensity dissipated, that Luohua's lips twitched slightly, and he calmly stated, "So, you intend to hire someone to carry out an assassination?" "Boss Li, how can you say that?" Lijing replied with a seductive smile. Leaning in closer, the thin fabric of her attire parted slightly, hinting at the fullness of her bosom. Even Luohua, despite his composure, found himself swallowing hard. "I'm not here to hire an assassin, but rather to ensure that justice is served." Lijing feigned sorrow. "My stepson was murdered, and I must avenge him." Luohua steadied himself, averting his gaze to avoid being ensnared by her inexplicable allure. He licked his lips, perplexed. "If you wish to find the murderer, why not report it to the authorities? Why come to me for an assassin? Surely, the matter is not so simple." Lijing laughed. "Boss Li, you are indeed a straightforward man these times. How many cases can be resolved through the authorities? Furthermore, I have my reasons. The murder not only took a life but also stole a treasure from the Hu family, one that cannot be revealed. Therefore, I dare not report it to the authorities and seek your assistance in retrieving my treasure." Luohua, a man of keen intellect, understood her insinuations that he had long been aware of Beulah's reputation. That treasure was likely connected to something sinister. However, he chose not to pry further. One of the cardinal rules in the black market is to never inquire into a client's secrets or motives. His earlier questions had already crossed the line. He clasped his hands over his chest, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. "In that case, I am a businessman, and I do not engage in acts of vigilante justice. I hope, madam, who can understand." Lijing offered a beguiling smile, drawing her chair closer, so much so that Luohua could almost inhale her intoxicating scent, reminiscent of cold rain and floral notes. "I certainly understand the rules here, that as long as you can fulfill my request, I shall pay the full price without any deductions." Luohua nodded in satisfaction, taking a deep breath of her fragrance, feeling a sense of euphoric disorientation. "In that case, what kind of assassin does Madam Hu require?" "One of at least the 9th layer of the forgetting path." "What?" Luohua's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing like sharpened blades, struggling to recover from his astonishment. That it is worth noting that throughout the entire Chengying kingdom, there are only a handful of individuals above the 9th layer of the forgetting path. And most of them are prominent figures of high standing, not someone an ordinary person can afford to provoke. Liujing perceived his apprehension and chuckled. Rest assured, Boss Li, the individual I wish to eliminate is an inconspicuous nobody, albeit exceptionally skilled, truly beyond expectations. However, taking his life will not bring you any troubles. Upon finishing her statement, she handed Li Weini a device, known as the Qian mirror, that he lifted his gaze. Glancing at the name inscribed upon it, Amiya, that it bore only a trading account and shop name related to the source of swords, devoid of any personal information, although he was unaware of the individual's appearance. This clue would undoubtedly facilitate the investigation. Li Weini reflected for a moment, realizing he had never encountered this name before, which somewhat eased his concerns. A master of the 9th layer of the forgetting path. Choosing to remain a lowly swordsmith instead of seeking fame as a sword immortal. Truly a person of modesty and disinterest in worldly acclaim. Whether he is a person of renown, I cannot say, but I am confident that Boss Li possesses the means to fulfill this transaction. Liujing smiled seductively, raising her gaze to meet his. Li Weini felt a flush creep up his cheeks. Madam Hu, you flatter me excessively. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, however, while I do not have an expert of the 9th layer of the forgetting path, I do have a young man approaching that level, who should be capable of executing your request. Liujing's brow furrowed momentarily. When she had been referred here, she had expected this establishment to possess significant resources, only to find they could not even provide a 9th layer assassin. Li Weini noticed her frown and felt a surge of irritation. He had been running a clandestine assassination business for years and had never been looked down upon. Madam Hu, do not underestimate my assassins. Remember, one does not need to be of a high realm to kill. The foremost assassin in the 13 kingdoms is merely at the 8th layer of the path. Liujing smiled, but remained silent. Indeed, as he stated, the most formidable assassins rely on intellect, while brute strength is merely one means of achieving their ends. That Li Weini opened his mouth to speak when suddenly, a person burst through the door. Boss, this is bad. An old cheat has come to the establishment and won over $1 million from us. Chapter 36. The Dark Knight Lantern. Li Weini's expression darkened considerably as he raised his head to glare fiercely at the intruder. Did you not see that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Is $1 million truly such a trivial matter? Step outside and wait for me. But the person hesitated, letting out a sigh before exiting and closing the door behind them. Li Weini turned back to Liujing, forcing a smile. Let us continue with our previous discussion. Liujing remained seated, her sultry gaze fixated on him. I wonder how much this transaction will cost me. Li Weini tapped a figure into the Qian mirror and presented it to her. Liujing merely glanced at it, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. So expensive? Li Weini nodded slightly. If it were the 9-fold forgetting Dao realm, it would cost significantly more than this, considering Master Hu's reputation. I have extended a discount to you. Madam, I am making an exception this once, and will not require a deposit from you. Should the matter not succeed, you shall owe me nothing. How does that sound? Observing his confident demeanor, Liujing bit her silver teeth, then sorrowfully nodded. In that case, I shall not delay Mr. Li's business any further. She smiled, rising gracefully from her chair, her alluring figure fully displayed before Li Weini's that he swallowed hard. Madam, take care. Liujing chuckled lightly, and just as she reached the door, she turned back. Mr. Li, I eagerly await your good news. Please be sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity once the matter is resolved. Certainly. With the sound of the door closing, the room returned to silence. That Li Weini's remained lost in thought, as if the fragrance of the beauty still lingered in the air. After a moment, he recalled the matter his subordinate had mentioned earlier. He cleared his throat and summoned the man inside. To Li Weini's, hunched in his chair, lifted his keen, eagle-like gaze and fixed it on him. Speak. What transpired just now? Boss, it's like this. Today, a rather portly fellow named Chengying brought a young man to our casino, and he has been winning consistently. To date, he has won approximately $1 million, though we suspect they are cheating. Li Weini's mulled over his words, responding slowly. $1 million is hardly a significant issue, but daring to cheat in my establishment is rather excessive on this Chengying's part. Boss. Although he has merely won 1,000,000, there's more. More of what? The other gamblers believe that Chengying is simply lucky today, and they are all placing bets with him. Altogether, they have won us over 50 million. What? Liwenys nearly sprang from his seat. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? The man looked as if he might perish, thinking to himself, I came to report to you earlier. But you chased me away. How could this happen? Liwenys paused, inquiring, Where is Master Yi? He overseeing the game. If it's indeed cheating, then we ought to seize him and gouge out his eyes. Those who have won today must return every last coin. None shall escape. The man before him froze momentarily, managing a wry smile. Boss, you're unaware, but today Chengying has been particularly uncanny. Master, he has observed 4 or 5 rounds without detecting any signs of cheating, which is why he sent me to summon you. What? Liwenys was taken aback. That it is worth noting that Master E is a material appraisal expert who was specifically recruited from the Sandsword Kingdom. The Sandsword Kingdom, vast and sparsely populated, is rich in mineral resources and is renowned among the 13 nations for producing the finest sword-making materials. Thus, its material appraisers are exceptionally skilled, and Master E has established himself there, undoubtedly possessing remarkable abilities and insight, incapable of making mistakes. Yet if even he cannot identify the cheater, what manner of person could it be? Very well, I shall investigate. Liwenys' expression grew grave as he slapped the armrest, rising to his feet. His form was ghostly as he swiftly glided out of the room. As the door shut, the chair behind him suddenly shattered, just as Liwenys had suggested. This dim light, known as Jiuyuan, is one of the top material appraisers from the Sandsword Kingdom, also well-versed in various gambling techniques. With him present, there are virtually no cheaters he cannot apprehend, nor any games he cannot unravel. Over the years, countless cheaters have fallen victim to his expertise, to the extent that no one dares to tamper here. He has also earned the title of the Dark Night Lamp, meaning that within the shadows, he is akin to a deity. However, this lamp now flickers dimly. Jiuyuan finds himself in the greatest professional crisis of his career. He has no idea how the opponent is cheating. As a seasoned veteran, one thing he knows is that while Chengying appears to be placing bets openly, it is the young man behind him who is manipulating the situation. By reading lips, he can discern that the young man's results are consistently accurate. Yet, curiously, he cannot see him using any tools. It seems he merely glances and reports the outcome, almost as if relying solely on sheer observational skill. But how can that be? The shock within Jiuyuan is profound. He is, after all, the most renowned material appraiser and geological authority among the 13 nations, and to think that his acuity pales in comparison to that of a mere boy is unfathomable, not to mention a youth. Even someone like Jiuyuan, who has immersed himself in materials for over 20 years and prides himself as a master in appraisal, would struggle to achieve even a 30% accuracy rate. If it is said that the boy is not cheating, Jiuyuan cannot possibly believe it. Yet, there is a rule in the casino. If one does not catch the cheating in the act, one cannot bring the matter to light, nor can one lay hands on the guest. That if one were to wrongly accuse, it could lead to reputational damage for the casino and a decrease in clientele. He dares not take that risk. Thus he must watch and wait for the true decision-maker to appear. Wei Gong noticed the dark lamp behind him, reaching out to tug at Chengying's sleeve, signaling him to look back. Upon meeting the gaze of the middle-aged man, Chengying's heart suddenly jolted. Oh, isn't this mastery? Why are you not at the Pai Gao table, but here instead? Jiuyuan lifted his head to glance at him, coolly uttering 2 words, just looking. Chengying was momentarily taken aback. This master, he certainly uses few words. That he then scrutinized Chengying anew. What afraid? Puffed. Chengying chuckled. I walk with integrity. What is there to fear? As he spoke, his palms were already slick with sweat. Wei Gong leaned in closer, whispering, Brother Chengying, I think it's getting late. Perhaps we should take our leave? Chapter 37. Eye of Heaven Detection, the surrounding onlookers, all fortunate to benefit from Chengying's good fortune, grew anxious as they observed the two conversing without placing any bets. Xing Fatty, or rather, Xing God, are you still betting? Indeed, don't dawdle. The younger brothers are counting on you for a little fortune. Huangda. You read just spouting nonsense. You're the one winning the most here. A few exchanges nearly caused the dealer at the table to explode with frustration. The casino staff turned pale. Yet without orders, they could not voice their concerns. Wei Gong and Xingyang briefly conferred. Having already won over 130,000, they decided to split the spoils, which was still a significant amount. Such matters should ideally be a gradual accumulation, but they had not anticipated being singled out so quickly. There might not be a next time. We can only call it a day here. Before we stir up any greater trouble, let us make our exit. Just as they reached the door, they were suddenly blocked. That moment, a voice called down from the upper level. Master Xing, our boss requests your presence. Damn it. Wei Gong felt a tightness in his chest, exchanging glances with Xingyang. This was the cue to be summoned to the small dark room. The man descended the stairs, smiling at the crowd. Apologies. Everyone, please continue. We need to speak with Master Xing about a few matters. The crowd watched as Xingyang was taken away, exchanging puzzled looks, uncertain of what had transpired. Nevertheless, an ominous feeling settled over them. Oh no! Xing Fatty, hasn't he been caught cheating? Has he? Damn it, no wonder he won so much today. This my affair. I'm just here for a bit of luck. Yes, I just remembered I have something at home. I must take my leave. In an instant, everyone feared the repercussions and scattered like birds, and within moments, the casino was left empty. Meanwhile, in an upscale room upstairs, Li Wenyi's was discussing the details of the incident with Jiuyuan. Are you certain they were cheating? Jiuyuan nodded, then shook his head. I did not catch them, yet it is hard to believe. He recounted the day's events. Out of 10 rounds, Xingyang won 5, which appeared evenly split. Yet, what was particularly odd was that he placed small bets when losing and large ones when winning. Thus, from the perspective of betting success rates, it was effectively 100%. Moreover, people test them. Oh, how did you test them? Li Wenyi's interest peaked. 2-fraction stone. The so-called 2-fraction stone refers to raw stones containing 2 components in roughly equal proportions, which casinos use to win money from patrons. These raw stones have a degree of artificial processing, making them difficult to detect. Both components are measured in advance, and the dealer will cut the stones based on the flow of the game. If too many bets are placed on one component, he will opt to cut the other. However, in the 3 rounds of 2-fraction stone testing, Xingyang placed heavy bets on both components equally. Based solely on this, Jiuyuan could almost ascertain that the young man truly knew what was inside. Li Wenyi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Could it be the Heavenly Eye? The Heavenly Eye is a material identification instrument secretly developed by the Kingdom of Heavenly Swords, which has begun to flow into the black market in recent years, becoming a common tool for gamblers. Jiuyuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's hard to say, as far as I know, the Heavenly Eye shouldn't be able to achieve such precision. Are you suggesting they rely solely on their eyesight? Jiuyuan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Boss! They're here. A servant knocked on the door from outside. Li Wenyi returned to his previously calm demeanor, sat back down in his chair, and cleared his throat. Mean. He lifted his gaze and saw 2 individuals entering the room. One stout with small eyes and a large belly. The other a young lad with a refined appearance. Recalling Jiuyuan's words, Li Wenyi scrutinized the young man for a moment longer. Wei Gong felt as though the boy's eyes were sharp as daggers, almost piercing through one's heart. The aura of a significant figure was, indeed, extraordinary. Li Wenyi smiled and said, Gentlemen, I am the owner of this casino. I believe you both know why you have been summoned here? The 2 men paused momentarily, with Xingyang being the first to react. How are we to know what schemes you are plotting? Xingyang retorted angrily. I just want some money and was about to enjoy myself when you dragged us here. What is this? Is it a case of the big shop bullying the customers, only allowing losses but not wins? Well, Xingyang, I haven't even accused you yet, and you are already turning the tables. Let me be blunt. You 2 have won quite a bit of money in my casino today, and we suspect you of cheating. Cheating? What the hell? Which one of you saw us cheat? Is it not possible we simply had good luck? Xingyang maintained a stern expression, exuding an air of defiance, believing that since he had not cheated, they could do nothing to him. Master, you still have time to confess. Otherwise, if we discover that you did cheat, it won't be a mere joke. Xingyang, however, had unwavering faith in Wei Gong, who was usually bold, and remained composed before Li Wenyu. Why should I let you test me? If you find nothing wrong, then what? Li Wenyu chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe you have a choice? However, he pondered for a moment before responding. We too possess a reputation that if you did not cheat, I shall let you go immediately, and as compensation, I will double the amount you won today. How does that sound? Although Chengying was initially displeased and wanted to erupt in anger, the mention of compensation transformed his fury into delight. After all, who would refuse money that was so conveniently offered? He exchanged a glance with Wei Gong, and the two begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Upon seeing their expressions, Li Wenyu felt a sudden jolt of unease in his heart, doubting his own judgment. Could it be that these two, facing imminent danger, remained so calm, truly without any issues? However, Master, he had clearly stated that if it were purely a matter of eyesight, no one from the 13 nations could achieve such a feat, but let me make it clear, according to the casino rules, should you be caught cheating, I shall have to gouge out your eyes. No objections, I trust. A gentleman has nothing to fear. What do we have to be afraid of? Very well. Li Wenyu clapped his hands, and soon, someone had prepared the detection equipment, pushing it in from outside. The testing process was quite simple, as the heavenly eye was made from a special material, and this dedicated detection device could instantly verify its presence. Even if it were hidden within the Chengying mirror, it would still be detectable by this device. However, there was a drawback. The device required close-range scanning, which is why they couldn't monitor them in the casino and had to invite them into the room. As Li Wenyu sipped his tea, he observed them with a calm demeanor, contemplating that the young man's eyes were indeed striking, though regrettably, they were soon to be rendered blind. After a while, the servants completed the scanning of Wei Gong and Chengying. Report. No findings. What? Li Wenyu spat out his tea in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chapter 38. The Return of the Complete Jade. Li Wenyu and Jiuyuan were left utterly astonished, as if swept away by a colossal wave. Compared to Li Wenyu, Jiuyuan experienced an even greater shock. After all, the owner had not been present during the previous events, so he could not fathom the heart-wrenching experience Jiuyuan had undergone. Jiuyuan stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Chengying, maintaining a stern expression, inquired, Is everything all right now? Can we leave? Initially expecting to catch them red-handed, they never anticipated such an outcome. According to the rules, the casino had no reason to detain them. Li Wenyu's face flickered between shades of blue and red, his frustration nearly boiling over, and he glanced at Jiuyuan, only to find the latter wearing a similar expression. So, shall we strip down as well? Chengying said with a mocking expression. Li Wenyu was infuriated but couldn't vent his anger. It took him a while to suppress his rage, that moment. A peculiar thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How could this be? Li Wenyu stood up, smiling. I apologize. I misjudged you both. I hope Master Shing will not take offense. After speaking, he instructed the servants to return the Chengying mirror to them. At this, Chengying appeared somewhat dazed, as if it were too simple for them to be allowed to leave. Could there be something amiss? Li Wenyu smiled and said, I admire your discernment. I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. And I hope we can become friends in the future. And regarding the promised double compensation, you may collect it from our silver counter when you leave. Wei Gong felt overwhelmed and was at a loss for words. The two received their money and exited the casino. Once they were gone, Jiuyuan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Boss, are we just going to let them walk away like this? What else can we do? Li Wenyu shuklat. If that young man truly possesses extraordinary skills, I may wish to employ him in the future, and we must not offend him for now. Jiuyuan suddenly looked up at Li Wenyu, opened his mouth, but after a moment of contemplation, he suppressed whatever he had intended to say. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into Wei Gong's eyes, he felt as though the entire world had become radiant. The previous gloom and oppression of the underground world lifted entirely. And a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a sense of elation. Furthermore, the mere thought of the money he had won made him smile involuntarily. 136,000. My goodness, what a fortune! Wei Gong soared on his way home. Still somewhat incredulous my heavens, this amount could certainly buy the materials needed for a celestial sword. Moreover, even if he chose not to forge a sword and opted instead for a leisurely life. It would suffice to sustain him for 30 to 40 years without issue. It could be said that today was a bountiful return. Not only had he won money, but he had also obtained another celestial material required for the soul-connecting sword. Midway through his flight, he suddenly remembered another matter, that he had promised to return Cui Xiaoxiao to a woman named Zhuxian today. But who could have known that he would be delayed for so long in the underground world? Wei Gong quickly adjusted his sword's direction and flew westward. To the west of the imperial city, there lay a mountain known as Shuyang Mountain, famous for its sunset spectacle, regarded as a remarkable sight of the kingdom of Chengying. The location Ji Xiang had chosen for their meeting was here, that moment. Within a pavilion at the mountain's foot, the woman named Ji Xiang sat upright, having waited for quite some time. As the sun began to set, she still had not caught sight of Wei Gong. Accompanying her was a man in a black robe, named Bandu, lacking the patience of a woman, paced restlessly within the pavilion. Damn it, we've been waiting for 5 hours. The deal you think he's going to stand us up? To be honest, Ji Xiang was also somewhat dissatisfied. Had it not been for her genuine concern for Cui Xiaoxiao, she would not have endured such a long wait. The Ji Xiang closed her eyes and focused, striving to suppress the frustration within her. Since we are already here, let's wait a bit longer. The image he sent earlier did not seem fake. Why would he invite us to such a place? When has our Ji family ever lost face like this? Ji Xiang lifted her head and rolled her eyes at him. When did you ever consider us family? Bandu was merely one of Ji Xiang's suitors. Ji Xiang feigned calmness and replied, "It's hard to say. Perhaps he is too wary to come to my territory, fearing it may be a trap. This area is open. If anything goes awry, it would be easier to escape. This person is so suspicious. Could he suspect us of being the ones who harmed the Cui family?" Ji Xiang shook her head. "I don't know. This person is exceedingly mysterious. Whether it is good or bad for Xiao Xiao to be under his protection remains to be seen. We shall observe the developments." Less than a kilometer away from Shuyang Mountain, Wei Gong descended on his sword. He softly called out, and a figure emerged from behind a large tree. Wang Yu, draped in a loose white robe, held Cui Xiaoxiao tightly, his eyes vacant and hollow as he stared at Wei Gong. Cui Xiaoxiao squirmed like a little chick, struggling to break free from his grasp. "Let me go! He stinks! Release her!" At his command, Wang Yu loosened his grip slightly, allowing Cui Xiaoxiao to wriggle free and jump to the ground. She disgustedly pinched her nose and stepped away from him. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Gong. For Cui Xiaoxiao, today was truly the most terrifying day of her life. Shortly after Wei Gong left, she had intended to check the basement, only to discover, to her horror, a zombie lurking there. Cui Xiaoxiao nearly lost control of her bladder from sheer fright, as the zombie unexpectedly sat up and bound her to this very place. The sense of terror she experienced was unprecedented. Spending over 5 hours in the company of a zombie, to be frank, she had fainted from fear for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, this zombie did not commit any further atrocities against her, aside from its unbearable stench. She could just about tolerate the situation. Wei Gong, with a beaming smile, knelt beside her and gently patted her head. "Don't worry, dear. Your brother will take you home soon, all right?" "Home?" Cui Xiaoxiao disdainfully swatted his hand away and took a step back. "Are you referring to Gong Zhiyu's house?" Upon uttering this sentence, she noticed a sly grin spreading across Wei Gong's face, which filled her with dread. She instinctively took another step back. "I already know your name. You are Cui Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Cui Lianxing. You have an aunt named Ji Xiang, who is said to be a close friend of your father, and she has been searching for you everywhere. My current task is to return you to her." Wei Gong crossed his arms and smirked, aware that in this world, the story of Lin Xiangru had never transpired, and she was far too young to comprehend it. Return the jade?" Cui Xiaoxiao trembled in fear. "Stop joking, that I don't even know this person. Who knows if there will be any danger?" Wei Gong scrutinized her once more. This young girl was so cautious, resembling an adult seasoned by misfortune. "No need to worry. Brother Wei Gong has already devised a plan to ensure your safety." He raised a finger and pointed to Wang Yu beside him. Cui Xiaoxiao cast a glance over, feeling a profound sense of despair. Damn it, How could such creatures as zombies exist in this world? Chapter 39. What nonsense Mountain echoed with a few sharp whistles. Resonating through the skies, that Jiuyuan's expression shifted slightly as she rose from the bench, but a figure leaped amid the mountains, landing before her and kneeling on one knee. Lady Jiuyuan, the person has arrived. Jiuyuan nodded and smiled. Understood. You may withdraw. Continue your surveillance and prepare the others. Yes. The man replied and instantly vanished from her sight. The Ji family's shadow guards were indeed extraordinary. Bandu couldn't help but express his thoughts before frowning again. However, to mobilize the shadow guards for this matter seems a bit of an overreaction, does it not? Jiuyuan's countenance was bright, and she replied with a smile, to protect a secret that could shake the entire sword-forging realm. Mobilizing the shadow guards is hardly excessive. But isn't this information disseminated by Gong Jiu? Who can tell what's true or false? It could very well be a ploy to eliminate us. Bandu voiced his dissatisfaction. The Gong family is indeed cunning. But my father has seen that sword of his. It is undoubtedly a transcendent divine weapon, or else he wouldn't have sent me to undertake this somewhat ruthless task that I wonder who that swordsmith is. If we can find him first, the Ji family will stand invincible. As the two conversed, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, and Jiuyuan's gaze was drawn towards him. The individual approached silently, sending chills down one's spine. That I in the world of sword and magic, nearly all adults possess the ability to wield swords. So regardless of their aptitude, they at least reach the second realm. However, those who practice martial arts inevitably emanated a certain ferocity, the less skilled they were. The harder it was to conceal. After reaching the eighth realm, that ferocity would be subdued and gradually diminish with the improvement of cultivation. Only upon attaining the 10th realm could one fully control their ferocity without drawing the notice of others. Both Jiuyuan and Bandu were experts at the 9th realm, naturally aware of this principle. Shock was evident in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Could it be that this person had indeed reached the 10th realm? If so, they might be in for a surprise today. The figure was shrouded in a white cloak, concealing even the head as he lowered it. Hiding his features, he stopped approximately 20 meters from Jiuyuan. May I ask who is Jiuyuan? Bandu exclaimed angrily. Do you even know who Jiuyuan is to address her so casually, without the proper honorifics? Bandu. Jiuyuan chided him, shaking her head. This is my affair. Bandu, somewhat displeased, turned his face away. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse and expressionless as he replied, I know nothing of this Jiuyuan. I am merely here for an appointment. His directness was indeed somewhat rude. Yet Jiuyuan, being worldly wise, would not quibble over such matters in this setting. Are you son Yuchang? Previously, when Wei Gong contacted Jiuyuan, he used the alias son Yuchang. Wang Yu nodded. This simple gesture allowed Jiuyuan to glean some insight. Nonetheless, upon seeing him, a wave of disgust surged within her. This man's jaw was rotting, reminiscent of a zombie. Jiuyuan forcibly suppressed her rising emotions, scrutinizing him and the area behind him, her brow furrowing. Since you are here for an appointment, where is Cui Xiao? Why are you the only one present? Wang Yu let out a hoarse, unpleasant chuckle. I have placed Cui Xiao in a location known only to me. Once I receive my payment, I will naturally reveal the address to you. This is unacceptable. Bandu was furious. Not only did we wait for 5 hours, but now you dare to pull this stunt, showing utter disregard for the Ji family's reputation. Jiuyuan shot him a disdainful glance and corrected him. Remember, it is the Ji family, and you have no part in this. However, the conditions proposed by the other party were indeed rather difficult to accept. I pride myself on integrity, yet your side seems lacking in sincerity. Wang Yu chuckled, having anticipated such a response. His earlier statement was merely a tactic to raise his own value, increasing his bargaining chips. I respect you as a man, so how about I take a step back and share Cui Xiao's location with you? You can send someone to verify if she is indeed present. And upon receiving payment, I will allow your people to escort her back. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiuyuan quickly realized that there was likely more than one person involved, and another individual was guarding Cui Xiao, which explained his calm demeanor. This man was indeed cunning. She had underestimated him. However, Jiuyuan chuckled inwardly, unaware of the true power of the Shadow Guards. How could she allow them to escape easily? The Shadow Guards, renowned as the most formidable assassination group in the sword-forging kingdom, were private soldiers trained by the legendary swordsmith Jiuyuan, specifically tasked with handling delicate matters. Since the incident involving Gong Zhiyu's personal guard, Gong Zhiyu had no choice but to seek their assistance. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Wang Yu nodded and produced a mirror from his hand. The Zhuxian caught it deftly, glancing at it briefly before handing it to a nearby guard. GMO, go take a look. As she spoke, she conveyed a subtle signal. Yes, Lady Zhuxian. GMO immediately understood, nodded, took the mirror, and vanished from her sight in an instant. I'm coming. Wei Gong sighed, then soared high into the sky on his sword. Brother Wei Gong, I was wrong. I won't lie anymore. Can we go back now? Below, Cui Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears, bound firmly to a tree by Wei Gong. She feared being seen and accused of child abuse. Wei Gong stood on the sword, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed this little one could also experience such emotions. She had certainly exasperated him over the past few days. However, upon seeing her round face, large eyes and small frame, he couldn't help but feel a stir of affection that if she were obedient, this little one could indeed be quite endearing. Yet there was one matter Wei Gong wished to verify. What if Zhuxian truly was a good person, deeply connected to her father, and returned Cui Xiaoxiao to her? That would indeed be a fitting resolution that he had been so cautious today, and despite the repeated difficulties he had posed, Zhuxian had acquiesced. It was hard not to feel a modicum of goodwill towards her. Moreover, having seen through Wang Yu's eyes, Zhuxian was undeniably a stunning beauty that in Wei Gong's mind. Beautiful women inherently radiated a certain aura of kindness that he looked down at Cui Xiaoxiao and reassured her, rest assured, Brother Wei Gong would never harm you. With that, he transformed into a streak of sword light, swiftly ascending into the heavens. Damn Wei Gong, come back here. Wei Gong stood high above, coldly surveying the scene below as his mind raced with rapid scans. A figure approached from the west. No, following closely were 3, then 4, approximately 10 individuals in total, swiftly dispersing and gradually converging towards the false signal Wei Gong had set, forming an encirclement. Moreover, according to the system scan, one among them was at the 9th realm of the Forgotten Path, while the remaining 9 were all at the 8th realm of the Accomplished Path. Damn it, Wei Gong muttered. It really was a fishing expedition? If only one person had come. Wei Gong could have believed it, but with 10 individuals arriving, this was no mere transactional affair. Fortunately, he had prepared for contingencies, taking advantage of the fact that they had yet to discover his presence. Wei Gong hurriedly retreated. Chapter 40. Retreat. Cui Xiaoxiao struggled once more. Her frail body lacked the strength to resist. Damn that Emilia, leaving me all alone here. She recalled her father's earlier admonitions, her heart heavy with despair. How could that cold-hearted scoundrel Emilia ever take me in, let alone teach me anything? Even my dream of constructing a spacecraft now seemed destined to fade away. Lady Zhuxian, I have located her. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Cui Xiaoxiao. The figure emerged from behind a tree, clad in form-fitting black attire that obscured their entire form, save for a pair of piercing eyes. Cui Xiaoxiao locked eyes with the stranger, her heart racing with fear. Those eyes, resembling those of a venomous serpent, gripped her heart with an icy hold, suffocating her. This was a master at the 8th level of Tao, still brimming with hostility, initially intended as a lookout outside the mountain, collaborating with Jimu and others to form a pincer movement. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon Cui Xiaoxiao first. The figure leaned in closer, using a Chengying mirror to cast its reflection upon her. That on the other side of the mirror, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared. Ah, Zhuxian laughed. Indeed, it is her. What a delightful little beauty she is. She shall be quite something when she grows up. Lady Zhuxian, shall I deal with her now, or bring her back for judgment? She should have someone with her. Dispose of that person and bring her back. Understood. However, he raised his head, scanning the surroundings, but found no one in sight. Little girl, where's the person you were with? He leaned closer to Cui Xiaoxiao. Her pupils dilated in terror. The proximity to death was suffocating. and the thought of that sorceress taking her away made her tremble uncontrollably. The man's eyes flickered with regret. Oh, could it be that cowardly wretch heard my words and decided to hide? Are you looking for me? A cool voice called from behind. Who? He quickly turned around, only to glimpse a slender youth. For reasons unknown, the world seemed to tilt. The youth's head detached from his body, rolling on the ground as blood gushed forth, and the remaining half of the body collapsed immediately. Ah! Chui Xiao let out a piercing scream. Instantly, a large hand covered her mouth. Amiya gazed into her eyes, shaking his head. I apologize for forcing you to witness such a horrifying scene, but you must behave. Otherwise, if we attract pursuers, I may not be able to protect you. Tears welled in Chui Xiao's eyes as she quickly nodded in understanding. Such a good child. Amiya smiled, embracing her. What just happened? Zhuxian was incredulous, hiding the Chengying mirror behind her. This is bad. She quickly raised her head. Before she could react, the man in the white cloak opposite them suddenly moved. Wang Yu, having received Amiya's command, swiftly turned and retreated. Damn, Zhuxian sighed, realizing that all their plans had been exposed, and let out a sharp whistle. She and Banda moved simultaneously, that if their opponent was indeed a master at the 10th level of Tao, they would need to strike unexpectedly to achieve victory. 2 beams of sword light whizzed through the air, intersecting to form a cross and generating a massive shockwave. Wang Yu's form remained suspended in the air until he suddenly suffered a heavy blow to his back, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star, crashing with a thunderous sound that if Wang Yu were still alive, in his prime, he might have approached the 10th level, but now, as a corpse, he possessed at most the abilities of a 5th level practitioner, devoid of hostility, simply because he was a dead man. Oh! Zhuxian and Banda both froze in disbelief. This strike had actually succeeded. They had anticipated over 30 potential outcomes, preparing hundreds of countermeasures. Yet, they never expected their opponent to be so easily vanquished. Was this truly a master at the 10th level? Miss Zhuxian, do not move. Be wary of a trap that I will investigate first. Banda stepped in front of her, exuding an air of righteousness, ready to sacrifice himself. Zhuxian glanced at him gratefully. Though she wasn't particularly fond of Bandu, she felt a flicker of appreciation. She held her sword tightly, on high alert. Banda cautiously approached Wang Yu's body, only to find a cross-shaped tear in the back. Flesh torn open, exposing the organs within. Yet strangely, the blood within the body was thick and dark, emitting a foul odor, as if he had been dead for quite some time. Banda swallowed hard, his heart racing, his fingers trembling slightly. He cast a wind spell, flipping the body over. Overwhelmed, he took a step back, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. What is it? Zhuxian asked anxiously, gripping her sword tightly, ready to flee at any moment. Yes, if a major upheaval occurred, this master at the 10th level was not someone they could contend with, being mere practitioners at the 9th level of forgetfulness. Miss Zhuxian, come here and take a look. Seeing Bandu remain unharmed for so long, Zhuxian approached with some skepticism. Just one glance made her insides churn. She quickly turned away. What is this? Banda shook his head, feeling goosebumps rise all over his body, that he opened his mouth, struggling to utter a single sentence. I think he seems to have been dead for quite a while. He must be a zombie. Though he felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Yu, there was no other choice. Given Amiya's current strength, had his true self been the one to negotiate, he would have likely perished within. Indeed, having a decoy was beneficial, especially since this decoy had already experienced death once, alleviating any feelings of guilt. Amiya smiled, swiftly carrying Chui Xiao away. Once they were safe, he would assess Wang Yu's endurance and see if he could be summoned back. The wind howled past them, lifting the hems of their garments. Chui Xiao gasped for breath, taking a moment to regain her composure. Amiya reflected on the day's events, which had been extraordinarily thrilling. What kind of trouble have you gotten into to attract such a multitude of powerful pursuers? Amiya sighed, glancing down at her. This young girl was merely 4 years old. What could she possibly comprehend? You are a bad person, Chui Xiao pouted, unable to hold back her tears, even though a 30-year-old soul resided within her. She was still a girl, unable to withstand such immense fright, and thus her emotions surged forth. Amiya held her close, feeling a surge of tenderness that I in that moment. As he cradled her, the entire world felt tranquil. There! There! Don't be afraid. Brother Amiya will take you home. Lady Zhuxian, we have lost 2 masters at the 8th level of Dao, yet the enemy has still managed to escape. Aside from the initial ambush, during the escape, Amiya had also killed another with his strength. Jimu knelt on the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment that he asked the foremost assassination group of the Sword Kingdom. The Shadow Guards had never been so humiliated. Being picked off one by one, allowing the enemy to escape unscathed, without even knowing who they were or what they looked like. Moreover, the most frustrating part was that upon returning to the original location, even Wang Yu's corpse had vanished. The traces left behind suggested it had crawled away on its own. Who on earth? Zhuxian could no longer contain the fury that had been building within her all day and roared loudly. No matter what, dig 3 feet into the ground and find him for me. I want him to be torn to shreds. Chapter 41. The sort of soul connection to prevent anyone from following them. Amiya made a wide detour before returning to his small abode. By the time he arrived home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sound of the shower once again echoed through the house. Amiya sat at his research desk, listening to the patter of the shower, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. This little Xiao certainly loved her baths. However, for a young girl, cultivating a habit of cleanliness from an early age was commendable. He chuckled softly, deciding not to interfere, and resumed his study of the dark holy crystal. After a while, a noise came from outside, revealing that Wang Yu had returned as well, confirming that no one was following. Amiya cautiously brought him inside. After scanning him, he noted that his durability was below 10, that the significant decrease in durability was primarily due to the 2 horrific wounds on his back, that it seemed that engaging in combat had exacerbated the decay of the zombie's condition. Moreover, it appeared that Wang Yu's ability to fly on a sword had also greatly reduced his durability. This indicated that the energy stored within a zombie's body could be depleted, without metabolic processes. It would eventually succumb to paralysis due to insufficient energy supply. Ultimately, it might merely become a cold corpse akin to a plant. Amiya stitched up his wounds and then placed him in the basement for refrigeration. The primary reason for the decay of flesh was the metabolic activity of microorganisms. Freezing could reduce the rate of decay, but achieving a permanent solution was unlikely that if one wished to prevent microorganisms from metabolizing. A vacuum environment would be ideal. Coincidentally, Amiya also wanted to create a vacuum laboratory to study some special sword-forging materials. Previously, funding had been insufficient, but now that he had made a small profit, it was the perfect time to advance his plans. However, the vacuum environment might indeed resolve the issue of storing zombies. Yet, addressing the energy supply problem or the deterioration of their bodies seems rather implausible at this moment. Amiya shook his head, setting aside the matter of Wang Yu, and returned to his experimental table that he utilized the system to scan the raw stone acquired today, pinpointing the location of the dark sacred crystal, where a faint stream of ink-like light could be discerned. Carefully, Amiya retrieved his specially crafted drill and began to bore into the stone. The outer layer of cloud steel was exceedingly hard, presenting some difficulty in the operation. Forge, fiery radiance, activate. As he exerted force, a slender beam of light erupted from the drill, reminiscent of a lightsaber from Star Wars. The fiery radiance was the optimal choice for cutting through hard raw stones. Before long, Amiya successfully peeled away the tough cloud steel, revealing the dark sacred crystal within that moment. The room's illumination suddenly dimmed, as if a feeble black hole had emerged within the stone, absorbing the surrounding light. Yet Amiya's vision only faded momentarily. Moments later, his eyes adjusted to the dim lighting of the room, that he cradled a small piece of crystal in his hand, observing its egg-sized, pitch-black transparency that seemed to flow within his palm, that a chill emanated from it, gradually enveloping Amiya's body. The coldness caused him to shudder involuntarily, prompting him to place it back on the table. "Is this the dark sacred crystal?" Amiya questioned, shielding half of his face with his right hand, an ecstatic grin spreading across his features. Had it not been so late, he could hardly contain his excitement to forge it. "Ha ha ha. I shall descend upon the world to save this decaying realm of sword forging. Mortals tremble. Just then, Cui Xiaoxiao pushed open the bathroom door. She glanced at him briefly before retreating back inside, quietly shutting the door. Oh no, it's not what you think. The following morning, Amiya eagerly commenced the crafting of the soul-connecting sword. Cui Xiaoxiao sat at a distance, hugging her legs, watching him with wide eyes sparkling with incredulity. The sword-forging methods of this world were utterly astonishing, although they bore resemblance to the techniques used for Japanese katanas. The entire process, from the heating of the furnace to the crafting of the steel, employed what was referred to as immortal techniques. Damn it, what on earth are these immortal techniques? Such an idealistic concept posed a significant challenge to Cui Xiaoxiao's long-established scientific mindset. As a materialist warrior, how could she possibly believe in the existence of such things, even when witnessed firsthand? No, there must be some underlying physical principles at play that I am yet unaware of. Until I have thoroughly analyzed it, I cannot jump to conclusions. Science, upon reaching a certain level, often appears indistinguishable from magic. Furthermore, bringing 23rd century technology into the medieval era would undoubtedly elevate one to the status of a deity. With this thought, Cui Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy. What could be more exhilarating than discovering a reality that subverts previous beliefs? What could be more thrilling than unraveling the mysteries of an unknown world? All I lack are some instruments and equipment. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted in the sky, illuminating the night. Did I end the Amiya sword forging shop? A laugh reminiscent of a malevolent overlord echoed. Ha ha, I have finally succeeded. Cui Xiaoxiao regarded him as one might a fool. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Amiya held aloft a plain, jet-black broadsword. Truly hideous, Cui Xiaoxiao thought. No wonder it couldn't be sold. Amiya had yet to consider the aesthetic aspect when a series of system notifications resonated in his mind. Soul-connecting sword type, dual light and dark system rank. Pseudo-Luo Tian immortal grade, cross-rank Jade Dragon Emperor grade, base attack power. 228 additional attack power. 122 defense power. 112 flight speed. 198 flight consumption. 8. 2 durability. 100 range skill. Soul connection. Consumes a certain amount of spirit, allowing for the connection of any number of individuals. 4. Soul connection. Granting synesthesia during the duration. Effective distance. 270 meters duration, 24 hours. Skill cooldown, 48 hours usage limit. 5 people spirit consumption, 50-point system reward skill. Intuition, initiation, passive a certain probability of triggering, allowing predictions of events occurring within the next 24 hours. Before Amiya could scrutinize it further, the system emitted another notification. Congratulations, you have gained 11,015 experience points. Your swordsmith level has increased by 1. Current swordsmith level. LV32 next level experience. 4,570 54 reputation points. 25 current title. Novice on the path detailed attributes. Sword body forging ability. 114. 3.1. Sword power forging ability. 116.7 2.9. Sword heart forging ability. 121.9 3.3. Sword soul forging ability. 120.6 3.2. Sword courage forging ability. 102.1 2.7. Sword essence forging ability. 131. 3.5. Sword spirit forging ability. 130.2 3.4. Sword blood forging ability. 102.8 2.6. Sword chi forging ability. 99.5 2.5. Special ability. One-time enhancement can provide a designated sword with an attribute enhancement. Distributable points, 5 points. To think that forging such a sword would yield over 10,000 experience points, that if a positive financial cycle could be established, wouldn't leveling up become effortless? Amiya's heart swelled with joy as he re-examined the attributes of the soul-connecting sword, marveling at its superiority. Truly, as an immortal-grade sword, its attributes surpassed those of the mundane swords he had previously forged by a significant margin. Indeed, by more than tenfold. With the experience gained from the zombie sword, Amiya understood that sometimes the quality of a sword is not merely determined by its attributes. Skills play a substantial role, as well that he reviewed both skills. The latter passive skill was easily comprehensible and, if the triggering probability was sufficiently high, it could be deemed a divine skill. However, if the triggering probability were too low, it would be rather useless at AS for the former active skill. Its meaning remained unclear. Amiya inquired, "What does synesthesia mean?" Chui Xiaoxiao stared at Amiya, wide-eyed, as though he were a fool. She rolled her eyes again. Surely, this level of delusion was beyond salvation. Chapter 42. The most elusive assassin in the night sky was devoid of the moon. Shrouded in dense clouds, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Ding Haoxiang had just returned home when he immediately sensed something was amiss, that a subtle aura of danger permeated the AI, or that this thought flickered through his mind. A surge of murderous intent swept toward him, that a shadow soared into the air, presenting a long sword from behind the door. Deadly strike. Moonlit star flow slash. The sword's radiance surged, instantly erupting against Ding Haoxiang's back. Yet, at the moment of impending impact, the long sword strapped to his back suddenly unsheathed, clashing with the attack, that a thunderous sound reverberated as the shockwave from the colliding sword lights blasted through the walls, leaving narrow gashes. Cut! Ding Haoxiang swiftly slid across the ground, pivoting to face his assailant. "Your murderous intent has betrayed you. A mere 8th-layer assassin dares to come for my life." Ding Haoxiang was renowned as a 9th-layer sword immortal in the Sword Kingdom. Who would dare recklessly target him? The long sword returned to his hand, emitting a blue glow that illuminated the room. The figure in the darkness became visible, a young boy clad in tight-fitting attire, wielding a sword that shimmered with silver light. The youth was unmasked, a defiant smile playing at the corners of his mouth, that if he were truly an assassin, such an act would only signify extraordinary confidence. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to revealing himself. Ding Haoxiang chuckled. To have reached the 8th layer at such a young age, if you continued for a few more years, you might have become another Yan Ziqi. Alas, you shall have no future. Yan Ziqi was a famed sword immortal in the Sword Kingdom, who rose to prominence at the age of 14, already a master of the 8th layer, breaking through to the 9th layer 2 years later, achieving the 10th layer by 20, and the 12th layer by 24, undefeated across the world. Before retreating from the martial world at 30, disappearing without a trace. Ding Haoxiang's words were a significant acknowledgement of the young assassin's potential. The young assassin merely scoffed, unconvinced. "One day, I shall kill Yan Ziqi." "Ha!" Ding Haoxiang chuckled lightly. "What an audacious claim." He locked his gaze upon the youth's eyes. "Do you not realize you are already a dead man?" "Since I have come to kill you, failure is not an option. Arrogance will be your downfall. That last strike missed, and you have already lost all advantage. Do you not understand that in a direct confrontation, an 8th layer cannot defeat a 9th layer? The disparity in strength is evident. What more can you boast? Whether it is boasting or not, the outcome will soon reveal itself." Moments later, the assassin lay in a pool of blood, his body riddled with sword wounds, as Ding Haoxiang shattered his vital meridians. That a long, narrow wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth, saturating the entire room with a metallic scent. However, Ding Haoxiang cast a glance at him, unable to suppress a groan, that a deep gash had been inflicted upon his right arm, likely leaving him unable to recover for at least a month. From a certain perspective, one cannot help but admire the opponent for resorting to such a desperate and reckless tactic, trading a life for the sake of an arm. Such madness is truly unfathomable. One moment, Ding Haoxiang even began to doubt whether he was merely a sacrificial bait, with true masters lurking in the shadows. However, at this juncture, the surroundings remained eerily silent, leading Ding Haoxiang to reluctantly accept that he was indeed alone. "You really overestimate yourself," he declared, placing a foot upon the man's chest and raising his sword to his throat. "Speak. Who sent you?" "Ha! Wah-ha-ha!" The man erupted into uncontrollable laughter, leaving Ding Haoxiang bewildered. Could he truly be insane? "You are on the brink of death." The young man gritted through clenched teeth, his gaze icy as he uttered this statement. "Madness! You are truly mad." Ding Haoxiang shook his head, realizing that further entanglement with a lunatic served no purpose. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he slowly drove the blade into the man's throat. "You! Die!" "Ha!" The youth spat a copious amount of blood, splattering it all over Ding Haoxiang. Rising to his feet, he cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless body, whose face still bore the remnants of a maniacal grin. Cursed be it, not only had he sullied his clothing, but he feared sleepless nights ahead, haunted by such a terrifying and distorted death smile. How could one ever forget such a visage? Ding Haoxiang yanked down a curtain from the side and draped it over the cold corpse to shield its face. Before turning to enter the room, discarding his bloodied attire onto the floor. What a misfortune to encounter such a situation. Ding Haoxiang was no stranger to assassins. Yet, with his skill and audacity, he had never regarded them as a threat. He mused that this was the fourth assassin he had executed in 5 years. Who could possibly want me dead? He began to meticulously analyze each individual with whom he had enmity or conflicting interests. Just as he was changing clothes in his quarters, the corpse outside suddenly stirred, confirming host's death, activating resurrection system, resurrection commencing, resurrection rate 1, 5. A chilling voice echoed swiftly, as the wounds on the body began to heal at an astonishing rate. The blood that had been lost surging back into the veins. Resurrection rate 90, 95, 100. Host has been resurrected. The young man on the ground abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. Ding Haoxiang rummaged through his wardrobe for a clean set of sleepwear and stood before the mirror to change. It was then that his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? In the mirror, a grotesque visage appeared. The very assassin he had just slain. Deadly strike, moonlit starflow slash. A sinister smile flickered across that face. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night. Ding Haoxiang collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth as blood pooled beneath him. Cursed be it! How could this happen? He had killed the man twice. Yet he had revived both times, and after exhausting his strength, he finally succumbed to the assassin's blade. The youth crouched down, peering into his eyes. Ding Haoxiang's gaze grew unfocused, a sign of impending death, as he felt the essence of life ebbing away. The face before him resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Aha, indeed, the outcome was predestined. It is you who shall die, the youth sneered. Remember my name? I am Zhao Mofeng. He raised his long sword and plunged it into Ding Haoxiang's throat. Zhao Mofeng sat atop the city wall, indulging in pastries while swinging his legs idly. That it had been 5 years since he traversed into the realm of the Sword of Immortality, and through the system of infinite resurrection. He had ascended from an obscure, downtrodden youth to the 39th rank on the assassin leaderboard. With a trajectory of continual ascent. One day, he would become the king of assassins in this world. No, he would be the god of assassins. The allure of assassination lay in the quick profits, but more so in the thrill of killing and the immense satisfaction of challenging the strong. With the infinite resurrection system in his possession, he was invincible. After savoring the last morsel of his rice cake and licking his fingers clean, he leisurely retrieved the Jiuyuan mirror from his pocket. Report, boss, the target has been eliminated. Upon finishing his statement, he sent the image of Ding Haoxiang's demise. Received. The final payment has been transferred to your account. A chime echoed as a notification popped up in the Jiuyuan mirror, confirming a sudden influx of 10 million into his account. Indeed, was this the going rate for a task involving a 9th-tier master? If only more jobs like this would come his way to AT that moment. Perhaps in response to his wish, another message arrived. A new task involving a 9th-tier master is available for you, with a transaction amount of 10 million. If an assassin could earn 10 million, then the actual value of this contract should exceed 20 million, for the assassin only received a portion of the total. Just in time, Zhao Mofeng mused, glancing at the prepared dossier, a grin spreading across his face as he licked his lips. Imia. Upon seeing this name, he knew the target was already a dead man. Chapter 43. What is death? Ah! Imia let out a scream, jolting awake from his dream. Unbeknownst to him, he was drenched in cold sweat. He covered his face with his hands, gasping heavily. The dream had felt too real, terrifyingly so. He had dreamed of his own demise at the hands of a being capable of infinite resurrection. However, thankfully, it was just a dream. He was very much alive. Imia felt a parched sensation in his throat, rising from his bed to fetch some hot water to calm his nerves. Just then, a glimmer in the darkness caught his attention. Beside his bed stood a plain black long sword, the soul-linked sword. Yet it emanated a faint purplish-red glow in the night. Has the skill activated? Amiya suddenly recalled that the sword's passive skill was to activate precognition, predicting events that would transpire within the next 24 hours. Could it be? Amiya cautiously approached, reaching out to touch the sword's blade. Zing! The blade was extraordinarily sharp, slicing open a crimson cut on his finger. However, as soon as he touched the sword, a vivid scene surged into his mind, startling him back that it was no dream. The grim reality of his impending assassination was indeed true. Finally, the day turned to dusk, and it was once more time for Zhao Mofeng to act. The sword's glow streaked through the air like a shooting star. Zhao Mofeng stood upon his sword, arms crossed, coldly surveying the horizon. He had thoroughly investigated this individual named Amiya during the day, an obscure swordsmith, impoverished and yet a master of the 9th tier. Such a phenomenon was quite perplexing. Nevertheless, a smile of excitement crept onto his lips. Any 9th tier master, regardless of their identity, ignited his competitive spirit. Logically speaking, as an assassin, one should spend at least a month conducting a detailed investigation on the target, including their habits and schedules, to ensure a foolproof plan. However, having just slain a 9th tier sword sage the previous day, Zhao Mofeng's confident sword, and Amiya, who truly resembled a blank slate, offered little room for investigation. His days were consumed with sword forging and peddling wares. Hence, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time. Zhao Mofeng glanced at the Chengying mirror, which displayed the time as 7:30 p.m. Typically, Amiya would be out selling goods at this hour, returning only after 8. Half an hour was ample time for his preparations. Zhao Mofeng resolved to follow yesterday's strategy and wait for Amiya at his home. That Amiya's residence was nestled against a mountain, with a grove of trees behind it. To avoid prematurely revealing his presence, Zhao Mofeng decided to infiltrate from the rear. He rode his flying sword close to the ground, gliding down the slope that in the distance, the roof of a swordsmith's workshop peeked out. Amiya, you are doomed. His adrenaline surged, and he felt a thrill rising within him. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of this matter. A clear voice rang out from the woods, ghostly in its clarity. Oh! Zhao Mofeng halted in terror, landing on the ground and gripping his sword, bracing himself. The surroundings were silent. Leaves danced in the air as the moonlight poured down, illuminating him in an ethereal glow. Aren't you here to kill me? The voice suddenly came from behind. Who is it? Zhao Mofeng spun around in fright, his pupils dilating in shock. Unbeknownst to him, a handsome young man stood behind him. With technique, thousand vines binding. Before Zhao Mofeng could react, the ground trembled, a powerful force surged forth, and numerous large vines erupted from the earth, binding him tightly. This was bad. The immense pressure enveloped him. Zhao Mofeng was ensnared, unable to move an inch, his eyes fixed on Amiya, realizing he had severely underestimated him. I am sorry to disappoint you, Amiya chuckled, extending his hand to tap Zhao Mofeng's forehead. Thank goodness for the warning from the soul-linked sword. Otherwise, he would have been utterly oblivious to his fate today. Moreover, he was already aware of Zhao Mofeng's ability for infinite resurrection, which is why he employed an 8th tier wood binding technique to confine him. As long as I don't let you die. That would be sufficient, right? Wei Gong had prepared himself for the prospect of imprisoning him for life. What? Zhao Mofeng was profoundly shocked, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. How did you know? It was impossible. Even my employer is unaware of the secret of my infinite resurrection. How could he possibly know? However, upon witnessing Wei Gong's all-seeing expression, he realized his error. Truly impressive for a master of the ninefold realm. You have certainly caught my admiration. Haha, but alas, you have underestimated me. Zhao Mofeng grinned sinisterly, his expression growing more terrifying. He had never felt such exhilaration since his debut. What? Wei Gong momentarily froze as a flame suddenly erupted before him. Zhao Mofeng's body began to emanate a transparent, searing blaze from within. Ultimate technique, Starfire explosion. Damn it, Wei Gong exclaimed, hastily retreating. With a thunderous roar, the heat wave surged, nearly scorching his face. The fierce flames blazed intensely, incinerating Zhao Mofeng along with the vines that bound him. Ah! Ah! A series of heart-wrenching laughs echoed amidst the flames. Wei Gong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, utterly astonished. This was utterly madness. How could he resort to such a method? Confirming host's death. Automatically activating the resurrection system. Resurrection commencing. Resurrection rate 1, 5. A chilling voice resonated rapidly, and Wei Gong watched in disbelief as the charred, blackened corpse began to revert to its original smooth skin. Resurrection rate 90. 95, 100. Host has been resurrected. Before him, the youth stood fully exposed, displaying a physique of perfect musculature, suddenly opening his eyes and awakening from the brink of death that in less than 10 seconds. He transformed from a piece of charcoal into an unscathed human form. What a terrifying ability of resurrection. Ah, wah! Zhao Mofeng's face darkened, his gaze resembling that of a venomous serpent, fiercely fixating on Wei Gong's heart. Do you comprehend? I am invincible. I will exhaust you until you are utterly spent, ultimately leading to your demise. Wei Gong's heart trembled, involuntarily taking a step back. The hilt of his sword pressed painfully against his waist. Damn it! Is there truly no way out? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the sword at his waist, igniting a brilliant spark of hope. Are you prepared for death? Zhao Mofeng gritted his teeth and laughed, then summoned the long sword from the ground back into his hand. Ultimate technique. Moonlit star flow, slash. The purple sword aura surged violently, swiftly advancing towards Wei Gong. Just then, in the glow, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a cunning smile curling at the corner of Wei Gong's lips. How could that be? Ultimate technique? Ink Dragon Shadow Slash. A massive force of darkness surged from Wei Gong's sword, crashing against Zhao Mofeng's sword aura. The purple aura flickered briefly before being suppressed. Zhao Mofeng let out a muffled grunt. Collapsing to the ground, he quickly clutched his neck, warm liquid oozing forth. Cough, eh? Ha ha, wah ha ha ha. Truly foolish, Zhao Mofeng chuckled. Do you still not understand? You cannot kill me. Before he could finish, a slender sword mark split open his throat, blood gushing forth. His body then toppled to the side, falling silent. Is he dead? Wei Gong approached, gazing into his eyes, then drew the long sword from his waist, that a cold green light flowed upon it. Although uncertain of its efficacy, Wei Gong felt compelled to try, if his guess was not amiss. Confirming host's death. Automatically activating the resurrection system. Resurrection commencing. Resurrection rate 1, 5. Come forth, he might call, obey me. Wei Gong chanted the sword incantation, and suddenly, the long sword's green light surged, only to return to darkness in an instant. Zhao Mofeng's body twitched and then stood up from the ground. Host's death status has vanished. Unable to identify death status, resurrection halted. Zhao Mofeng's body did not further heal. The wound inflicted by Wei Gong remained, though it had shrunk to the width of a thumb. Zombie summoning skill has been used. Remaining 1-3. The system's voice echoed in Wei Gong's mind. Phew, wonderful. Wei Gong exhaled deeply, his hand gripping the zombie sword trembling uncontrollably. If it were not for this sword he carried tonight, he might have perished here. Death and resurrection. What a marvelously ambiguous state. Wei Gong stood upright, then turned to confront Zhao Mofeng's eyes. Tell me your name. Yes, master. He opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, Zhao Mofeng, a man destined to become the future god of assassins. Chapter 44. A zombie's daily life. If a zombie still possessed thoughts, what would it ponder? I am a zombie, and prior to today, this was not meant to be. Zhao Mofeng stood dazed in the corner, utterly motionless, his mind a chaotic void. His gaze was hollow, lips pressed tightly together, unable to act, until he received a command from Wei Gong. He was merely a cold, decaying puppet awaiting its rot. The current time was 7:50 a.m. If it were any other day, I would be enjoying breakfast at the Victory Tea House, chatting about mundane matters with a group of tedious sword appraisers. As an assassin, I had a crucial cover identity, the first title I inherited upon crossing into this world. Sword appraiser, an appraiser scuffling at the bottom, seldom noticed by others. However, this was merely a family title I inherited. I possessed no talent whatsoever. And indeed, sword appraisal was an abysmally dull endeavor. Killing was far more entertaining. Gradually, memories of every deal he had conducted surfaced in Zhao Mofeng's mind, the distorted, fear-stricken, or shocked expressions of those who had perished always evoking a strange pleasure within him. Yet now, all of this could only be savored through recollection. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Perhaps being a dull sword appraiser wasn't so bad after all. In Zhao Mofeng's memory, at one tea gathering, he met a girl named Su Xiaowen, or perhaps it was Su Xiaowen. Whatever, she was simply a beautiful and passionate girl. Her long hair and elegantly arched brows were exceptionally charming, reminiscent of the school crush he had in his previous life, that he wondered where she was now and how she was faring, that if I continued as a sword appraiser, could we have been together? But damn it, all these beautiful memories have now been utterly destroyed by that wretched person in this room. Why not kill me? Why must I endure this torment, condemned to be a zombie forever? At his beck and call, is there anything more tragic in this world? To become a zombie, enslaved by one's enemy, with no chance for resistance. Just then, Wei Gong moved suddenly. Did he hear my thoughts? Why is he coming over here? Wei Gong's face appeared before him, wrapping him in a robe, since his previous clothing had been incinerated and there was a girl named Cui Xiaoxiao in the house. It was hardly appropriate. After completing this, Wei Gong chuckled and handed the Qingquan mirror to him. Zhao Mofeng's heart stirred at, isn't that my Qingquan mirror? Zhao Mofeng, I want to see your account. What? Frustratingly, the voice that escaped his lips was, yes. Master. No matter how unwilling he was, his body obediently complied, logging into the Qingquan mirror, as per Wei Gong's command. It seems like quite a bit of money, Wei Gong said, cradling the Qingquan mirror in his hands and counting seriously. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 10 million. Wei Gong's eyes widened in terror, incredulously staring at the string of numbers. Even Cui Xiaoxiao was startled, rushing over. 23 million. Cui Xiaoxiao also wore a bewildered expression. Wei Gong confirmed several times. And indeed, it was 23 million that he turned back, casting a suspicious glance at Zhao Mofeng. What the hell? How do you have so much money? If he could hear Zhao Mofeng's thoughts, he would be equally horrified by the despair. Oh no, don't take away my wealth. This vile scoundrel not only occupies my body, but also seizes my property and my promising future. Devil, scoundrel, trash. Zhao Mofeng's spirit was tormented. Yet fortunately, there remained a 4-year-old little girl in this house, an angel. The moment he laid eyes on her, he knew this little girl possessed a pure and kind heart. Her smile had the power to purify all, and even as a zombie, he felt as if he had been healed. Cui Xiaoxiao pouted, saying, I want to buy a few princess dresses, preferably from the Liu brand, that I also want my own independent room and bathroom. Oh no! Upon hearing this, Zhao Mofeng felt utterly crushed. Let me think about it. We must at least ensure our safety first. Your suggestions will be seriously considered by Brother Wei Gong. From that day forth, Zhao Mofeng commenced his daily existence as a zombie, that in a bid to evade the relentless pursuit of assassins. Wei Gong relocated to a new abode, one that was 3 times larger than his previous dwelling. Furthermore, he constructed a dedicated workshop nearby for the purpose of sword forging. Even more alarming was the considerable sum he invested in establishing a vacuum physics laboratory. This endeavor completely shattered Zhao Mofeng's last vestige of hope as a zombie, for his body would no longer decompose, in other words, he would never witness the demise of this corporeal form, thus precluding the activation of the infinite resurrection system. Wei Gong expended both materials and energy on this vacuum physics laboratory, and it remained a mystery which wretched soul had meddled with his blueprints. Cui Xiaoxiao. Could it be you? Cui Xiaoxiao sat blushing in her chair, too timid to glance back at him. What? Wei Gong Gidge. I have no idea what you're talking about. She would never dare to admit it. The fact that this individual named Wei Gong possessed knowledge of vacuum preservation was already a significant achievement in her eyes. She would grant him an 8 out of 10, reserving the remaining 92 points to temper his pride. Nevertheless, the young man's design skills were still lacking in certain aspects. That IT was not merely about constructing a large sealed iron box and creating an opening to evacuate the air. One must also consider various influencing factors such as humidity, temperature, safety, power systems, and methods for monitoring environmental changes. Thus, Cui Xiaoxiao made several modifications that to be precise. She augmented 90% of the content and meticulously annotated the function of each component. Wei Gong appeared utterly bewildered. However, being someone who had attended university for several years, he quickly comprehended that this design blueprint was the true comprehensive design, aside from the section concerning the transmission of energy through electrical means. Who could possibly have made these alterations? A wave of undeniable excitement surged within Wei Gong, as this blueprint clearly indicated that there was another individual, a fellow traveler from a world where science reigned supreme, existing by his side. With Wei Gong's expertise, the entire physics laboratory was completed in less than 3 days. However, it had cost him nearly 10 million in funds. The vacuum physics laboratory sprawled over an area of approximately 1,000 square meters, with a portion allocated for a sealed vacuum chamber, as Cui Xiaoxiao deemed it unnecessary to evacuate the laboratory every time a corpse was preserved. Additionally, leaving ample space would allow for other activities. Zhao Mofeng lay quietly within the vacuum chamber, his hands resting peacefully on his chest, utterly devoid of hope. That a slight consolation was that another zombie lay beside him. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied the mind of that pitiable soul in a similar plight. The so-called daily life of a zombie consisted of doing nothing and being incapable of doing anything. That it involved a protracted wait for Wei Gong's next command. Each day, Wei Gong would inspect the condition of the 2 corpses and conduct various material experiments. Had it not been for the knowledge that Wei Gong had fortuitously acquired these 2 subordinates through a zombie sword, one might have suspected him of necrophilia. Although Cui Xiaoxiao was not well versed in the operational dynamics of this world, she could roughly infer what he was doing. Wei Gong was engaged in the most rudimentary process of purifying the fundamental elements of this world. The mystical arts in this realm were categorized into 7 systems: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. Moreover, nearly all materials, living beings, and substances in the world functioned according to these 7 classifications. Yet anyone who has studied chemistry knows that matter is composed of atoms, and atoms with the same number of electric charges constitute elements. The so-called metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness were merely superficial appearances that in this world. There existed 7 types of stones, revered as the purest embodiments of elemental power. Previously, Wei Gong lacked the financial means, but now, with an expenditure of 1 million, he acquired these 7 pure elemental stones. What Wei Gong sought was to uncover the true, fundamental components that constituted the variations of the 7 systems, that if he could elucidate these phenomena through scientific explanation and comprehend the laws governing their development and transformation, the subsequent sword forging processes would no longer be akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones or excessively relying on the system. Assassins had a designated time frame for executing their tasks, generally around half a month. Thusly, when he remained unaware that Zhao Mofeng had failed his mission, that he was not anxious. Based on his understanding of this assassin, he would undoubtedly not disappoint him. Therefore, he planned to reach out to Zhao Mofeng after the fortnight. However, he began to grow curious about Wei Gong, that a person who could incite such trepidation in Li Jing and pose a challenge for Zhao Mofeng was certainly no ordinary individual. Wei Gong's mind was concurrently processing several matters. First, who was attempting to kill him? Second, who was targeting Cui Xiaoxiao? Were these 2 matters interconnected? Moreover, with newfound financial resources, how could he penetrate the market for his sword-forging endeavors and draw attention to himself? At that moment, his gaze fell upon Zhao Mofeng as for the first question. He had already posed it initially. For professional assassins, intermediaries facilitated the connections, meaning Zhao Mofeng was merely executing a task and was unaware of the identity of the employer. As for the intermediary, Wei Gong had already gleaned some insights. Li Wenyi, isn't that the casino owner from that day? He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to extract the information regarding the employer while ensuring that he eliminated all troublesome obstacles for his future sword-forging career. Chapter 45. Old acquaintances. Wei Gong sat outside, facing the setting sun, his gaze distant. The warm glow of the sunset bathed him, casting a rosy hue upon half of his body that he pondered quietly. Deliberating how to approach Li Wenyi, an operator of a killer organization, was not someone a mere commoner like himself could easily approach. Moreover, after all these events, Wei Gong had grasped a crucial truth. Violence could not resolve issues. only lead to greater troubles. Was there a stratagem that could facilitate his covert maneuvering? For instance, could he fabricate his own demise to dissuade those pursuing him? No, no, no. Wei Gong shook his head. This identity was too significant for him. He needed to stand atop the pinnacle of swordsmithing under the name Wei Gong, bringing glory to the Wei family. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, he must live openly and uprightly, ensuring the eradication of all those with nefarious intentions. With this thought, Wei Gong fell into a deep contemplation once more. Wei Gong Gij. Xiao Xiao is hungry. Oh, all right. Wei Gong snapped back to reality. Rising to his feet and offering a smile to Cui Xiao Xiao, he had become accustomed to her presence without even realizing it. Initially intending to return her to the Swordsmith Association, he now feared encountering unforeseen dangers as he had previously. Until he could ascertain the identity of his enemy and ensure Cui Xiao Xiao's safety, Wei Gong chose to keep her by his side. Furthermore, this little girl was evidently becoming increasingly obedient. Cui Xiao Xiao tilted her round little face, her watery eyes gazing at Wei Gong. If it weren't for my inability to cook, I wouldn't have to rely on you. All right, Xiao Xiao, be good. Wei Gong Gij will go prepare a meal for you. Wei Gong reached out to pat her head before turning to enter the kitchen. Cui Xiao Xiao cast a glance at him, and, seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied with cooking, stealthily slipped into the laboratory. While Wei Gong was cooking, he received a message from Luo Didong. Hey, where the hell have you been? Luo Didong spoke bluntly. Damn it, couldn't you say something nice? I nearly died. Yet such was life. Who didn't have a troublesome friend? Furthermore, Luo Didong might be his only real friend. If you died, how would you be able to talk to me? I'd rather die than be driven to death by you. Disasters may live for 1,000 years. By the way, I noticed no one has been at your place for several days. What have you been up to? Well, I moved. What? You moved? Luo Didong exclaimed in surprise. Where did you get the money? Let us not discuss that for now. I'm cooking. I'll send you the address, and you can come over yourself. Wei Gong sent the address, and then closed the communication. Zhao Mofeng lay quietly in the vacuum chamber, his vacant eyes staring ahead as he slowly savored the memories of the past. For the first time in his life, he felt time stretched interminably, longer than the most tedious moments spent as a swordsmith. Nothing could be more monotonous than this situation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the outer door swung open, that he saw a petite figure climb onto a small stool. My goddess, my angel, she has finally remembered me. Could it be that she can hear the cries of my heart? Cui Xiao Xiao's face appeared at his side, only to shake her head in disgust. She produced a small knife and cut a piece of flesh from his arm. Although he felt no pain, Zhao Mofeng was nonetheless deeply affected by this act. How could there be zombies in this world? I need to conduct a slice analysis. Cui Xiao Xiao carefully placed the piece of flesh into a petri dish before slipping away. Upon returning to the living room, she discovered that an unfamiliar figure had appeared in her home. Who are you? Oh, what an adorable little sister. Luo Didong approached cheerfully, squatting down and extending a hand. You must be Cui Xiao Xiao. I just heard Wei Gong mention you. Cui Xiao Xiao took a step back, coldly stating, Uncle, are you an idiot? Don't you know that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? You, uncle? Luo Didong felt as if he had taken 1,000 points of damage, his lips trembling as he withdrew his hand. All right, let's eat, Wei Gong announced as he emerged from the kitchen, glancing at the two frozen individuals. After the meal, Luo Didong began to wander around Wei Gong's new mansion. Wow, this place is enormous. Isn't this the legendary cold jade bed known for its exceptional quality? In this countertop, it's crafted from materials of celestial quality. Isn't it truly extravagant? Luo Didong turned back, eyeing Wei Gong with suspicion. How did you come into such wealth? It can't possibly be. Stop imagining things that I sold several swords. Wei Gong replied, deliberately omitting any mention of Zhao Mofeng to prevent raising Luo Didong's suspicions. Wow, it's too much. Luo Didong wore a look of despair. If even you can strike it rich from swordsmithing, then I truly am a failure. This was even more devastating than the previous 1,000 points of damage. Wei Gong shot him a glance, uninterested in engaging. The burden of suddenly acquiring wealth, to be honest, was quite heavy. Would you like to see what a celestial grade sword looks like? Really, is that true? Upon hearing the term celestial grade sword, Luo Didong instantly perked up. Wei Gong retrieved the soul-connecting sword from the collection room. So, this is a celestial grade sword? Well, sort of, he replied that in reality, it was merely a pseudo-celestial grade, meaning its practicality reached that level, but the material itself was lacking. Luo Didong carefully cradled the sword in his hands, gripping the hilt tightly and drawing it slightly from its sheath. That as he did so, a stream of ink-like light flowed, and the surroundings suddenly darkened, creating an illusion as if it were absorbing all the light in the room. Luo Didong's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Wow, it truly looks impressive, so beautiful, it deserves its celestial grade title." Cui Xiao, standing nearby, scoffed, "Are you an idiot? This sword is just as dark as those previous failed products of his." Wei Gong's expression brightened, and he suddenly recalled something. "Hey, just look, but don't," before he could finish. The sword emitted a soft glow, and Wei Gong nearly witnessed the entire space distort for a fleeting moment. Then it quickly returned to normal. Activating skill. I'm really at a loss for words. Wei Gong stood frozen in place. Luo Didong turned back, looking bewildered. "What did you just say? Don't mess with my sword. It has a skill. What does that mean? Are we going to die?" Celestial grade swords, when activated, typically unleash devastatingly powerful abilities. Luo Didong could hardly believe that a skill had just been triggered. The thought of the potential consequences sent chills down his spine. "I don't know." Wei Gong snatched the sword from his hands. Feeling anxious that he had yet to test the soul-connecting ability, but judging by Luo Didong's reaction, it seemed indeed to have been activated. However, Wei Gong eyed him skeptically. This rascal. Could he have linked our souls together? Chapter 46. High alert ahead. Non-combatants please evacuate in the tea room. Luo Didong and Wei Gong sat upright, scarcely daring to move. The two closed their eyes, their expressions tense with vigilance. After a long period, nothing unusual occurred. "Well, since there's no problem, I think I should head back. It's getting late," Luo Didong said, trembling as he stood. Hopefully, this so-called soul connection won't have any adverse effects." Wei Gong nodded and escorted Luo Didong out. Upon returning to the sword storage pavilion, his gaze flickered to the soul-connecting sword tucked in the corner. According to the system, it possessed the ability to link the souls of different individuals. If Luo Didong had truly activated the skill, he should have sensed a shared perception by now. However, after all this time, he felt nothing amiss. Wei Gong shook his head, pondering whether he was overreacting. Perhaps Luo Didong hadn't triggered the skill after all. Just as he was about to return to his room, an unusual sensation washed over him. What on earth is this? It felt as though he were enveloped in a cocoon of warmth. Every pore in his skin opening wide, a wave of blissful pleasure cascading over him. Ah, the grinding machine. Wei Gong couldn't help but let out a soft moan, nearly breaking in a song. Leaning against the wall, he struggled to suppress the delightful sensations within him. At that moment, all he wished for was to find his soft, water-like cold jade bed and sink into a comfortable slumber. La 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 la, la 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 la. Cui Xiao was joyfully soaking in a vast pool within the bathroom, feeling utterly refreshed. Indeed, since moving into the new mansion, even the bathroom felt regal. She lay back, gazing at the sky, playfully blowing soap bubbles into the air, feeling as if she were soaring. What could possibly bring more joy than a warm bath? La 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 la. If only someone could help her scrub her back and massage her toes, it would be perfection. Cui Xiao splashed the water, sending rose petals rippling through the currents, much like Luo Didong's free-spirited heart. Ah! What is this delightful warmth I'm feeling? Luo Didong strolled down the street toward home, unable to resist reaching up to lightly scratch his neck. Oh, as his fingers brushed against his skin, he couldn't help but exclaim internally. At that moment, he yearned to strip off his clothes and indulge in the sensation of his hands gliding over his entire body. Am I a pervert? He suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly dropping his hand from his neck. Hey there, would you like a book of wisdom? He felt a gentle touch on his right arm, like a warm current stirring ripples in a lake. Ha! Just a casual touch, and it feels so pleasurable. His body was inexplicably sensitive to this extent. Turning around, he saw an old man clad in a black cloak, looking at him with an air of mystery. The man pulled out a small booklet from his pocket and offered it. "Would you like a book of wisdom? This is the latest work by Master Zhuxian." "A book of wisdom?" Luo Didong paused for a moment before quickly catching on. The so-called Book of Wisdom contained bizarre illustrations paired with fervent text. Once consumed, it would automatically elevate the reader into a state of wisdom. But he glanced at the cover, his face flushing crimson. The image depicted a rather scandalous scene. Moreover, there was no divine light to obscure the key parts. "Aren't you a bit too risky?" The old man nodded. Master Zhuxian's works are known for their depth. The idea that one thought can lead to enlightenment while another can plunge one into hell, indulging in unfulfilled desires can indeed lead to calamity. Indulging in unfulfilled desires leading to calamity. Luo Didong's lips twitched as he suddenly recalled that peculiar sensation from before. Oh no, is this what it means to be unfulfilled? Though he longed to refuse, his eyes stubbornly drifted back to the cover of the book. His body responded accordingly. "The Book of Wisdom will help you escape from hell. I see you have a passionate nature. Why not give it a try?" That makes a compelling argument. Perhaps I should resolve this with the Book of Wisdom." Wei Gong, unable to endure the pressure of his full bladder, found it impossible to rise from his bed, despite the comfort of his slumber. As he passed by Cui Xiaoxiao's room, he noticed her blanket had fallen to the floor. This little one, still so restless in her sleep. Her small body lay sprawled in the shape of a big character, arms raised high above her head as if in surrender. Wei Gong couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head at the child's carelessness, he picked up the blanket from the floor and covered Cui Xiaoxiao. That moment, she was deep in dreamland, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Wei Gong felt a warmth in his heart, but he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, that a pure, heartfelt affection for something beautiful and adorable. With a smile, he prepared to head to the restroom to relieve himself. Just then, an unusual sensation enveloped him. Wei Gong gasped. "What is this?" Luo Didong lay in bed, tissues at the ready beside him. "Here I go. Master Zhuxian, grant me wisdom." As he flipped open the first page, his body instinctively reacted. Ugh. True to Master Zhuxian's reputation, this is... Luo Didong swallowed hard. Ah! Wei Gong felt as if struck by lightning, trembling in shock. Damn, what is this sensation? It was even more intense than the warmth he had felt before. Moreover, this tender feeling concentrated in one place, as if a colossal wave was surging through a narrow harbor. But damn it, nature calls, and his bladder was about to burst at such a moment. No. Wei Gong pressed himself against the toilet, closing his eyes and desperately trying to suppress the restlessness within him. What a mess! What is happening? As Lu Dondong consumed his meal, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him, and the flagpole seemed to soften. This sudden shock was profound. Lu Dondong felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him both frazzled and tender. How could this be possible, he mused. I am merely 23 years old. How could I be facing such issues? Oh no, I have yet to truly relish my youth. Must this blossom wilt so soon? What of wealth and luxury? What of warmth and tenderness? I have not yet savored them. How can I so easily resign myself? How can I bear it? Lu Dondong steeled himself, focusing his mind. Master Zhuxian, Miss Hu Jing, I am coming. A soft, pattering sound echoed, sending a shiver down Wei Gong's spine that he exhaled deeply. At last, to hear this refreshing sound is such a delightful experience. However, damn it, how could this happen again? Oh no! Before Wei Gong could react, a surge of powerful electricity coursed through him. His mind was instantly engulfed in a tidal wave, leaving him momentarily dizzy. After a brief haze, a stream of clarity cascaded into the toilet, producing a cheerful sound. I finally comprehend what soul connection means, Wei Gong muttered, bracing himself against the wall, trembling. Lu Dondong, you scoundrel. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 47. The soul connection. Cui Xiaoxiao experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, in the void, an unfamiliar organ appeared, one she had never encountered before. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurried to the bathroom to splash water on her face. Goodness! Truly, Nothing good has come since arriving in this world. Cui Xiaoxiao thought angrily, then meandered about her home. The house was eerily empty, with only her presence lingering. Had Wei Gong gone off to peddle his unsold swords again? She returned to the dining room, where Wei Gong had already prepared her breakfast, 2 fried eggs. Adopting a regal demeanor, Cui Xiaoxiao climbed onto the dining table and picked up the chopsticks. She swallowed hard, her stomach growling. Umph, this guy can only manage cooking rice and vegetables well. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a note on the table. Cui Xiaoxiao picked it up and glanced at it, her heart racing with panic. Where on earth had that rascal Wei Gong gone? Before a grand mansion, several figures stood. At the forefront was a middle-aged man seated in a wheelchair, his legs tightly wrapped in a woolen blanket. Shielding them from the cold, he had long suffered from a chill in his lower limbs, and the drizzling rain exacerbated the pain. Beside him stood a robust man, holding an umbrella over his head. "Boss, should I accompany you inside? We're all friends here. What is there to worry about?" Li Wenin waved his hand, signaling them to step back, but he lifted his gaze to the iron gate, beyond which lay a lavish estate. "So this is Zhao Mofeng's residence? It appears this young man has indeed earned quite a fortune in recent years. However, thanks to him, Li Wenin had also profited significantly. The door is unlocked. Please enter." "Boss," came Zhao Mofeng's voice from the mirror. A trickster indeed. Li Wenin propped himself up and took the umbrella from a nearby attendant. "Wait for me here. I will be out shortly." "Yes, boss." Li Wenin descended the stone steps from outside. Recalling the events that had transpired, he was taken aback by the message he received from Zhao Mofeng today. This assassin, whom he favored above all others, was typically aloof and rarely interacted with anyone. Yet he had invited him to his home. However, considering Zhao Mofeng's recent assignments, Li Wenin found some relief. This individual named Wei Gong was indeed exceptional. After so many days, if Mofeng could not manage him, it seemed he would have to offer guidance himself. That a smirk of satisfaction crept upon Li Wenin's lips. After a brief walk, Li Wenin reached the ground floor. This was a 2-story mansion, and the front door stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness within. How dreary! How can Mofeng endure living in such a place? "You have arrived, boss?" A figure stood inside, looking up with a smile. Indeed, it was Zhao Mofeng. That Li Wenin took a half-step inside. Pausing at the threshold, he hesitated. Logically, Mofeng had only recently entered the Eightfold Realm, and he should be brimming with hostility at this moment. Yet the person before him bore no trace of malice, resembling a master of the 10th Realm instead. But how could this be? Just a few days had passed. No matter how swiftly he progressed, Mofeng could not possibly reach such a level. Behind the door, a faint yet palpable aura of menace lingered. "Oh no! I've fallen into a trap," Li Wenin thought, hastily propelling himself backward. But at that moment, a tremendous force from the shadowy interior yanked him inside. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut behind him. "Who is it?" Li Wenin pressed against the door, his voice tinged with terror. "Li boss, it's been a while." A figure emerged from behind the door. Li Wenin glanced over, astonished. "Aren't you the one from the casino last time?" "So you didn't know my name?" Wei Gong smiled. "I am Wei Gong." "What?" Li Wenin instinctively took a step back. As though the task who Li Jing entrusted him with was this young man, that he shot a glance at Zhao Mofeng. "You two have been swayed by him. What benefits has he offered you?" Zhao Mofeng's face was obscured by shadows, his gaze hollow, and he remained silent. "Human relationships are not merely about interests, my brother Mofeng. He has merely been influenced by me." "Influenced?" Li Wenin's lips twitched as he clutched his chest. Such a ludicrous term was truly a first for him. Mofeng could be swayed? Ha! How utterly foolish I am to have misjudged him. He raised his head, sneering. "So, you intend to kill me?" Li Wenin gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Coldly regarding Wei Gong, that he too was a master of the 9th Realm, though he had sustained some injuries and was not as agile, making it a challenge to deal with Wei Gong. However, what was truly terrifying was the assassin he had trained, whom he regarded as a son, Zhao Mofeng. How could he possibly stand a chance against an immortal? He had been careless. Had he known, he would have brought Jiuyuan along earlier. "Li boss, you needn't worry. I have no intention of harming you. I wish to request your assistance with something." Li Wenin lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing his eyes. Unsure of what he intended, Wei Gong gripped a plain black sword, raising it high. Damn it, I was too complacent, allowing myself to be deceived by his words. Indeed, Li Wenyi's right hand beckoned lightly, and his sword suddenly unsheathed. With a sharp clang, the two swords clashed in midair, a flash of brilliance igniting before retracting. You misunderstand. Wei Gong deflected Li Wenyi's sword and swiftly returned it to his side. There is no misunderstanding. I have traversed the battlefield for decades. Witnessing every storm and rain, I am not one to sit idly by, and before I meet my end, I will at least take you down with me, that at the very least. I would fulfill my employer's request. Li boss, Wei Gong shouted. Are you truly going to kill me? Li Wenyi was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Frozen in place. What do you mean? Do you know what this precious sword in my hand is? Wei Gong held the sword level with his chest. The blade lay quietly in his grasp, dark as night, with a flowing ink-like sheen. How could I possibly know about such an unremarkable object? Wei Gong's lips curled into a smile. He had already uncovered the truth beforehand. The Soul Connection sword was merely a crafting blueprint within the system. Having surfaced only once, over 3 centuries ago, that sword had vanished along with its master, and since then, no one had known of its existence. Naturally, Li Wenyi could not be aware. Otherwise, today's scheme would falter. Wei Gong had grasped the essence of soul connection. In truth, it did not allow one to perceive another's thoughts, but merely inherited their feelings. In some respects, soul connection hardly merited the celestial status of Lu Tianxian in the realm of celestial skills. It was rather redundant. Li boss, this sword possesses a unique power. Wei Gong coldly regarded Li Wenyi, articulating each word, soul connection. What do you mean? Upon hearing these words, Li Wenyi's palms began to sweat. Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, Wei Gong could sense his current anxiety and fear of the unknown. To be frank, it can bind 2 lives together, meaning that from this moment forth, you and I are one. What? Let me conduct an experiment. Wei Gong smiled, then swiftly struck his own arm with the sword hilt. Li Wenyi was caught off guard, a wave of excruciating pain surging through his arm. Ugh, he stared at Wei Gong with wide, incredulous eyes. What have you done to me? I have already mentioned that I have intertwined our fates. From this moment forth, we are bound as a community of destiny. The injuries I endure, you shall taste the same bitterness. If I were to perish, Amiya chuckled, his visage contorted in Li Wenyi's eyes, resembling a malevolent specter. I would die too, Li Wenyi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Boss Li is truly astute. Chapter 48. Evaluating the sword for oneself. Hey, why is this happening? Aren't you supposed to be the most reputable? Hu Lijing's face flushed with anger, utterly baffled by the turn of events that led Li Wenyi to annul the contract to eliminate Amiya. In the Chengying mirror, Li Wenyi bore an apologetic expression, his lips trembling slightly. I apologize. I will adhere to the contract and double the deposit as compensation. It's not merely a matter of money. Is it? Hu Lijing replied helplessly. I couldn't care less about the money. However, isn't it essential for you, as the operator of the most renowned underworld assassin organization, to fulfill your commitments to clients? This is a matter of reputation, is it not? Have the assassins you dispatched already failed? Li Wenyi's lips twitched, his countenance darkening at the mention of failure, a pang of heartache surging within him. Do not pursue this matter further. In any case, I advise you I warn you, never to trouble Amiya again. What? Do you not comprehend? Li Wenyi's face suddenly twisted into a grimace. Remember, Amiya and I are one. To trouble him is to trouble me, that if you wish to avoid inciting my wrath, then cease your actions immediately. Hu Lijing recoiled slightly, her complexion paling from the murderous tone Li Wenyi had just employed. Do you understand? Li Wenyi raised his voice. Yes, Hu Lijing instinctively nodded. I understand. Once the chat window on the opposite side was closed, Hu Lijing smashed the Chengying mirror against the wall, shattering it into a million pieces. Domnit Lady Lijing, please do not be so furious. Upon hearing this voice from behind her, Hu Jing turned around, coldly gazing at the speaker with a piercing glare. Is this the assassin organization you recommended? Is this the outcome? Not only did you fail to eliminate that damned Emiya and retrieve our corpse core, but you also dared to threaten me? Lady Li Jing, in a sense, we have not suffered a loss, he said, swallowing hard. We did earn 20 million, after all. It was at this moment that he caught the glimmer of lethal intent in Hu Jing's eyes. I was wrong, Lady Li. Recognizing the gravity of the situation before her fury reached its zenith, he wisely chose to admit his fault. What should we do now? There is a saying, and I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. If I say, do not speak, will you hold your tongue? Hu Jing crossed her arms, casting him a cold glance. I believe it would be prudent to heed Boss Li's advice and refrain from any further schemes against Emiya, he suggested. Lowering his head, the recently deceased Master Ding Haoxiang, who died at home, was actually killed by Li Wenyi's assassins. That it would be best if we do not provoke someone who could dispatch even Ding Haoxiang. Hu Jing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, as he stated, if Ding Haoxiang had fallen to Li Wenyi's hand, she was not someone who could resist this realization. Hu Jing suddenly confronted another terrifying possibility, her heart racing. If Emiya was also someone Li Wenyi could not confront, then what manner of dreadful entity was he? A self-satisfied smile graced Emiya's lips. Li Wenyi was indeed both clever and fearful of death. However, the higher the status, the more one values their life, a timeless truth. Li Wenyi's actions fell well within Emiya's expectations, thus alleviating his concerns. Yet simultaneously, through the information gleaned from Li Wenyi's employer, he came to a crucial realization. Those who sought to assassinate him and Cui Xiaoxiao were not the same individuals. The situation concerning Cui Xiaoxiao was far more dire. Emiya had conducted his inquiries and discovered that the one named Zhuxian was of significant import. The Ji family was not only renowned for their sword forging, but also ranked among the elite in the kingdom of Chengying. And Zhuxian's father, Ji Zhengong, was a royal relative, the southern virtuous king. Such a figure was beyond Emiya's reach. Fortunately, after so many days, the adversaries had yet to trace his whereabouts, likely due to the effective use of the alias Wang Yu. Contemplating this, Emiya could not help but feel a twinge of pride, alongside a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, he had not been exposed. Otherwise, the Emiya family would face eternal subjugation under their oppression. Speaking of rising from obscurity, he had recently been planning another endeavor, to utilize Zhao Mofeng's title as a sword appraiser to evaluate his own swords. After much effort in acquiring a new alias, he certainly could not let any profitable opportunities slip away. Especially upon discovering Zhao Mofeng's status as a sword appraiser, which nearly drove him to madness with excitement. That in the realm of swordsmanship, the acknowledgement of a sword appraiser largely determined the fate of a swordsmith. The more esteemed sword appraisers who recognized a swordsmith, the higher their renown. This was precisely why Emiya had tirelessly traversed the residences of sword appraisers time and again. Now, with a sword appraiser available before him, how could he not feel exhilarated? Yet, upon researching Zhao Mofeng's credentials as a sword appraiser, disappointment washed over him. That Emiya's lips twitched as he could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. How infuriating. This Kerr's reputation as a sword appraiser was scarcely on par with his own as a swordsmith, placing him at the lower end of the spectrum within the industry. The profession of sword appraising, unlike that of swordsmithing, had a clearly defined and rigorous advancement pathway. Passing examinations granted the requisite qualifications for respective levels of sword appraisal. This was akin to the profession of wine connoisseurship, where the ability to judge the quality of swords, assess their craftsmanship and skills, and evaluate their 9 attributes determined an appraiser's standing. The sword appraiser, Yi Ziqing, whom Emiya had besieged for 7 days and nights, was a 5-star orange-level appraiser. Conversely, Zhao Mofeng, with his 1-star white-level appraisal, was a rarity indeed. That in the 13 nations, the profession of sword appraising was revered as precious. And another defining characteristic was its hereditary nature. This measure was designed to protect the interests of the upper nobility within the 13 nations. Unlike swordsmithing, it was an industry where achievements could be attained with relative ease. For some profoundly skilled sword immortals, their appraisal abilities matched or even surpassed those of established appraisers. That, of course, Top-tier sword appraisers were exceptions, requiring extraordinary talent and an acute intuition for swords. Should the profession of sword appraising be opened up, it would pose a substantial threat to those entrenched nobles accustomed to privilege and complacency. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Thus, for anyone wishing to transition from obscurity to the realm of sword appraisal, it was exceedingly difficult unless they had a high-ranking appraiser vouch for them. This was precisely why Emiya found himself unable to become a sword appraiser. Very well, regardless of whether he is at the bottom rung, he is still a sword appraiser. I shall ensure my swords are included in his evaluations. Chapter 49. The Sword Appraiser's Recommendation List. Oh, the sun has risen in the west. Zhao Mofeng, that salted fish, has finally updated his recommendation list. Mu Shui lifted her cup, savoring the rich aroma of chrysanthemum tea as part of the daily routine of sword appraisers. A group of young appraisers gathered at the Baisheng tea house for breakfast while discussing slightly less tedious topics in this otherwise monotonous world. The fact that Zhao Mofeng, notoriously known for never updating his recommendation list, had featured someone named Emiya at the top, provided this group with fresh fodder for conversation. Wow! As expected of Lady Mu Shui, even her tea-drinking posture is so enchanting. The youths at the neighboring table burst into admiration. Although Mu Shui's appraisal level was not particularly high, she hailed from a prestigious family, possessing striking beauty and a perfect figure. Exuding an air of nobility, naturally, she attracted numerous admirers. She smiled politely in acknowledgement of their compliments. Lady Mu Shui smiled at me. She must be referring to me, right? As expected of Lady Mu Shui. Always so polite. Beside Mu Shui sat a young girl, also a sword appraiser, named Yuan, who rolled her eyes at the surrounding frivolity, choosing instead to bury her face in the Qian mirror. He holds this swordsmith named Emiya in high regard. Yuan began to read aloud. Emiya, a newly emerged swordsmith, a future sword-forging deity, proficient in various forging techniques, crafting extraordinary swords. Friends interested should pay a visit. There is nothing he cannot forge. Mu Shui set the Qian mirror aside, snorting softly. Zhao Mofeng is merely a one-star white-level appraiser. What does he know? True enough, Yuan chuckled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. We are only 3-star blue-level appraisers ourselves. Mu Shui's lips twitched as her eyes darted to the corners, uncertain whether the young girl was offering praise or insult. Where in the world can one find a master blacksmith proficient in all schools of sword forging? Even the foremost blacksmith of the Heavenly Sword Nation is likely only adept in 6 at most. It is quite possible that this Wei Gong has offered Zhao Mofeng some enticing advantage. Mu Shui lifted the teacup from the table and savored a sip. In any case, we must uphold the principles of sword evaluators, dedicating ourselves to recommending worthy blacksmiths, and we must not allow those of dubious merit to infiltrate our ranks for personal gain. Indeed, Yuan earnestly noted Mu Shui's words. Sister Mu Shui truly possesses noble character. It is truly admirable. A blush adorned Mu Shui's face as she smiled gently and took another sip of chrysanthemum tea. Oh my, sister, look. This Wei Gong actually bestowed 1,000,000 heavenly Dao coins upon Zhao Mofeng. Cough, cough. Mu Shui sputtered out her chrysanthemum tea, disregarding the astonished gazes around her, hastily retrieving the Qian mirror to confirm. What? This Wei Gong truly rewarded Zhao Mofeng with 1,000,000 as a sword evaluator. Part of the income comes from client tips for recommendations, yet Mu Shui had never encountered such a staggering amount. 1,000,000 must surely be the prescribed maximum. Cough, my apologies, my dress is wet. I must return home to change. Please excuse me. Sister Mu Shui, allow me to escort you. I recently acquired a pair of swords from the sword-forging Empress Shui Weilan, and I can give you a ride back. No, it's quite unnecessary. Mu Shui hastily rose and fled in a fluster. She retreated to a corner, shedding her extravagant gown to reveal a simple outfit beneath. This was her secret. Though born into a prestigious family of sword evaluators and having successfully inherited the title, her father's mismanagement had led to bankruptcy, and their once grand household had fallen into decline. Thus, despite her outwardly splendid appearance, Mu Shui's reality was akin to that of an ordinary commoner. If others were to discover her impoverished state, Would the nobility still shower her with flattery? And would Yuan Li continue to be so close to her? Mu Shui shook her head, contemplating that friendships devoid of financial backing were merely a facade. She took out the Chengying mirror, her palms slightly clammy. 1,000,000. Has this Wei Gong lost his mind? I have never even heard of such a figure. 1,000,000 is hardly a concern for Wei Gong at present. Well, that may not be entirely accurate. The reward given to Zhao Mo Feng essentially translates to a reward for himself. After deducting the Sword Evaluator Association's commission, Wei Gong would still retain around 900,000. That investing 100,000 for renown is not an unreasonable loss, as expected. Following this maneuver, the number of sword evaluators adding him to their recommendation list gradually increased. To date, 100 evaluators had placed him at the top of their lists. With this newfound attention, I merely need to await a couple of orders, and I, Wei Gong, shall rise. He shielded his right cheek with his hand. Grinning with pride, tremble, mortals! Wei Gong is about to grace the world, and the realm of sword forging shall henceforth bow at my feet. Wah! Cui Xiao Xiao quivered slightly before silently retreating to the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. Why does this always happen? At that moment, Wei Gong's Chengying mirror chimed with a delightful notification. Upon glancing, he discovered that a certain Mu Shui, a third-tier sword evaluator, had added him to her recommendation list. Oh joy! Another addition. However, upon surveying the situation, he noted that most were third-tier evaluators or below, while the high-tier evaluators remained unmoved. Wei Gong's gaze settled on a name on the evaluator leaderboard, Yi Ziqing. Memories flooded back. He recalled countless instances of delivering his forged swords to her residence, beseeching her to appraise them. Clenching his fists, Wei Gong vowed, sword evaluating Empress Yi Ziqing, one day I shall compel you to kneel before me, begging to include me in your recommendations and imploring me to present you with swords for evaluation. At that moment, he noticed a new message under Zhao Mo Feng's evaluator information. Great Mo Feng, could you kindly provide your address? I shall deliver the sword to your residence, hoping for your esteemed evaluation and recommendation. Wei Gong chuckled softly. Though the message was addressed to Zhao Mo Feng, it felt as if it were directed at him. Throughout his life, he had never been referred to as great. He further examined the sender's information and suddenly felt a jolt. It turned out that this individual seeking Mo Feng's evaluation was not only a blacksmith, but also a fourth-tier sword evaluator. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate, and perhaps she could be persuaded to add him to her recommendations as well. Chapter 50. Out with the old, in with a new reality, proved that Wei Gong was overthinking. After adding the blacksmith named Hao Ma to his recommendation list, over a week passed without receiving her endorsement. Moreover, when he, under the guise of Zhao Mo Feng, sought an opportunity for evaluation, Hao Ma replied, "No way. Why should we promote some nameless trash?" Trash? Wei Gong's lips twitched. He truly wondered who the real trash was. That he had meticulously appraised the sword Hao Ma sent, and to call that a sword was a jest. His toy creations at the age of 10 were superior. The forging technique was shockingly crude. It was fortunate that it did not shatter during tempering. This Hao Ma, aside from her title as an evaluator, was utterly lacking. He could not fathom the reasoning behind the flattery from those commenting on her evaluator account. Furthermore, Wei Gong scoured through the various evaluators praising her work. Indeed, Lady Hao Ma's sword forging skills are truly remarkable, and her ascension to divinity is imminent. Lady Hao Ma, I've already recommended you. When shall we meet for a stroll? Perhaps indulge in some leisure? Such hypocrisy. This flattery was merely a means to an end. Wei Gong recalled Hao Ma's initial demeanor, contrasting it sharply with her current attitude, and could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. She likely did not regard Zhao Mo Feng as anything more than a triviality, merely hoping for another recommendation. After all, only a little over 90 evaluators had added Hao Ma to their lists. Many likely for personal reasons. What a shallow individual. Yet, upon reflection, what difference was there between himself and those groveling on her account? Hao Ma's actions delivered a resounding slap to his face. Some things cannot be obtained through begging or transactional means. Such actions only serve to render oneself more pitiable and contemptible. He had narrowly avoided embarking on a misguided path. Wei Gong shook his head, his gaze resolute, a smile gracing his lips. One day, I shall conquer the entire sword-forging realm through sheer strength. Hao-Ma's lips twitched. Just yesterday, she had been added to a recommendation list. Yet today, Zhao Mo Feng had erased her name. This first-tier trash by Chun. Nevertheless, she flicked her hair and promptly dismissed the incident. After all, he was merely a first-tier nobody. Not receiving his recommendation bore no consequence. Mu Shui waited long, realizing that this Wei Gong was truly dense. She had hinted so blatantly, yet he still had not rewarded her. Moreover, she glanced at the sword before her, utterly vexed. Wei Gong had not only refrained from rewarding her, but had also sent her a sword. Given the circumstances, it appeared he was serious, not attempting to buy off some evaluators. Seated on the floor, Mu Shui furrowed her brow. The craftsmanship of this sword was impeccable. Although it was merely an iron-grade item, it exuded the essence of a superior product. Her heart raced. This was the instinctive response of a sword evaluator. An innate yearning and recognition of exquisite craftsmanship. In earlier days, free from financial burdens, Mu Shui would have unhesitatingly endorsed it. But now, Mu Shui hesitated, closing her eyes, wrestling internally. After much contemplation, she resolved to painfully remove Wei Gong's name from her recommendation list as a consequence for his lack of reward. Sigh. What a pity. If only you had been willing to reward me. Sister Mu Shui, are you home? At that moment, Yuan Li's voice rang from outside. Mu Shui was startled. Quickly lifting her head to oh no, she realized that her current living situation was now exposed. Since their family's fall from grace, they had sold their mansion and exchanged it for a modest two-bedroom apartment. Oh, it's you, Yuan Li, please come in. Her mother's voice echoed from outside. Mu Shui is in her room. All right, Annie, I'll go find her. Yuan Li. Mu Shui's heart sank. She hurriedly stood up, not wishing Yuan Li to witness her current destitution. However, before she could close the door, Yuan Li stepped in ahead of her. Sister Mu Shui, it's been so long. Yuan Li. Mu Shui's lips twitched as she turned her head away. What brings you here? Have you come to mock my downfall? Yes, indeed, my family has fallen. I am no different from an ordinary poor person now. Sister Mu Shui. Yuan Li opened her mouth, a look of confusion on her face. Why would you think that? She stepped forward and embraced Mu Shui from behind, saying, You will always be my beloved sister Mu Shui. No matter how you change, in Yuan Li's heart, you will forever remain the most wonderful. Mu Shui's body trembled slightly as she turned around, her eyes glistening with tears, unknowingly reddening. By the way, Sister Mu Shui, I saw your recommendation list. You had to add Wei Gong, just for the sake of receiving tips, didn't you? Mu Shui's face flushed crimson. She had a myriad of excuses, but found herself unable to voice any of them. If you were short on money, just tell me that I still have some savings and can assist you, that we need not submit to the tyranny of a villain like Wei Gong. Yuan Li smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Sister, didn't you say before that we must uphold the principles of a sword master, recommending only the finest swordsmiths and never allowing those of inferior quality to infiltrate our ranks for personal gain? Yuan Li. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's face grew even redder. Sister Mu Shui, I will avenge you. Seeing Zhao Mofeng boast about Wei Gong so highly, I simply must slap him hard. Yuan Li. Achoo! Wei Gong let out a loud sneeze. Wondering who had cursed him, he raised his hand to rub his nose. His list of recommended sword masters had plummeted from over 100 just a week ago to a mere handful now, but he had been visiting each recommender in person, delivering the swords he had painstakingly forged over the years. And the result? Wei Gong glanced at the hidden sword pavilion, noting that over 50 swords had been returned, and the remaining few were likely those who couldn't even be bothered to return his efforts. Indeed, they are all a bunch of petty social climbers. Only those who remain are true supporters. Well, at least there were still a dozen individuals who genuinely recognized my worth. Thanks to these sword masters. Wei Gong had sold 5 swords in the past few days, including a pseudo-immortal grade sword, the Soul Connection sword. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he resolved to uphold the integrity of a swordsmith and decided to sell it. However, the buyer did not leave an address, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Thus, Wei Gong sent a follow-up message to the one named Eternal Exile, may I have your address, so I can deliver the sword to your residence. After a long wait, the reply came. No need, I will come to collect it myself. Wei Gong was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to see someone willing to pick up their purchase in person these days. All right. I will provide you with the address. XXXXXXXX. Thank you for your patronage. He clasped his hands over his chest, a peculiar sensation surging within him. Indescribable, neither good nor bad. Chapter 51, Sword Forging Commission inside the Baisheng Tea House. Wei Gong sat facing a young girl. From outside the window, it appeared as though they were on a date. I found you on a sword master's recommendation list that I have a wish and hope that the great Wei Gong can help me fulfill it, the girl stated directly. Haha. That is quite the compliment, Wei Gong replied, awkwardly rubbing his nose, though internally he was ecstatic. Sitting before him was a girl of 16 or 17, who appeared ethereal, as if she had stepped out of a painting. That this girl named Yuan Li would personally come to seek his assistance was rather astonishing, especially for someone like Wei Gong, who had never taken on an order before. So, what kind of sword do you wish to forge? Have you heard of the profession known as music sword master? Music sword master? She called me Wei Gong brother, cough cough. Wei Gong cleared his throat, pulling himself back from his daydreaming state. I believe I have heard of it. A music sword master is a master who creates music through swords, correct? A master. Yuan Li's lips trembled as she struggled to suppress an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. I am the realm of the immortal sword. Most tasks were accomplished using swords as tools. The music sword masters were akin to symphony musicians, using their own power to vibrate the swords, producing sound, and achieving the purpose of performance. Wei Gong had previously witnessed similar music sword performances that, to be honest, they were utterly enchanting. The music sword masters not only generated sound from the swords but also danced in rhythm, creating a stunning fusion of music and dance. The top music sword masters excelled in both, and witnessing a music sword performance was tantamount to experiencing an exquisite spiritual indulgence. Although Yuan Li was a sword master, she also had her own passion, learning music sword techniques. Fortuitously, the master she studied under was the renowned music sword deity of the 13 nations, known as the dreamlike music sword empress, Jian Lining. When Yuan Li heard someone refer to the revered figure she held in such high esteem as merely master, one can only imagine how furious she felt. Yuan Li fought to suppress her murderous intent and nodded. Actually, I was hoping you could forge a new music sword for my master. Her birthday is approaching, and I want to present it to her as a gift. Ah, I see. Wei Gong stroked his chin, his mind sifting through the system's information. According to the data, there were a total of 179 types of music sword forging patterns, which should not pose a problem. I understand. However, there is a slight issue that I have never met your master, so I cannot tailor a music sword specifically for her. You see, such creations are unique to the individual. Different people excel in different aspects, and their corresponding swords vary accordingly. No. Yuan Li shook her head vigorously. If she finds out, then the gift will not be a surprise. Well, that is indeed a dilemma, Wei Gong mused, furrowing his brow. However, it would be easy for you to learn about your master, as my music sword teacher is Jian Lining. Jian Lining? Who is that? No. I absolutely must kill you. Kill you. Yuan Li's mind was racing with 1,000 ways to eliminate Wei Gong. Yet she ultimately managed to remain calm. She quietly took out the Chengying mirror and searched for Jian Lining, then turned the mirror around to show it to Wei Gong. Wow, so it's her. Wei Gong chuckled knowingly. His cheeks slightly flushed. I actually watched her music sword performance live on the Chengying mirror before. I thought she was so beautiful, and it turns out she is your teacher. Mind your lewd words. Say another word, and I will kill you. Yuan Li glared at Wei Gong with fierce eyes, her expression cold. Ha, it feels so chilly. Did you not notice how cold that gust of wind was just now? Wei Gong lifted his teacup and took a sip of chrysanthemum tea. By the way, I have a request, Yuan Li sighed. My teacher has recently fallen into a creative rut in her music composition, so I hope you can forge a music sword with a tone and range that currently does not exist. If a new music sword appears before her, it will surely help her unlock a new world. This is my last hope as her student. What? Wei Gong spat out his tea. This request was a bit excessive. For the 179 types of music swords in the system were all established in this world and widely utilized in music sword performances. Large music sword ensembles typically equipped a complete set of music swords. In other words, Yuan Li was asking him to create a music sword not even recorded in the system, which was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Not to mention Wei Gong. Even a top-tier music-trained swordsmith would find it impossible. What's wrong? Is it impossible? As if reading Wei Gong's thoughts, Yuan Li feigned surprise. I saw on the recommendation list that there is nothing Wei Gong cannot forge, only things that are unthought of. I had hoped to give my teacher a surprise. What a pity. How could that be? Wei Gong chuckled awkwardly. Since I promised, I will definitely accomplish it. Regardless, this was my very first order. I cannot mess it up. Moreover, Wei Gong was not merely bluffing, for within this seemingly insurmountable challenge, a glimmer of hope resided. After all, in this era, there were no symphonies, no violins, no pianos, and so on. Upon searching through the system, he discovered that no music sword's range or tonal quality could compare to that of a modern piano. If he could forge a music sword that completely mimicked a piano, then he might just fulfill this daunting commission. Yuan Li scrutinized Wei Gong, uncertain why the tension surrounding him had dissipated. Where did this inexplicable confidence come from? Since Wei Gong brother is so confident, I will entrust this to you. Yuan Li smiled and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, slapped her forehead. Oh, right. My teacher's birthday is in 3 days, so... Damn it, so I only have less than 3 days to deliver. Wei Gong's lips twitched as if he had been struck. Heh, no problem, but I will definitely deliver this music sword to your residence within 3 days. Yuan Li was not speaking in jest, indeed. Her teacher's birthday was just 3 days away, and this music sword would serve as her gift. However, she harbored no expectations regarding Emiya's sword. The desire to forge an entirely new musical sword seemed to her a daunting challenge, perhaps even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yuan Li had already prepared herself to witness Emiya's folly that a sly smile crept across her face, barely perceptible, before she swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. Her large, glistening eyes sparkling with light. If Brother Emiya fails to deliver on time, I shall be in quite a pitiable state. Rest assured, Emiya replied with a smile, should I be unable to fulfill the order. I shall compensate you tenfold. Then I thank you, Brother Emiya. At the nearby table, Mu Shui couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Yuan Li was clearly setting a trap for him. Yet the thought of Emiya's future plight brought her an inexplicable delight. Chapter 52. The Forest of Mermaids. What on earth is this? Cui Xiaoxiao discreetly glanced at Emiya's design sketches. The shape seemed eerily familiar, resembling a piano. Alarmed, she quickly looked again. The upper left corner indeed showcased the form of a piano, while the lower right corner depicted a sword composed of 88 vibrating pieces of varying materials. But how could he possibly know about such an instrument? At that moment, Cui Xiaoxiao entertained a bold thought that left her momentarily speechless. She hurriedly dashed out of the design room. Emiya was in the midst of attending to a client. A member of the Undying Remnants, that a man clad in black, exuding a somber aura. Emiya scrutinized him. Truth be told, he was rather handsome, perhaps akin to a star among the common folk. Having long prepared the soul-linking sword, he verified the buyer's identity and presented the sword case to him. Thank you, master. Oh, it's nothing, Emiya replied modestly. The Undying Remnant opened the sword case to reveal a plain, jet-black sword. The moment it emerged, the room's lighting dimmed. Indeed, it is a fine sword. Unlike previous clients Emiya had encountered, this one showed no interest in the sword's appearance. A mere glance elicited a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. Emiya felt a stir in his heart, sensing a kindred spirit. This sword possesses a unique ability to connect multiple individuals, allowing them to share the same sensations. Although all the sword's functions were detailed on an accompanying card, Emiya still took care to remind him. By the way, feel free to examine the box. I have provided detailed explanations. Very well. The Undying Remnant nodded and meticulously read through the instructions. His expression shifted, and he gasped. Such a miraculous sword exists in this world. Miraculous it may be, but its practicality is quite limited, Emiya candidly informed him. The soul link merely allows for the sharing of sensations. It does not inflict actual harm. Thus, even if one person were to perish, the other would not follow suit, merely experiencing the feeling of death. I see. Moreover, the passive intuition is triggered at a very low probability. I have yet to ascertain its exact frequency. Oh. Even the swordsmith is unaware. I apologize for the embarrassment. Amiya scratched his head, unwilling to place the blame on the system. However, based on my assessment, young brother, your swordsmithing skills rank among the top 10 in the entire 13 kingdoms. Amiya was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected praise. How could that possibly be? Good heavens, he actually said I was in the top 10, in the top 10, in the top 10. Well, since the transaction is complete, I must take my leave. By the way, I have transferred the remainder of the payment to your account. You may check it. All right. Safe travels, esteemed client. Amiya glanced down and was astonished to see an additional 5 million in his account. Good heavens, 5 million. Yet I only priced this sword at 2 million. Esteemed client, you have overpaid. Amiya raised his head, only to find that the man had vanished from the living room, as if he had dissolved into thin air. Client, Amiya murmured, it seems this sword has found a truly worthy master. How shall I say it? It could be considered a fitting conclusion. Amiya smiled and turned around. Unbeknownst to him, Cui Xiaoxiao had appeared in the corner of the room, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him, brimming with tears. What's wrong? Amiya asked with concern. Mimi fa suo. Suo fa mi lai. Cui Xiaoxiao began, her voice choking with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks. What on earth? Was this little imp on some sort of medication today? Suddenly, Amiya felt as if struck by lightning. His body stiffening, but he finally comprehended the lyrics Cui Xiaoxiao had just sung. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Good heavens! How could this be? Do re mi re re. While singing, Cui Xiaoxiao lifted her skirt and stepped toward him. Amiya gazed at her as though she were an angel. Unbeknownst to him, his own eyes had reddened as well. Mimi fa saw, so fa mi lai, do re mi, re do do. Indeed, you too are a traveler through time. Cui Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping into Amiya's embrace in a fit of excitement. This was so sudden. Amiya held her small frame as if in a dream. He recalled watching Takahashi Rumiko's The Forest of Mermaids, never quite understanding the exhilaration and appreciation you'd have felt upon encountering a true mermaid. Until now, I had once thought countless times that I was the sole time traveler in this world, a loneliness I had long forgotten. Yet, I never anticipated finding my other half of paradise here. When an immortal like Yuta encounters another immortal, perhaps the sentiment is mutual. Zhao Mofeng lay quietly in the vacuum chamber, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead. This lonely and sorrowful day seemed interminable. How truly desolate. After a lengthy discussion, the two realized that they were separated by over 200 years. Had it not been for Beethoven's timeless masterpiece, we might have missed each other entirely. Amiya turned to Cui Xiaoxiao, peering through her large eyes as if glimpsing a mature soul, that he endeavored to envision Cui Xiaoxiao's appearance before this moment. After all, some things endure through the ages, in our time, while the variety of instruments had greatly expanded. The piano remains the king of instruments, irreplaceable by any other. Indeed, it is so. Amiya chuckled. Speaking of the piano, he suddenly recalled an order he had received in the past few days. Xiaoxiao, I have a commission to fulfill. Once I complete it, let us find time to chat properly. Amiya stood up, glancing down at the petite figure before him. Instinctively, he reached out to pat her head, but halfway through, he withdrew his hand. Right, although this body is small, it houses a 20-year-old female doctoral candidate. Cui Xiaoxiao had intentionally understated her soul's age. Amiya had no concept of a female doctoral candidate, merely feeling a vague sense of awe. Hey, Cui Xiaoxiao called out to him. You were a bit off-key just now. What? Cui Xiaoxiao regarded him with a frosty stare. With your current skills, do you really think you can tune the piano sword accurately? Damn it, don't underestimate me. After all, by age, I am your senior. Amiya turned back, incredulous. You can do it. Cui Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, raising her nose high. I am a certified level 10 pianist. Holy cow! Amiya's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been fretting over this matter, and you're just the person I need to help me. Not a chance. Amiya was dumbfounded. Did we not just agree that as fellow travelers, we would help each other? Who made that agreement with you? Then let's make it now. Cui Xiao lifted her head, casting a disdainful glance at him. This old fellow had an extraordinary level of audacity. Fine, in light of the fact that you are my only fellow time traveler. I shall reluctantly agree to assist you. Hee. Amiya's lips twitched at a girl with a tsundere disposition. Perhaps? Chapter 53. New Sword X 358-inch Hee. Claiming to be a level 10 pianist. Amiya smirked, observing the sheets of grass paper and tuning forks strewn across the floor. After much ado, this imbecile still intended to calibrate through frequency. According to the principle of vibration, each piano key corresponds to a precisely defined frequency, typically tuned by individuals with perfect pitch. However, there are also methods like this. Using a frequency meter for calibration. Being a level 10 pianist does not make one a deity. Cui Xiao folded her arms, gazing at him coolly. To obtain more accurate data, one requires even more precise instruments. However, through simple estimation, if the error is within 0.1 hertz, the human ear cannot discern the difference. Hence it becomes inconsequential. Amiya shot her a disdainful glance and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. Just tell me the frequency corresponding to each piano key. Cui Xiao looked up in astonishment. Could it be that this tone-deaf individual possessed a pair of ears with perfect pitch? Yet, wearing an expression of skepticism, she proceeded to jot down the vibration frequencies for each piano key. To be precise, nothing is more accurate than the measurements conducted by the system within Amiya's mind, which is precisely why he does not require a higher frequency meter that a piano comprises 88 keys. With a range extending from A2, 27.5 Hz, to C5, 4,186 Hz, encompassing nearly the entirety of musical tones. The human ear can perceive sounds within a frequency range of 20 to 20. 000 Hz. Thus, in a certain sense, the piano indeed reigns supreme among musical instruments. However, according to Amiya's measurements, he discovered that the auditory range of individuals in the sword and fairy world astonishingly reaches up to 50. 000 Hz, comparable to that of dogs. The high-pitched sound of a dog whistle, which would be inaudible in the original world, could trigger unexpectedly piercing and explosive noises in this realm. Consequently, Amiya contemplated whether to enhance the piano sword, extending its frequency to approximately 10,000 Hz. Yet this adjustment would necessitate increasing the number of vibrating plates from the original 88 to nearly 160. That Amiya shook his head. The cost was simply too great. Even with the existing 88 sound-producing vibrating plates, a sword length of around 1.65 meters is required to achieve the desired amplification and dual-tone effects that if the count were to rise to 160. The sword's length would surpass 3 meters, and its width would likely exceed 1 meter. Amiya could scarcely envision what such a sword would resemble till he lowered his gaze, lost in thought as he scrutinized the design draft on the table, finding himself ensnared in a new impasse. Even at a length of 1.65 meters, the sword would already significantly exceed the length of swords available on the market, thereby drastically diminishing its aesthetic appeal, something unsuitable for a beauty like Sakura Matu. Cui Xiao also recognized this issue. She gestured with her hand, struggling to imagine the scene. This won't do. It's not a coffin lid. Are you really going to make a stunning woman carry such a clunky thing? Silence. Am I not aware of that? Amiya retorted, attempting to quell his rising anger. I'm just trying to find a solution. After a lengthy pause, Cui Xiao suddenly spoke. Is it possible what? To add wings to the sword. Amiya's brows twitched. How fortunate it was that you could conceive such an improbable idea. Cui Xiao leaped down from the windowsill, picked up a pencil, and began sketching a sword beside Amiya's design draft. Look, if it had a pair of wings, the range of sound could be assured. And if you fashion it like wings, you could also incorporate sound amplification devices on the outer sides. Moreover, Cui Xiao flashed a sly smile. Becoming an angel is every girl's dream. This winged piano sword would undoubtedly be immensely popular. Goodness! Amiya stammered. Utterly astonished, he quickly leaned down to examine the drawings one by one. Indeed, if shaped like wings, all the issues would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, with minor modifications, Amiya transformed Cui Xiao's hasty doodles into a detailed structural diagram for casting. Upon completion, Chui Xiaoxiao felt as though the very air had become suffocating. Heavens, it's beautiful! In that moment, Chui Xiaoxiao thought that only an angel could wield this sword, and only an angel deserved to use it. She hoped Amiya would not stray too far from the design. Since the design draft was finalized and all components tested, the remaining task was simple. Amiya merely needed to assemble these parts and then press them into shape using a specially crafted resonant sword board, thereby completing the creation that in a certain sense. This sword would mark Amiya's inaugural composite sword, perhaps even the first of its kind in this world, after compressing the outer shell of the sword. A notification chimed within his mind. New sword score acquired, yet to be named, code X358. Classification. All systems. Rank. J Dragon Imperial Grade. Base attack power. 88. Additional attack power. 62. Defense power. 54. Flight speed. 98. Flight consumption. 2. Additional skills. None. Range skills. None. Indeed, the primary drawback of a composite sword lies in its lack of the completeness and seamlessness achieved through traditional forging, inevitably resulting in diminished attributes. However, this sword was primarily conceived for performance. Thus, a slightly weaker combat capability was of little consequence. Amiya had expended over 150 different materials on this sword, amounting to approximately 500,000 in value. What a pity that it ultimately turned out to be of Jade Dragon Imperial Grade. I shall name it Wing Piano Sword. Yes, Master, X358 has been designated as Wing Piano Sword. Amiya raised the sword into the air, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The wings shimmered with a silvery luster under the sun, resembling vividly lifelike feathers. Chui Xiaoxiao found herself entranced. Amiya mused that this might be the most exquisite sword he had ever crafted. Just as the two were reveling in their joy, a sudden tremor reverberated beneath their feet. Amiya instinctively reached out, pulling Chui Xiaoxiao into his embrace as the ground quaked beneath them. After a moment, the tremor subsided. Was that an earthquake? Amiya murmured, glancing down at Chui Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Ah! Chui Xiaoxiao hurriedly pushed him away and stepped back, her cheeks flushing without her realizing it. I'm fine. She shook her head, her mind momentarily dazed. However, a flash of insight struck her. Brother Amiya, that didn't seem like an earthquake. It appeared to originate from your underground laboratory. What? Chapter 54. The coffin lid of Clausius is about to be unable to contain itself. Chui Xiaoxiao, explain to me why there was an explosion here. Cough, cough, cough. Amiya surveyed the chaotic laboratory, his heart ablaze with fury. Fortunately, the two zombies were protected within vacuum chambers and remained unharmed. However, this wreckage would require substantial funds for restoration. That. Chui Xiaoxiao observed his ravenous expression and instinctively took a step back. I actually have no idea. Chui Xiaoxiao? All right, I admit it. I merely conducted a small physics experiment here. A small one? Well, I just wanted to perform a simple energy test on the water and fire shining stones you purchased. Energy test. Amiya regarded her skeptically. Although she claimed to be a physicist from the 23rd century, there was no evidence to substantiate such a claim. You don't know, but I made a groundbreaking discovery a few days ago. Chui Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I utilized a connector made from absolutely stable material to achieve the property transformation between the water and fire shining stones. What on earth? Initially, when I discovered this phenomenon, I was equally perplexed. Chui Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Because you accidentally used a tray made from absolutely stable material to hold the fire shining stone, and not long after, it transformed into a water shining stone. At this point, Amiya finally grasped the gist of it. The 7 shining stones, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark, are the foundational materials distilled from various systems. In this world, everything is composed of these elements. Thus, Chui Xiaoxiao had uncovered a transformation process between fundamental substances. What's so strange about that? It was probably just a chemical reaction. You haven't let me finish yet. Chui Xiaoxiao restrained her excitement, articulating each word carefully. Later, I discovered that not long after, the water shining stone reverted back to the fire shining stone. So, The item I used to hold the fire shining stone acted as a catalyst? Amiya pondered. What caused the transformation? In chemical reactions. Some can proceed in both directions, but they require specific catalysts and changes to the reaction environment, such as temperature. If it's a simple catalyst, that should be easy to explain. Cui Xiaoxiao crossed her arms. Her tone cool. I specifically conducted tests afterward, and you know what? I didn't alter anything at all. This means that, without any changes in the external environment, two substances of differing properties underwent a transformation. So what? After all, they are equivalent in terms of energy. Amiya's statement rang true, yet it was merely a theory derived from accumulated experience. Regardless of which system one cultivates, the amount of essence or spirit one possesses determines the corresponding energy one can summon. No more. No less. This is why all 7 systems are remarkably balanced in the sword and fairy world. Cui Xiaoxiao, as an outsider, could not possibly be aware of this. Even Amiya had taken considerable time to comprehend it. Observing Amiya's dismissive expression, Cui Xiaoxiao felt a pang of anxiety. Sigh truly, Cui Xiaoxiao sighed, placing 2 thumb-sized water and fire shining stones into Amiya's hand. Do you feel it? Feel what? The temperature. The water shining stone is icy, while the fire shining stone is scorching hot. To understand, one must recognize that, in the realm of physics, the concept of temperature is somewhat illusory. It merely serves as a metric for gauging the intensity of molecular thermal motion. And what of it? Shiro Amiya queried, perplexed. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics? The second law of thermodynamics. Shiro raised his head, pondering deeply, his eyes widening in realization. Good heavens, are you implying indeed? It is impossible to transfer heat from a colder body to a hotter one without incurring other consequences. Cui Xiaoxiao frowned. As it turns out, this attribute transformation experiment contravenes that principle. My word. Does this mean that Clausius's coffin lid cannot remain sealed? Shiro's heart trembled, yet he surmised that the blow to Cui Xiaoxiao would be even more profound. Nevertheless, there is a glimmer of solace. I have discovered that. In this world, the first law of thermodynamics still appears to hold true. The law of conservation of energy. Shiro inquired, puzzled. Does that not bear a striking resemblance to the principles of alchemy? Cui Xiaoxiao rummaged through the chaotic remnants nearby and retrieved a pitch-black stone, which she then handed to Shiro. Give it a try. See if you can effect a transformation between these 2 stones of differing attributes. Such a reckless endeavor. Shiro accepted the object with a mix of skepticism. If we are to speak of change, she lifted her gaze to meet Shiro's eyes, reluctantly uttering the thought. I was merely contemplating what might transpire if this water stone were to transform into a fire stone. Does that imply it is the power of intention that enacts the change? Cui Xiaoxiao's lips twitched. It was precisely this notion of intention that she found utterly unacceptable. But from whence does the energy generated by intention derive, and why can we not comprehend it? If I knew that, I would not have been fumbling about here for so long, Shiro replied. Channeling his will, he felt the stone tremble in his hand, and to his astonishment, the fire stone morphed into a water stone. He reversed the process, and indeed, it transformed back. That I suppose I shall refer to this as a universal catalyst. Cui Xiaoxiao chuckled. However, I cannot concede to the existence of such a notion as intention. I must uncover the underlying principles. Shiro gazed down at the object, a universal catalyst. But from whence did it originate? At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Cosmic Source Stone, synthesized from the reaction of 7 foundational stones, is a material of celestial grade. How intriguing! With this revelation, Shiro began to understand the nature of the explosion that had transpired in the laboratory. So, if these 7 stones are placed together for an extended period or subjected to fluctuations, they will ultimately result in an explosion, thereby generating this material. Shiro ventured into the debris, retrieving several more cosmic source stones. It is thus. Cui Xiaoxiao finally grasped the concept. In that case, I cannot take the blame for this incident, as you were the one who stacked them together. Haha. However, thanks to you, I have acquired a new material. Shiro smiled. Perhaps it would serve well as a universal catalyst. Cui Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, her expression brightening as she regarded him. Yet, this smile faded swiftly, becoming rigid upon her face. In her eyes, Shiro glimpsed the silhouette of a stranger. Who goes there? Shiro turned sharply, on guard that if this individual could approach him so stealthily, it could only signify one thing. This person's power surpassed his own.